Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode. Post COP26. Change the climate or else.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Join us this Sunday on a free online episode. Post COP26. Change the climate or else.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
a global namaste to everyone. Good morning, good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 106th event, and we are currently holding the COP26, post COP26 event at Healing Our Earth. So before we set off for this interesting and very, very rich program, let us begin with a prayer, because as you all know, Healing Our Earth brings to you peace, love, unity, harmony, and love to everyone watching us today. And also, we pray for the whole globe that is currently going through the pandemic, and we pray that everyone remains in good health. So let us begin with a prayer, definitely to the Almighty, and everyone, you can join in, you can concentrate on the Lord, and you can close your eyes if you want. And if you know the mantras, you can sing along. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात्। ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः। अजं निर्विकल्पं निराकारमेकम् निरानन्द मानन्द अद्वैतपूर्णम् परं निर्गुणं निर्विशेषं निरीहम् परब्रह्मरूपं गणेशं भजेम परब्रह्मरूपं गणेशं भजेम गुणातीतमानं चिदानन्दरूपं चिदाभासकं सर्वगं ज्ञानगम्यं मुनिं ध्येयमाकाश रूपं परेशं परब्रह्मरूपं गणेशं भजेम परब्रह्मरूपं गणेशं भजेम जगत्कारणं कारणं ज्ञानरूपं सुरादिं सुखादिं गणेशं गणेशं जगद्व्यापिनं विश्ववन्द्यं सुरेशं परब्रह्मरूपं गणेशं भजेम परब्रह्मरूपं गणेशं भजेम ॐ समुद्रवसने देवी पर्वतस्तनमण्डिते विष्णुपत्नीं नमस्तुभ्यं पादस्पर्श क्षमस्व मे ॐ भूदेव्यै नमः ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. This was the opening mantra in praise of Lord Ganapati, Ganesh. As you could hear, Parabrahma Rupam Ganesham Bhajema. Lord Ganapati, remover of obstacles and the Lord of wisdom and intelligence. And then there was a stotram on Mother Nature, on our planet Earth, as we say, Mother Earth. So Samudravasani Devi, the one who has a heart full of compassion like the ocean, Parvatastana Mandite, who has love as great in the heart as that of a mountain. Vishnu Patnim Namastubhyam, the consort of Lord Vishnu, Pada Sparsha Kshamasvami. As every morning we get up and we put our feet on you, Mother Nature, Mother Earth, we ask for forgiveness because whenever we put the feet on anything, in fact, the feet is considered to hold the body and to sustain our body. But if we touch anything with our feet, then we're supposed to ask for forgiveness. It can be knowingly or unknowingly. But we have to walk, and we walk on planet Earth. And COP26 is about this: environment, nature, planet Earth, Mother Earth, the globe. So we pray to Mother Nature that whatever is happening, we are there also to help her in any way we can. And all those conferences that have been conducted since so many years, this year, the COP26, post-COP26, that Healing Our Earth is bringing out to you. So we thank Healing Our Earth and also our pioneer, Mr. Neil Kumar, to have linked all of us together, and let us start up for this wonderful journey of this COP26 at Healing Our Earth. All right. So as we were mentioning, due to several events that's happening, weathering, global warming, and now we have the pandemic and other environmental issues, this is now that we learn the nature made us and we sustain ourselves through Mother Nature. If there's no nature, we won't be alive. We won't be able to survive. So in line with this, we have beautiful topics coming up. We have beautiful panel speakers, guest speakers that who are going to share with us some very interesting and very enriching information and share their experiences because some of them have been on these conferences. And I find here I have my colleague, Dr. Honey Kalaria. She is connected with us, so maybe she'll join us in a few minutes. And well, since it's about the environment, I'd like to share a beautiful song that we composed here in Mauritius, our organization and the school in which I work with. So with the children and everyone, it's about sharing and caring for Mother Earth. And let us just get into the mood of this beautiful topic. And it goes like this. Now is the time to save our earth, wherever we may be, to join our hands, our souls and our hearts, and to work for unity, for the world to be a beautiful place, for the flowers, birds and trees. The future lies with nobody else. It depends on you and me. The time has come to plant more trees, make the air pollution free. Respect all lives, the animals too, and to live in harmony. For the world to be a beautiful place, for the flowers, birds and trees. The future lies with nobody else. It depends on you and me. 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 If the world has been created for us, and Mother Earth sometimes is crying out to us and saying, you know, I am here to help you, but you should help me also so that I can help you. And to realize this, if I die, you will also die. There's another beautiful song, maybe later on we'll come up with that. So I'd like to now welcome our very first guest of this beautiful event at Healing Our Earth. So everyone who's connected with us anywhere in the world, it can be morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, in the night. So get tuned up and let us welcome amongst us Sri Hanuman Das Ji, Ahimsa and the Environment. I'd like to say a global namaste to you, Hanuman Das Ji.
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. You're most welcome. Indeed, we are very honored to have you. And before I leave the floor to you, I'd like to welcome also our co-host, Dr. Honey Kalaria. Global namaste to you, Dr. Honey Ji.
Global namaste to you too, Saivani. That was a beautiful song. I'm really fascinated with the beautiful songs that you write. Where do you get this inspiration from?
Oh, thank you. Just a humble way. We try, but
it's beautiful. Lovely words. And of course, Hanuman Das Ji, he's going to be, of course, joining us right now. So we'll be able to find out a lot more about this wonderful subject, the climate change and the environment, and so many things that are now being talked about in the industry, especially after COP26. So, Saivani Ji, my dear, would you like to take over and perhaps interrogate interrogate our Hanumanji with all the questions?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'd like to say, viewers, thank you, Haniji. And indeed, I'd like to tell our viewers that Hanuman Das ji, and he'll be talking about ahimsa and the environment. And before that, Go Dharmic, that's the organization. It started in 2011, so 2011, by Hemal Randhirwala. He was given the spiritual name Hanuman Das by former Harvard professor Ram Das, who introduced him to his beloved guru and saint named Karoli Baba. Go Dharmic is a volunteer-driven charitable organization founded in London, UK, charity status number 1171619, with a worldwide community of over 3,000 committed members and a social media reach over 500,000. Wow, this is really very, it's a laudable task. And Good Dharmic Welfare Foundation India has volunteers throughout the country who communicate digitally and through the GD app to deliver over 15 social action objectives across multiple UN Sustainable Development Goals, including not limited to disaster relief, food poverty alleviation, development of education facilities, development of toilets in India, and sanitation facilities. And you can also definitely visit the website of Go Dharmic. So it's www.godharmic.com. And we have the very founder with us, Sri Hanuman Das ji. And I'd like to, well, how did all this start up? And we are very keen to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Namaste. And, firstly, just thank you to you for that kind introduction, and to Neil Kumar for pulling us all together, and for keep speaking loudly and importantly for our planet. I really appreciate this opportunity. If it's okay, I'd like to start with also a short prayer.
Definitely. Yes.
It's from the Chandogya Upanishad, and gives me a lot of strength, a lot of energy myself, and maybe for all of the work that we are all doing as well. And it's just a very ancient and sacred energy, much like Hanumanji type energy, that gives us the power and energy to do all the work that we want to do. So it goes, Apyayantu mamangani vak pranas chakshu shrotramato balam indriyani cha sarvani sarvam brahmo panishadam mama brahma nirakuryam mama brahma nirakaro anirakaranamastu anirakaramestu tadatmani nirachyate upanishatsu dharmaste mai santu te mai santu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Beautiful.
And the meaning of that means, may my limbs, speech, prana, eyes, ears, may the power of all of my senses be strong and grow vigorous.
Wow.
All is Brahman of the Upanishads. May I never deny Brahman, and may that Brahman never deny me. May that relationship with the whole universe be one and remain forever. Let all of these virtues of our sacred texts, like the Upanishads, be rooted within us, and may I be rooted within them. Om Shanti Shanti. It's such a ancient and wonderful shloka. I think when we talk about our environment and what we are trying to do in terms of Dharma, when you ask that question of what does Dharma mean, it really means to realign ourselves where we have walked away from our true nature. And when we say go Dharmic, we are not requesting people to believe a certain thing or to step into a certain line. What we are saying is that actually be who you already are, but that we've just actually stepped away from our true nature. And we're following a path of extreme consumption, extreme waste, extreme greed. And our true nature actually wants to bring us more back to a sattvic way of life, or a more sustainable way of life. And that's how GoDharmic has begun to request people to try and join us in campaigning, acting, and taking actions which is practically making a difference to people and our planet for the sake of Dharma, and inspired by Sanatana Dharma in that way. Because if we think about Gita, the message Sri Krishna says, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata, again and again I come for Dharma. So if the Lord Sri Krishna was coming for Dharma, then what are we doing here to not serve Dharma and to make that action happen? So that's the work of GoDharmic practically, is to implement that idea of aligning ourselves with that which is relevant for all living beings, not only for Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains. This is for any human being, for any animal, for every tree, for every plant, and for the earth itself, and the air itself. So Dharma is not only for just brown people or for people from a particular place on the planet. It's for every living being. And so that's the kind of philosophical underpinnings to GoDharmic, if it were.
Absolutely, and this is beautiful because all the mantras, the shlokas, the ragas, the particular pitch and the particular note, they have each a frequency, and these are very profound because they realign and they are in harmony with Mother Nature and the ecosystem. And these are also based on the frequency, the energy, the vibrations, and the reverberations. That's why you see that great sages, great munis, even great scholars, they use those mantras in particular rituals, events, or even at great times. Through the mantras, they would invoke rain, they would bring in rain, they would bring in to cast away famine, or
Right.
even drought, Yeah, those are very and beautiful from the Chandogya Upanishad. I can relate to that. I studied it in the Hinduism, and true, our true nature is already within us. But what happens is like the mirror. There are layers of dust that's covering. So we forget our real nature. We get lost in this temporary world. And then when we realize at some point that we need to clean the mirror so that we can find our true reflection, and that is the Atman, or if we can translate it, our soul.
Right.
Beautiful, Hanumanji. Yes. Good
No,
then.
I
So,
absolutely agree with you. It's all about us coming and realizing who we are, not trying to become anything. I think Chandogya Upanishad also has a very beautiful verse where it says, the whole earth, the moon, the stars, the entire universe, and every living being is hidden within the cave of our hearts.
absolutely.
So, such a beautiful message that it's in our own heart. We don't need to look outside anywhere for the happiness or for a better way, or for we're constantly striving for more, or to achieve more, or to do more. But
Right.
actually, it's already within. And when we start to realize that, then we won't grasp so much for external satisfaction, and maybe just take what we need rather than following the path of greed.
Yes, absolutely. Well, about your organization and the COP26 and Ahimsa and environment, maybe you could share with us your experience. What is it about? And we have read that so many people are involved in this, 3,000 committed members and 500,000 on social media and volunteers. And their objective is to reach out to the disaster relief, food poverty, and etc. It's there on the website. So please tell us more about this. How did it start, and what is your experience of this COP26?
So if I just share a little bit of how we started this, I got inspired by a saint called Neem Karoli Baba through former Harvard professor Ram Das. And there's a wonderful book I always have on my desk. This is a picture of Neem Karoli Baba, and just with a flower, you can see that what kind of message of love that he always carried. And many people came to Maharaji in the 60s and 70s, and they traveled from the West to India and spent time with him. And when people used to ask him, how can I raise my Kundalini? How do I achieve enlightenment? How do I meditate? The question was always a self-centered question. It was always about the self. How can I achieve something? And Maharaji's response was always, love everyone, feed everyone, serve everyone, help people, relieve suffering. Like this, he used to give the response, and people used to think, well, I'm coming to try and achieve something for myself, and you're telling me to go and help people. But actually, the answer is not in ourselves. It's actually to help others. We lose ourselves in the service of others, like Mahatma Gandhi said. In that way, the whole organization has been brought on that unconditional love, service, helping others. Maharaji used to say, love is the strongest medicine. It's more powerful than electricity. So he's this incredible saint who, showed us this way, and I was deeply inspired, pulled towards it, and drawn towards that energy of love. And there is a wonderful doctor who worked actually for the World Health Organization, and his name is Larry Brilliant. And Larry was a doctor who sat with Maharaji in the 60s, and Maharaji told him to go and help cure smallpox. And smallpox is one of the, diseases which has killed more people than all of the world wars put together. And India was the last remaining place in the world of smallpox as well. So, they had a huge vaccination campaigns and efforts to relieve the world of smallpox. And Maharaji said, that removing smallpox of the world was God's grace. So although there was lots of individual effort, it was never about the people. It was always attributed to God's service. And it's like Hanumanji in Ramayana will serve people, and it's never about him. It's only about us doing God's work. So actually, God's work is serving people in the world and making this planet a better place. And when we take this message to COP26, for example, where we were, the representation of these ideas is absolutely minimal. If you think about even the Indian population in the world, which is probably, including the diaspora, around 20% of the world's population, at COP26, the representation of these ideas was less than 1%. There were very few organizations representing the ideas of ahimsa, the ideas of karuna, compassion. How can we be represented equally to actually give the ideas which we consider to be most important? Nobody at COP26 is talking about ahimsa or karuna or vasudeva kutumbakam. Nobody is sharing the ideas of universal love for all beings. And that's where I think we are really missing. We are the most important voice is the voice of Sanatana Dharma. And I felt that the first feedback I would give of post COP26 is that there was very little representation, not enough voice for the voiceless, the animals, not enough voice for the global south, which is underrepresented, the slum villages of West Bengal, people who are affected by climate change in Uttarakhand in the mountains, who have no voice when the cloudburst is happening there, or when cyclones are hitting West Bengal. The voice of the African people absolutely minimized. And when I met with Vanessa Nakate, one of the African activists, youth activists, last year at the Davos, there was a picture of 3 Western young Western girls, and the 4th girl in the picture was Vanessa, and somehow in the media the picture came through cutting Vanessa out and only of the 3 white girls. Can you believe this? And this is not intentional racism. This is in the consciousness of the world. And it is just operating without them thinking, it's already there. So we have to fight against that for representation, firstly. And if there are ideas that we find absolutely critical and important to the survival of not only us, but our planet, we are not talking about just our culture. We're not talking about just a heritage. We are talking about the value of the planet. And so with Go Dharmic, Sanatana Dharma means for all living beings. How can we live together, work together, and improve the conditions for all of us? And the verse that I would like to share, which is a verse, shared by a strong female voice in the Mahabharata, Savitri.
Okay.
And Savitri says this beautiful verse. She says, Adroha sarva bhuteshu karmana manna sagira anugraha cha danam cha satam dharma sanatanaha. And what it means is this: never displaying malice towards any living being through thoughts, actions, words, acts of kindness, and giving in charity. This is the Sanatana Dharma. So when we look at Savitri's definition of Sanatana Dharma, it's never displaying malice. It's never harming another living being. It's being kind. It's being helping others through charity, not allowing suffering, not allowing people. So that is the work of what we've tried to push through Go Dharmic and inspire with all our friends, partners, and try to gather people from all walks of life, whether they consider themselves Hindu or Muslim or Christian or Jewish or Buddhist or atheist, doesn't matter. Love, help others, be kind, increase the value of global family, and then make sure that nobody suffers. So we went with that intention to try and firstly promote the idea of ahimsa, which we consider ahimsa as the highest dharma, non-violence. And then we need to practically apply non-violence through today's world, not just the ancient definition. So maybe ancient times, people cared for some cows in a very delicate way, looked after nature, and they had a different kind of operating system to survive with nature. In today's world, where milk comes from mass farms, where animals are not treated correctly, pumped with antibiotics, I'd like to share a quote from Oxford researcher Joseph Poore. Joseph said, a vegan diet is probably the single biggest way to reduce your impact on the planet, not just greenhouse gases, but global acidification, eutrophication, land use, and water use. Now, whether it's Oxford studies sharing that, now us as the custodians of Dharma, as the promoters of ahimsa, we need to give up our ties to animal products as a form of protest. When Gandhiji was protesting against British rule in India, he informed everybody, go and burn all your Western clothes and only make your own khadi, as an act of protest. We should not consume any single dairy product which is not prepared or consumed by our own self, where mother cow and father are cared for, where the children are not slaughtered. Anything which is bought from a supermarket, which is a dairy product, is the result of slaughter. We are funding that which we stand against as custodians of ahimsa. So I am calling post-COP for personal reflection on the values that we have had for thousands of years and that are most important towards a critical reflection. I think 30% of the damage caused to our environment, carbon emissions, deforestation, suffering of animals, pollution of rivers, 30% is due to animal agriculture. And this was hardly discussed at COP. So another post-26 feedback I would give is, why to serve beef at COP26 on the menu? Why animal products required when we all know what the science says, what Oxford University says, what spiritual tradition says, what most of the world leaders know but do not practice themselves. So these are the major points, is that there's a lot of talk, very little personal responsibility and action being taken, actually. And just one other major feedback I would say is, I think the representation part, as I mentioned earlier, is missing. Global South suffers from climate change already. It's not something like that's happening in the future. Like, maybe in London, they will think that this could affect us in 20 to 30 years. Already cities in India are running out of water, desertification across Africa, places where people are starving and going hungry already, cloudbursts in Uttarakhand, earthquakes and cyclones happening so much more, farmers suffering from problems all the time in the global South. Now, if we just consider all of the Western countries together committed via the Paris Agreement, $100 billion for the global South to mitigate climate change. That 100 billion hasn't been met. So the contribution towards providing the developing nations with the tools and resources to counter climate change has not actually happened. And how do we kind of look our brothers and sisters in the face in the developing South when we ourselves are causing so much harm ourselves? An American citizen today is responsible for 25 carbon tons of emission, compared to 3 tons of an Indian citizen. 25 versus 3. So who has a right to tell any person sitting in the global South anything? Unless we are there serving them, helping them to develop. Today, more people in India have a smartphone than a toilet. Many people don't have access to clean toilet. How can we tell them anything? That your future needs to change. You're not allowed to burn coal. You're not allowed to do this. When West has been doing it for 200 years. So this is the major points which I would like to stress on. The fact that, we must be louder. We must have clear demands, and youth are fantastic. I was so happy to see so many young people at COP26. They're not attached to my generation and the generation of my parents' generation, which has created 70 to 80% of the damage of the planet. Young people know they are turning vegan. They're giving up bad transportation. They are volunteering. They're attending COP26 and walking and marching and protesting against this thing. So I really feel that young people will be much more naturally inclined towards dharmic action than maybe many people who are older, but too hooked to the joys of life and the luxuries of life and the kind of material way of living. Young people will be able to give it up much quicker. So
I think that's a really great point, Hanumanji. Yeah, that's a very good point. Hi, hello, everyone. You were having such a fantastic discussion that I thought I must join in there.
Please,
That's really great.
Otherwise, I won't speak for hours.
I think that was a really great point when you mentioned about the young people, because the future is our new, new generation will be our future. So if they can take a little bit more of an active role and be a bit more proactive in these areas. But, I felt that also you spoke about, having good values. He talked about bringing in spiritual values too, in the way we, look after our world. But how about, everyday habits, because we find that, people throw rubbish on the floor, they waste plastic, let's say, just they may drive down to the local store when they could walk if they can, rather than, there are so many little things we can all do which could have such an impact on the climate. Is that not, what do you think about that? About making every single one, making those tiny changes. Let's say we don't do anything except just make those little tiny habit changes.
Absolutely. Well, look, I think, each act of kindness will then result in the bigger act. And, I use the example of japa, that, every time somebody's chanting their beads, Ram, 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 the single word is there. But as we continuously do it, we keep chanting Ram, and then Ram chants through us. as we keep going. So I think if we look at food waste, I won't take a lot of time here, but I just want to talk about food waste. If food waste was a country, in terms of global emissions, it would be the third biggest country on the planet. That's how much food we waste as a people. In Glasgow, where COP26 was, we have a food distribution twice a week in Glasgow, where we distribute food for poor people. 36% of children in Glasgow are in child poverty. They not get good food to eat. They cannot engage properly with society. But 46% of food in Glasgow is thrown in the bin.
So how can that be done? What can we do? Like, for example, if there are people wasting food here and there's food that's required there, what is the actual solutions that we could come up with? Because there's a lot of discussion, as we know, that goes on, especially with places like COP26. There's lots of discussions, but the impact, what are the solutions? Can people come back and say, look, these are the 3 solutions that we can come with. Can we do this, this, and this? Could that be any ideas?
Yeah, so Go Dharmic has redistributed and served over 5 million meals over the last 2 years. We have food distributions in many major cities. I would love to have in Hong Kong and Mauritius as well, Go Dharmic food distributions, where we feed the poor, serve people all the time. So anybody can come and volunteer and serve that food and make sure it doesn't happen. They can collect from food partners to redistribute food waste. We collect from hundreds of supermarkets. Young people, old people, doesn't matter any age, people can come and give their time to helping feeding people. And we are establishing these food distributions in many, many countries, many places. They can download the Go Dharmic app, and then they can actually say, hey, I want to do something. Second thing, they cannot buy this stuff. Don't take the plastic bags. If it's an option, bring your own bag, jute bags. My grandmother used to carry a jute bag everywhere. Now we need to learn these things. So
this is good, Hanumanji. This is good, because you know what you're just mentioning, which is really important for our viewers to also understand, that we can all make a difference. We don't have to wait for people to come and give us policies, and we don't have to wait for people to say, well, this is how we can change the world. We can all come and get involved in this. As you mentioned, we need to do this on a collective effort point of view. And also, you know, there are so many really, really tough things happening, like, you know, the glaciers are melting and all sorts of things. The people talk about the ozone layer being affected and all sorts of very much larger things that are happening out there. But we always say that a real big change takes place with little steps. So that if every single person starts taking those little steps, collectively, we can make a huge difference. And even on one day, if everybody says, okay, nobody's going to drive for that one day, can you imagine? I remember during COVID-19, when we had the lockdown, all the air felt so fresh. As soon as you'd go outside, there was no cars, no nothing. And I could just smell, when I used to do my pranayama, I used to think, my God, the air feels so fresh. So so it's, you know, little things like that. You could have a no car day or something, no driving cars day, rather than, you know, all these other days that we have every single day of the year, right? Oh dear. Well, I just want to say, I mean, definitely, Saivani, that was really interesting, wasn't it? And I love the values point. You must love that as well, right? Because you're really into developing the right values in children, because if they have the right attitude, when they grow up, it becomes part of their character.
Absolutely. And since a very young age here in Mauritius, we have the holistic and integrated education for our kids, that since very young age, they learn a little bit about kitchen garden. You know, we don't, when they will, let's say they peel potatoes or they help in the kitchen, let's say little stuff. So they don't throw it in the bin. They will use it in composting, for example. And we also had the Ministry of Environment in Mauritius. They distributed, so together we worked with the ministry, and with their help, they distributed the compost bins to each family, so that they encourage the kitchen garden and the composting that can help in the garden, and with lots of beautiful stuff. And as you were mentioning, during the COVID, lots of things were happening and everything went fresh. So people started planting in their own homes. They had beautiful little, you know,
organic seeds, organic foods, organic vegetables. I've even had, you know, when you have spare bread, I'm going to feed it to the squirrels, and the squirrels have become they become so fussy. They're like the chapati more than the bread. They eat all the chapati with the butter first, you know, with the ghee. So meaning that you don't even have to go out there. You can even feed little birds and, you know, squirrels and whatever you want to, you know, so there is positive things you can do with all of this. No, thank you so much, Hanuman Das ji. You were absolutely amazing. We wish you the best of luck with Go Dharmic, because I think you guys are doing an amazing job. Your whole team, really fantastic, good attitude, and really wonderful energy, you know, that you're spreading across the world, the light that you're spreading across the world with all the work that you're doing. So we are very proud of you. Thank you very much for joining us here today. And oh yes, I used to also, by the way, Saivani, I also used to perform for Go Dharmic, because they used to do fundraising cultural events. So I remember being part of that group and supporting them as well many years ago with all my little students as well. We used to go and support them because they're doing amazing work. So we're now moving on to our next guest, aren't we, Saivani?
Yes, absolutely. Well, before that, I think we have to let our viewers know a bit more about Dr. Hani Kalaria. So let me just say a few beautiful words about you. Dr. Hani Kalaria is a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. Haniji has been a spiritual seeker and a meditator since she was a teenager, and regularly practices Samarpan meditation, which is part of Dhyana Yoga taught by the Himalayan yogi Sri Shiv Kripanand Swami. She has enjoyed studying many spiritual disciplines and yogic sciences, ranging from Raja Yoga taught by the Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living by Sri Ravi Shankar, Vipassana by Goenka, Isha Kriya by Sadhguru, Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan, Vedantic spiritual practices as taught by Chinmaya Mission, as well as other Western practices such as mindfulness and transcendental meditation. She believes it is important to self-reflect, contemplate, and grow spiritually to become a better human being.
Thank you so much. What a lovely, lovely introduction there. Even I didn't realize what a spiritual journey I've had. Thank you so much.
You deserve
and
it,
Saivani, you know, before we say thank you to you and we're moving on to, of course, our wonderful guests, Shailen and Lisa as well, I just thought that maybe I should just say a little bit about yourself as well, because I know that you've been absolutely amazing, Saivani, as well. Thank you for hosting and being part of our Healing Our Earth team. And just wanted to let the audience members know that Saivani is a child psychologist, and she uses music therapy as a method of counseling. And she's also the founding director of a EHV STAR Academy, where EHV stands for Education in Human Values, and STAR means a student training in attitude and responsibility. Now, Saivani is the founder as well as lead singer of the Swaragini Spiritual Orchestra, promoting values, culture, tradition, and of course, aspiration through music. And having a spiritual background as well as a professional experiences, Saivani has really been inspired a lot by her mother, who is an amazing lady whose name is Gayatri Devi, of course. And she emphasizes, and this is the value she passes on to her children, she emphasizes helping others in need, especially family, children who are physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually, help to enhance them in all these different areas. And finally, she was awarded the Woman of the Year in Mauritius, one of the top 100 women of Mauritius, which I believe is really, really well deserved. So well done, dear Saivani. And I just wanted to give you also best of luck for all the work that you're doing too. Thank you for being our little member here as well, our family member.
Thank you so much, Haniji. This is a long journey, mine too. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, and keep up the great work, my dear. And we look forward to seeing more of you. And we're just moving on to Shayla next, actually, Shaylan Mittal, and he's actually going to be talking to us. He's all the way from the UK, which is, of course, in our country here. And he's going to be talking a little bit about getting the youth in the schools ready for climate change. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the wonderful Shaylan. Shaylan Mittal is a senior manager in a British food business. That's what he runs. He volunteers his time as an art of living teacher and a board member for UK chapter of non-profit called International Association for Human Values, which is fantastic. Currently based in London, his hometown is New Delhi, and he has lived in Brazil as well. He speaks Portuguese and German besides English and Hindi. Wow. We've got a multi-talented Shaylan here. And when the emotion gets intense, he expresses it by writing poetry using Urdu words. He must be a real romantic person at heart, I think. And Shaylan is passionate about the causes of peace building, education, and climate change. And he was privileged to represent IAHV, Climate Action Now, UK, to save our planet and various different organizations. He believes that meditation, kindness, and ethics should be part of a daily practice for all. So welcome to you, Shailen.
Thank you, honey. Thank you so much.
Global,
For the wonderful words and the introduction. Thank you so much.
Very well. And I know we're also, joined by Lisa Toth, who I believe also is a founding member of the Saving Our Planet, wonderful charity. I used to always support the charity for many years. Now, Lisa Toth is a founding member and board member and vice president of Saving Our Planet. You must go and find out. These guys are doing amazing work. As such, she volunteers her time to bring climate education to schools as well as adult audiences. At this critical juncture in history, it is important that concepts of global warming, carbon budget, tipping points, and climate degradation are understood by everyone so that we can take personal informed responsibility and encourage governments to take appropriate decisions immediately. That's what she definitely believes, and we all believe too. And as a civilization, we have run out of time to ignore this problem, she believes, and that imminently threatens a human-caused sixth wave of extinction. Ooh, that is tough stuff. This is getting into real heavy things. So Shaylan, first of all, yourself, you are really involved in human values, but you're also very interested in climate change too. Can you tell us a little bit about what are your thoughts on this? Because COP26 just took place and is taking place right now.
Yeah, I was quite privileged to be in Glasgow and representing Saving Our Planet actually, and IHV. I was joined by my friend and co-volunteer Pawan, as well as Stefan, who will join us now in a few minutes. I think, and it was a last minute opportunity actually for me. It wasn't on the cards. And when it came up, I said, okay, I'm jumping in. I will take the seat that was going vacant. What we have here is this, everybody's talking about the problem and disaster or catastrophe and all of that. But I would like to focus on what we can do and what are the solutions that are available, and something which is simple and to hand that probably all of us, can raise awareness about. And that is why I'm joined by Lisa in this interactive session. Lisa's introduction, I would like to add to that. She's also the founder of the IHV's project called Climate Action Now. And it's her mom who wrote this book called Let's Save Our Planet. Yeah.
Wow, that looks fantastic. And where is that available from? Where can we get that from?
We'll talk about it. It's available on Amazon, as well as we offer it as a package to schools. And this is a graphic novel, which is perfect piece of climate change education for years 3 to 7. We will go a little bit into the detail of its languages and how it's available and all of that. But I think we are very lucky Lisa's here because she was the force behind this book.
Yes.
And
Sorry, Lisa, as whilst you're here, because I know Shailen will take over and introduce, of course, Stefan very shortly too. But I just wanted to say that Saving Our Planet is doing amazing work. You know, you have done, and you're one of the founding members as well, for doing such great work. I wanted to first of all congratulate you, because you know, all the different aspects of what the charity does is just really amazing. Truly, we need organizations like yourself to really make a difference. So
Thank
can you tell us?
Thank you.
Yeah, what inspired you, Lisa, to set up this Saving Our Planet? I mean, it's...
Well, you know, climate change was not something that I jumped into with 2 feet. I had my career in Silicon Valley. I had a job that was multinational. I was with a big multinational company of several, where I was vice president of intellectual property. And I flew all around the world, often on business. I knew vaguely that it was not right to fly so much. So I would try to minimize my footprint by making my trips last for a month and just doing everything in one trip so that I'd use less airplane. But still, I had the culture, the American and Californian culture, very deeply embedded in me. And I really didn't want to think about climate. I really didn't want to. And my mom just kept bugging me every once in a while. You know how moms bug you, even when you're grown up, your moms bug you. And she kept bugging me. And finally, she said, well, I want you to see this film. It's called The Age of Stupid. And I thought, oh gosh, you know, whatever. Yes. But of course, I didn't order. It comes in the mail. This is back in the days of DVD or whatever. It comes in the mail. I think, okay, she's mailed it to me. She lives in France. She's mailed it to me from France. The least I can do is watch this film. And I did. And that was, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And it changed my life, because what it was a projection forward to a time when we're looking back and this place is no longer habitable. And they called us the Age of Stupid because we have the information, but we're ignoring it. And so, you know, I realized, okay, I did some reading, some research, some learning, reading. And so I came to understand that, you know, the situation was something I could not ignore any longer, as much as I wanted to. So my career eventually took me to the United Kingdom, where I wanted to move to. And I found, actually, before I moved to the UK, I found Art of Living. I had a very stressful job. Art of Living is, if you don't know, meditation organization.
Yes,
where I met Shailen and others. Yes. And that was very, very helpful. I tried to get Art of Living interested in climate, but it was an uphill battle at the beginning. 15, 20 years ago, I tried to get them to include climate change as part of the 5-year, you know, international meeting. But I kept plugging away, and eventually, one day I had the good fortune to meet Sri Ravi Shankar in Germany. And, you know, you all get to present a question to him. So I presented my question. I said, Sri, I am the happiest person on the planet. I've got a good job. At the time I was still working, I'd paid a lot. I have a lovely husband. I have a fantastic life. I meditate, I do everything right. I have no concerns in the world, except a little nagging worry about the climate, which, you know, because that's really quite serious. But, you know, if I can't do anything about it, maybe just Om and meditation and continue, and that's enough. And he said, actually, Lisa, you know, activity is the best choice. Activism is the best choice. And so I brought him my mother's book, which Shailen showed you. And he looked at every page and he said, this is fantastic. We need to do something for this book, that book there. At the time, it was in black and white. IAHV helped fund the coloring of it. But yeah, that's pretty much how it happened. And that was 5 to 6 years ago that I started working with IAHV.
Wow. Yeah. Beautiful. What a lovely, inspiring story. And look at this. One person can make a huge change by just, first of all, deciding that this is what I want to do. I want to go and help and have this purpose. So congratulations. You know, what I will do, of course, Shailen, I know that you had something to talk about. You've got a bit of a presentation and a bit of a discussion. Perhaps I can bring Stefan on board. Would you like to introduce him, or would you like me to introduce?
Yeah, just for a few more minutes, I have a couple of questions for Lisa, if that's okay. We all know that there are these natural disasters. Everybody's been speaking about it. It's all over the media. Actually, media makes it look like doom and gloom. There is trouble ahead, but there are solutions. And I think it's with courage and with solidarity that we can solve these. But these are, we know we're going in the wrong direction, right? And so many people are not aware or not involved. So can you tell us why does it matter and how to tackle the problem?
Okay, well, the most important thing, Shaylin, is this concept of a carbon budget. So basically what the greenhouse gases do is they keep us warm and toasty, and it's good to have greenhouse gases or it'd be too cold to live on the planet. But too much of a good thing is not good. And by our nature of living, by our burning of fossil fuels, if you get nothing else, the burning of fossil fuels, coal, petrol, gas, is warming up the planet. The CO2 and other gases, they go and make like a blanket, and they don't go away really quickly. The only one that goes away a little bit quickly is methane. And if you stop eating meat, anyone who still does, that can have a relatively quick effect on protection because the methane does go away faster. But every time you take an airplane, every time you get in the car, you're adding to this layer of warming. So we've got to stop burning fossil fuels. And there are solutions, there are ways, but we have to do them.
And there is so much ignorance as well as misinformation. Can you tell us how the book separates the real from the fluff?
Yes. The book is a story about Maddie, an imaginary butterfly. She's extinct, and her ghost comes to help two children understand why is climate change important? What is it? What causes it? Why is it important? And how can we address it? And what the book does is it gives facts in a friendly way, a way that children can appreciate, and so can adults. It's written like a comic book, as you saw, and it tells the story. Maddie first shows, okay, this is why it's important. Look at all these places in the world where there's these extreme climate events. We're going to have more of this if we don't address it. So we really have to address it. And then she teaches us about the different things we can do from a personal responsibility point of view, and then also from the point of a bigger, more global point of view, what we have to do with our energy. So it's very factual, but friendly factual. And it's got a lot of information for children and adults. She wrote it with an 8-year-old in mind, but actually, I think it goes from 8 to 80.
Yes, thank you. And what are the science-based solutions it touches base upon?
So the science-based solutions are based on what's called carbon budgets. So for every bit of carbon that we put up there, and we all put up carbon, we get in the car, we get in a plane, we're putting up carbon. For every little bit that we put up there, the earth warms. It's pretty, hand in hand. So there are actually solutions, technical solutions that don't burn carbon. We could, if we electrified everything and didn't use gas, coal, or oil to provide the electricity, we would actually be much better off. So that all sounds wonderful. Can't do it all with windmills and solar panels, unfortunately. So we have to get our arms around doing some things that at a gut level don't feel right, but actually scientifically are safe and will allow us to continue to live the kind of lives we've been living pretty much. Maybe not so much airplane travel because we haven't solved that one yet.
Yeah, and I think we'll cover a little bit later on how to get the books. I'll bring up a slide on screen. What is the experience from the schools so far? Have you had any feedback?
We have. We had a physics teacher write to me just a couple of weeks ago. And this physics teacher thanked me for introducing this book to one of his students. And he has since bought this book for the whole class because it teaches physics, it teaches geography, it teaches climate, it teaches fossil fuels and what are the alternatives to fossil fuels. And it teaches them in a very friendly and fact-based manner. And so, yes, he's been, so from a science point of view, it's a good book. Now, also the other approach.
Sorry to jump in. It also teaches foreign languages because the book is available in Italian, German, French, and English.
Exactly. My mom lives in France. She's bilingual, French, English, and she wrote the book. She didn't translate it. She wrote it in French and in English because the illustrator is French. After that, I have two friends, one Italian friend and one German friend who volunteered. They just did it. They just translated the whole book in those two languages. So now we have in those 4 languages, and it can be used. One is a science book like the physics teacher from this local private school said, or it can be used as a language teaching book. And we got an inquiry. The reason it's in German is we got an inquiry from a region in Italy called the South Tyrol that used to belong to Austria. And there's two groups of people who live there. There's Italian speaking and German speaking, and they don't always get along very well. And so the school has asked for copies of the book so that they can teach a trilingual Italian, German, English course with those three books and bring together those two different language speaking parts of the community in doing so. So it can be used as a language tool, French, English, German, Italian, or it can be used as a science tool. So in fact, it's really a multidisciplinary book.
Yeah, thank you. It's amazing. I'll cover a little bit more on the book. I'd like to bring in Stefan. Honey, do you want to welcome him?
Absolutely. Oh, hello and welcome. A global namaste to you, dear Stefan.
Thank you, too.
I just thought I'll do a quick little introduction just to let people know who our dear Stefan Severis, I hope I've said that right, and Severis. Yes. From Francis. Yeah, now Stefan is a research engineer and since 2016 an independent science advisor for the industry, research institutions and government. Stefan became involved in climate change information when he joined the NGO SLC, which is Sauvons le Climate, which is savetheclimate.org, which we've just been talking about, with a focus on climate science and global warming mitigation. Wow, you have been doing very interesting work, Stefan. Very interesting. Actually, we need people like you right now, right? We really do. So perhaps, I think Shailen has a couple of questions that he would like to ask you. So I'm going to let Shailen carry on and maybe I have a question for you as well at the end.
Sure, thank you. And Stefan and I actually happened to spend some time together in Glasgow. I was very fortunate. And I saw him, he's so dedicated and so knowledgeable. It was fun, yeah? Stefan, how much of your waking time do you dedicate to saving our planet or to the cause of climate change?
Well, actually, COP21 2015 in Paris had this kind of a revelation, which is that I should spend 100% of my time on trying to find climate solutions, because climate change is the most challenging issue that our civilization is facing in the 21st century. And really, and this is why I have illustrated the two major concepts behind me. So this one is the carbon budget, and the other one is carbon neutrality. And these are two common goods. One, so the carbon budget is given by nature. Basically, it says we have 3,000 billion tons of CO2 to emit before climate change becomes really catastrophic. It's becoming bad now, but it could become worse. And we really must not cross this threshold of 3,000 billion tons of CO2 emitted since the beginning of history. So that's the first big chunk of knowledge coming out of IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And this is what scientists give us. So that's the first limit, which is 3,000 million tons. And so this is a common good that is given by nature. And the common good that we can create is carbon neutrality, which is if everybody works together, we can reach carbon neutrality, which is stop making the problem worse, but before 2050, and if possible, before 2040. So those two graphics are excerpts from the IPCC SR15 report, which is the IPCC report published in October 2018. And I think these are the two most important things to understand about climate change. So when we co-founded Lisa and Hans and Julie and Bob and Charles, Saving Our Planet, we said, okay, the most important thing that we need to do is to explain climate science to the people so that they can understand and make this fight their own. That's the first thing. And the second thing was, what about climate solutions? Because knowledge is a good thing, but then you need to go into action. What is climate action? What should we tell people? And so I decided in 2015 to spend 100% of my time trying to explain climate science and also give advice on climate solutions.
That's incredible. Incredible. 100% is the answer. That's 10 on 10. So I know you spoke about action as well as education, right? So we played this game called Climate Fresque. We were together in that in Glasgow. I thoroughly enjoyed it. That was one of my biggest, it blew my mind. It's just for the sake of audience, IPCC's 42 actions for the world have been translated into playing cards by this company, this organization in France called Climate Fresque. And they've gamified the whole knowledge that people at homes or in offices or friends can just play and learn. What you will learn in maybe years, you can learn in just 1 or 2 hours by engaging in that in the cards. So what was your biggest takeout, Stefan, from the Glasgow conference, or maybe 1 or 2, whatever?
Well, definitely being part of the Climate Fresque team and engaging with almost 200 people who came to really for the first time show the Climate Fresque every day, several times per day at the workshop, and also in 2-3 spots in the blue zone was really a highlight. And meeting Cedric again, I've known Cedric for about 10 years. We met through a group called Central Energy, and in Paris. And so it's fantastic what Cedric and his team have done, which is first the game, but moreover building this very well organized team now, which is going international, and I think they did the right thing at COP26 to reach the first goal, which is climate education, how to educate people about climate change. So I think they really tackled the challenge of direct education, which is really going to the people and trying to explain to them in half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours a day, everything that needs to be known about climate change. So that's with Saving Our Planet, we had a different strategy, which is how to teach the teachers. That was the first idea about climate education in Saving Our Planet. So there was the climate cinema, then the climate school, which is teaching the teachers or the coaches and really training climate coaches, people who would represent the climate science, climate action, and climate solutions to other people, young people, even children. So I think addressing those 3 different kinds of population, which is the general public, the youth, and the children, is really key to framing this conversation about climate that we need to have, because we need to have everyone in the same boat to tackle the challenge, because it's so huge. And the last part is, okay, what about climate solutions? So the Climate Fresque doesn't address that part. We did the 2-ton workshop, which is an attempt at addressing that part, but needs to be perfected, I think. And what we did at Saving Our Planet was first research climate solutions, and second, sort out what the priorities should be. We were asked to make several shortlists, a 4-item shortlist, a 12-item shortlist. So we have published that in our point of views, the previous COPs, and they are still available and still valid because it comes from climate science, and that is not going to change anytime soon. And so we did that, our homework, which is, okay, what are the top priorities in terms of climate solution and climate action?
That's interesting. And I'm with you on teaching the teachers and as well as empowering the youth, because then they become change agents. The word spreads faster. Each of them, they're influencers. And children also influence the parents at home. So yeah, with you on that. Tell me something. What was disappointing for you as an outcome of COP26? And do you think it was a success because so many people just come out and ridicule? And this is subjective, but what was it disappointing for you?
What is disappointing is that these 2 points, and especially the carbon neutrality, are not yet correctly understood by everyone at the COP and by everyone in general, despite the fact that this has been published already 3 years ago. And these are the two key points. You must not cross the 3,000 billion ton threshold, and carbon neutrality is better in 2040 than 2050. So when I heard countries which said, okay, we're gonna exit coal in 2060 or 2070, okay, they're on the right track, but they're still lagging behind. So this was at the same time, it's the half empty, half full glass story. There was the good news was that everybody, all the countries, commit to stop coal and go carbon neutral at some point. But some of them have targets which are way too late for the climate, because because the later they go to carbon neutrality, the higher will be the carbon budget, and way beyond 3,000 tons if we wait after 2050. So the challenge for the COP27 is to get everybody on the right track, which is earlier carbon neutrality and earlier exit from coal power generation.
Well said, well said. And countries like India, China, and Australia have a lot to do on that, even the US, the big contributors. We all have to do this together, yes. And Stefan, tell me, what is your focus for 2022, for next year, for fighting global warming? What is the one thing that is on your list which you think you can really drive, or your organization?
Well, I think one strong idea is really this one, which is convincing people that carbon neutrality should happen earlier than 2050, and if possible by 2040. So some countries have very earlier date, like 2045, and that's the right direction, because it enhances our chances not to cross the carbon budget. I think that's the main point. The second point is about coal power. Coal power is really the main problem, and maybe I can share a picture, or I'll send it later. I'll share it in the conversation. It really shows that coal power is 10 billion tons CO2 per year. So it's about 1/4 of the global emissions, right? So it means as long as we keep coal power generation, we won't be able to tackle the challenge.
Yeah. And what is your message to the youth before we go? I'll then switch to my slides.
Yes. So, the really two things that make me hopeful about the youth is that they get it very fast. They get those 2 points very fast, faster than most adults, right? In fact, so I think that the youth can be the coaches that children need for climate education and climate action. And then the second thing is that they have also an impact on their parents, on their adult friends, and even on their teachers. So I think that if we empower the youth with this role that they are willing to take, nobody told them to do Fridays for the Future or anything. They did that on their own, right? So I think that the youth, as soon as they understand that these are the two key points about climate change, they will get the message across, and we will gain some time, because we don't have time to waste.
Yeah, amazing. Actually, you've given me a flip in my thinking process, that they can be the teachers. Wow, powerful.
Definitely, that's not my idea. This has been demonstrated in Tunisia by a First Skills Club, which is a group of very smart people led by the two mentors, Rabeh Hamouda and Faten Kalfala. And they show every day that when you have young coaches teach younger children, they learn twice faster than if only adults teach them.
Yeah. Wow. Maybe the adults will also learn.
Stefan, I had a question for you as well before we let Shaylin perhaps take over a presentation. I believe he's got a presentation for us. And my question to you is this, because people say when you talk to people who are anti-climate, they don't believe in this climate change. And of course, you have all types of people with their own individual opinions. But they say that, the planet is meant to have these cycles anyway. So they will probably, try to slip away from the responsibility of looking after the planet collectively, and they'll just say, well, this is something that it happens all the time. If you look in the past, if you look in history, you will see there's always these kinds of cycles that take place where the whole Earth becomes warmer, and then it goes back into cold and then warm again. Is that true, or are we actually accelerating that process? This is for people out there who may have these kinds of questions.
Yes, actually, climate scientists are studying previous episodes of global warming, and there is one main difference, or maybe two main differences between the current episode and the former ones. First, the former ones start from a cold point, and we're not at a cold point where the Earth is already warm, and it's getting much warmer. So that's the first problem. Okay, if we were starting from the ice age, of course it would be good to have +5 degrees. Everybody would want that, right? But we already had that 10,000 years ago. So we don't want to have another one because then it's too hot. Okay, so the first thing is, okay, it's too hot. And the second thing is that this time around, when in the previous global warming, CO2 was only an amplifier, which is an external cause created the climate to warm up and then emitted CO2, which amplified the global warming. This time around, it's CO2 the cause because there are no natural causes that can explain how the speed and the amplification of global warming that you are seeing. So we are really responsible for this one. So it's for us to solve. Nature
so, right. So all these corporations who are out there who feel that it's okay to make lots of profits and not worry about climate for short-term profit point of view, maybe this is a very important point for them to take back, that we're all actually very responsible. And if we don't do anything now, in 50 years time, 100 years time, we're going to have a lot of problems, you know, huge challenges for the planet. Stefan, thank you so much. I know all the way from France, of course. We're so proud to have all our wonderful multicultural, diverse experts coming along from all around the world. And also, Lisa, I just wanted to say the great work that you're doing, the Saving Our Planet. You know, perhaps I'm part of a Rotary Club as well. And we're always looking for organizations to volunteer, to send our volunteers to. Perhaps we can have a discussion and maybe send some volunteers to do some work with the climate change if you need anybody there. So Sefa, thank you very much. A global namaste to you. Thanks for joining us here today, Healing Our Earth. And Shailen, you had a little presentation for us before we move on to our next guest. Yes, all yours, the whole presentation.
Hopefully it will come up on screen. So please tell me if you
see it. We see it right here. Thank you.
Brilliant. I basically wanted to share visually some of my experience of being at the conference. And what you see here, the picture on the right is me and my friend Pawan. I think Pawan might be with us as a participant here. As soon as we arrived at the Glasgow train station, we were welcomed by this. Thank you for traveling by train. So that's a message in itself. Use more of public transport, fly less, and travel only if it's necessary. And then I'll come straight to the core of the topic for our sharing today, getting youth in the schools ready for climate change. And one of the things I was struck with at the conference, you see this wall with letters, with these pictures. There were 10,000 letters that children from about 100 countries wrote to the organizers of COP26. Right? And I will bring up a couple of them. I read each one of them. I took pictures of about 20 to 30 of them, but I'm going to bring up only 2 of them. There was a unanimous call from this generation, who are our daughters and sons. I've got a 12-year-old daughter. I think she's also with us in this conference. She's an activist. She has a YouTube channel called Discover with Divi. This message is a couple of them. It reads like this. This one, the one on the left, was sent by Walter from Colombia. Dear Principal, we need your help for include in the curriculum climate change for all students in classes. Pardon the grammar, but there's the message. Then the one on the right is a 13-year-old from Afghanistan who's written the letter. At the top, it says, to the whole world. Climate change is an important education that has to be told in schools. Yeah, I think these are super powerful messages that should not be missed out. And what the youth is doing today is having to go out and miss schools on Fridays. And why should they have to sacrifice their education or their school just for us to listen to what they're saying? I think it's a shame for those grown-ups who are making the wrong decisions or those who have their ears and eyes shut about what's happening in the real world. So there's a message very loud and clear. And the book that we spoke about, Pawan and Ritu and me, we went around on the days of the COP26 conference in the mornings to visit schools and give them complimentary copies of it. They were very well received. So this is and we are now in the process of getting feedback from them. The book is ideal for years 3 to 7. And I think Lisa's already touched base upon how it is a fun resource. It's storytelling by an extinct butterfly that comes back to life by magic. Yeah. So this with that book, actually, I would like to make an appeal to all the school parents and any educators who are listening to this, that please join hands. Please, let's take this book, because the children are waiting for this. They are asking for this, not just waiting. Then we are organizing a green quiz. We organized a couple of them in September, actually. They one for youth and one for the grown-ups. And we will do this again on 22nd of January. It's a Saturday in the evening, 5 p.m. for the youth, for children, and 6 p.m. for the grown-ups. So come and test your knowledge. It's fun stuff out there. We touch practical stuff about home appliances, about which country is doing more or less. And it's all very interesting to see. You can really raise your own awareness. Registrations will be announced on the organizations of IHV, Art of Living, and LEAP, which is a organization based of Lancashire. Finally, this is the campaign that Pawan and I, you see on the picture on the top right, Pawan is there. We were delegates together in the conference. On the way to Glasgow in our journey, we spun out this campaign to hit the goal of 1 million trees. So this is IHV Climate Action Now, and it is the most cost-efficient reforestation initiative. It not only removes carbon, it provides employment to local villagers, it protects and fosters biodiversity, and these trees are planted in tropical countries in accredited reforestation sites, and Saving Our Planet and NOCO2 are part of this, are in this together, in this partnership. So this is an appeal for both individuals as well as businesses to join the initiative, and let's restore our forests. And the message is eat plants, plant trees. Yeah. So two of the things we can really do to do a bit. Quick picture gallery. The one on the top left, and these are from Glasgow, the conference. We can do this if we act now, and now is highlighted. So this is also an invitation to volunteer. Join us, join IHV, and let's do this together. We need to do it. Couple of graphics. There were also these walls of cartoons. The one on the left shows 2 dinosaurs, and the elder one is teaching the younger one, saying, if you cover your eyes, you can make it go away. There's a meteor which is coming to destroy them, and this is sadly the state of things. The one on the right, people covered in whatever bio heat protecting this thing. It says, finally, good news. The newspaper says, new ways to adapt to a burning planet. And the other one says, I hope you finish reading the paper before it burns up. So the message here is that this is an emergency. It's urgent for us to act, and we should not delay what needs to be done. It's few pictures from the tree planting reforestation. You can see from the top left, propagules are being collected. And on the right, the forest that has recently been planted, all those propagules on the ground. Local villagers who are helping with the plantation, and on the left, it's nurseries. So deciduous trees are also planted dry. So they first go into the nursery, then they're replanted. And then those of us who missed the COP26 or could not physically be there or busy doing other things, very important resource I want to share with everybody is the COP26 YouTube channel. There, all the events that happened over there, the talks, full of knowledge, full of insights, full of science and research and all of that. You can go and catch up on all of them. And there are some other resources. There's a song I wanted to play, but I think this song is actually also part of the book. but I'm told that we should skip it for now. It maybe we'll circulate it in the chat so people can watch them. And the concluding message, look at the picture on the right. Children, students, the youth who are protesting around the world, we will go to school if you keep the climate cool. I really love that message. No explanations are required out there. It's a message from the youth to us grown-ups. And even Obama called out for the young people at the conference to stay angry in climate fight. I think anguish is a very potent tool, and it is a very potent change maker. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, but welcome if anybody has questions. Lisa is also here. Stefan is also here. Pawan, I can see him. There he is. Pawan.
Yes, Pawan, congratulations. Both of you are doing an amazing work. Shailen, thank you very much for a really great presentation. It was very inspiring, and I loved seeing all the photographs and the animation. I think that was a really good, it's a good choice because it connects with the younger people as well as the older people. So it connects with everyone. And Pavan as well, with the 1 million trees, I feel like coming and joining you guys and start planting trees because I really believe in, I really believe, I do not like deforestation at all. It's something that hurts. And, it's very painful to see the earth, Mother Earth just being destroyed bit by bit. But yes, so that's something, a very good positive work that you're doing. Congratulations, Lisa and Stefan as well. And Sevani, did you have any questions with our wonderful team before we move on to our few other guests?
It was very interesting, and really to get the youth to be part of this and to get them engaged, that itself is a great, laudable initiative. And definitely the work that Shailen, along with Stefan, along with Lisa, and we have Pavan as well, it's just blowing my mind away that maybe we should collaborate and help, because as you mentioned, Haniji, little actions can help in the bigger picture. So we can't think of doing a great task because thinking of it only will already demotivate us. But little steps, when we eat something in the car, not to throw it by the window, for example, for little children, since I work a lot with them. And yeah, that was wonderful. And I'd like to say a few words to Stéphane as well, que c'était très intéressant. Bonsoir. Et c'était vraiment enrichissant pour tout le monde. I'm just saying in French that this is very interesting and very enriching. N'est-ce pas, Stéphane?
Wow, and we are very impressed. Oh my God, we got Tulu. I love French. The language is so sexy. It's a love language. Yes, I really love it. I go, bonjour, 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 honey. That's what I know. but coming back to this one wonderful thing, just to finish off with, you spoke about the schools and the education sector. Perhaps, together we could work on a program where every student per year just plants one tree. So every student around the world, so every school, because it's not too much, it's just one tree per student that they go every single year just to plant. And I think that would be beautiful, because in the next 10 years, we could have lots of wonderful trees all around the world, because there are many schools around the world. I'm talking about every single country. So if all the heads of the countries come on board, so maybe Shailan, that could be your next one. Don't worry about the million. Let's go for the 7 billion. Sorry, I'm just saying one at a time, but moving in that direction.
Why not? I think I would accept the invitation to work together, both Hani and Sevani. Let's connect soon and then discuss, because working together is the way forward. Otherwise, yeah, it's beyond us.
Let's do something, and keep up the great work with the Art of Living, Shailen. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, and enjoy and have a wonderful day. Again, Lisa, Stefan, Pavan, keep up the good work. We're looking forward to, Healing Our Earth is a platform for all the people out there to come together, unite, and do even more better work, to make this world a better place. So keep up the great work. And we now move on to a wonderful, very talented lady who comes from the same background as me, media. And I'd love to invite and, of course, introduce Sevani. Philippa's coming on board, and she's absolutely amazing. And so is our wonderful sister, GMT. who is my wonderful role model. I think she's absolutely amazing. But let me tell you a little bit to our global audiences, a little bit about Philippa. A global namaste to you, Philippa Blackham. You're here, Blackham, yes?
Yes, honey, I'm here.
Oh, and Om Shanti, dear Sister Jayanti.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Now, before we move on, I thought I'll just do a quick little introduction. Now, Philippa Blackham is a former staff reporter and presenter for BBC Radio 4, including 7 years as one of the voices of Women's Hour, and an award-winning radio documentary maker. You know that she's very, very talented. She's the coordinator of 100 Women of Spirit, which recognizes the spiritual contribution to society made by women. She is ordained as an interfaith minister and currently works as a celebrant. She has studied Raj Yoga meditation with the Brahma Kumaris for nearly 40 years. And you can tell that with that beautiful aura of hers. And of course, Sister Jayanti, who's also joining us, and she'll be talking a little bit about the spiritual perspective of climate change, the environment, Mother Nature, and you will find out a bit more very shortly. But Sister Jayanti is the European director of the Brahma Kumaris with over 40 years of experience of Raj Yoga meditation and its practical application in daily life. Her gentle voice, which you'll just hear very shortly, and profound insights on spiritual solutions to everyday problems have touched the hearts of thousands around the world. Sister Jayanti has a unique ability to impart the deepest spiritual truths with the utmost clarity. Her prominent lecture themes have included health, education, racial harmony, women's needs, religions of the world, sustainability, peace, and international relations, all of which have generated a lot of media interest. An author of several books, she travels the world as a speaker and broadcaster, sustaining people spiritually as well as fulfilling her role as director of the Brahma Kumaris National Coordinating Office in London. And of course, looking after the BK activities for over 28 European countries. Ooh, I don't know how she does it. She's also the recipient of several awards, and of course, she's also received the Bharat Gaurav Award, which is a really amazing award to receive. So again, a very warm welcome, dear Sister Jayanti and Philippa. Today we have a very interesting discussion. It's all about climate change. It's all about COP26. It's all about looking after our planet. So Philippa, I know that I'm going to let you take over and, take over the next hour or so. But before I go, Sister Jayanti, I would love to find out from you some thoughts that I always learn from you. Any tips? What tip can you give to the rest of the world out there? Just one or two tips that you could share with the world of how we could switch from somebody who doesn't care much about the climate to someone who should really be thinking about our future and taking this subject a bit more seriously.
Thank you for the question, honey, and it's lovely to see you again.
Always, it's a pleasure. It's always an honor to meet you and see you and listen to your wise words, as always.
When I realized that, in fact, I, the living being inside this body, am sacred, and I realized that this body is made of the elements of nature, of matter, and so this is very precious and sacred. Then I realized that looking after nature is not something far away from me, but looking after nature starts right here. And so when I can learn to look after this nature, it wasn't made, it was provided by nature. And so learn to look after this with the proper diet, plant-based diet, and also look after nature that's all around you, whether it's a little plant in your home or whatever it may be. We're each one of us responsible. And together, it was lovely that the other person, I think Shailen said, it's collaboration that's going to make a difference.
Wow, beautiful. What lovely words there. Absolutely, all coming together. So Philippa, that lovely wise words I'm going to take back with me. Start looking after myself first. Of course, we're made out of the 5 elements as well, aren't we? We ourselves are made out of that part of nature. That was beautiful. Philippa, it's all yours. So, global namaste, and I'll be back very shortly to interrogate both of you with some questions later on.
Good. Global namaste to you, Honey, as well, and to all the team. It really is lovely to be together again. And as Sister Genti said in relation to Shailan, it's interesting to see how our thoughts are all beginning to track along the same lines, that the time is now for working together with collaboration, with cooperation, that everyone is beginning to see that the problem is bigger than any one of us individually can tackle, and it's only by working together that we can begin to take steps forward. And initiatives like this one that you're doing today are all an important part in that journey of waking humanity up to the need of the hour. So it's great that we can be with you, and thank you so much for your invitation. Sister Genti and I are actually here with two of our colleagues who were also with us at the COP26 event in Glasgow, and we've invited them to be with us for this session today. So let me introduce you. We have Valériane Bernard, who is here from Geneva. And Valériane takes care of the interfaith work within the Brahma Kumaris Environment Initiative. Welcome to you, Valériane. All the way from India, we also have Golo Pilz with us. Golo has a very special place within our organization, as he was the first one who kind of woke us up to the importance of renewable energies and thinking along these lines. So welcome to Golo. And then finally to Shantanu Mandal, who is currently in London, but has flown over especially from India to be part of the COP26 event. We're going to be hearing from you a little more in a moment, Shantanu, but firstly, why did you feel it was so important that you came over to be here in person?
Thank you so much, Philippa, for the wonderful introduction of all the friends, and thank you everyone who is here. The question is very interesting, given the situation we all are living in. In-person meetings are rare, and rare things are very opportune if you are able to make it happen. So I found myself very lucky enough to be able to come close to my friends that I have been friends with, many of them past some of the conferences. So it was a chance for me to come together and see all those time that we have been meeting over the virtual medium, how much more can we achieve when we come together. So that pull was something that helped me to come out from India, and I'm thankful to my decision that it made really me a lot more rich after attending COP26, because now I have much more friends to work with.
I think for all of us, it was quite something to be together in person after 2 years of just being together virtually. So I completely get that. Golo, you, as I said, have been responsible, one of the key players for bringing an awareness of renewables to the Brahma Kumaris. How hard a journey has that been, if you look back to the beginning, to get an organization, a spiritual organization, to understand what you were talking about?
Yeah, greetings from India. It's already dark and a bit cold also in Mount Abu in the mountains. And welcome to our session today on our experience on the climate conference. And thanks very much to the organizers also. Indeed, it was a long journey to bring renewable energies to here to the institution. I came first time to India in 1985. And at that time, there was not much of an awareness for the need of renewable energies, or even the technology was not that much out. Climate change was not really a topic. And but what you could see was the environmental degradation, which was quite visible, especially in Rajasthan. The tree cutting, the deforestation was going on every year. When I came, I could see the forest slowly disappearing. So the idea to introduce renewable energy came quite natural by seeing the need of the area, of the location. And interestingly, in India, the sun, Surya, is a deity. So when I brought in the idea to make use of renewable energy or solar energy, especially our dadis who are administrating the organization, they were very positive towards this idea. So step by step, slowly, we introduced solar technology, and we got a positive feedback from the users and from the organization. And then we also brought it to the local community, who also got a good feedback. And so it picked up, and it became a quite big venture meanwhile. And we're probably right now one of the biggest institutional users of renewable energies in India.
It's a huge success story, and I think in a way illustrates the journey that not only every organization but every individual is on at the moment, of seeing it as something that is of significance to other people, to seeing it as something that is of central importance to me in my life. Valerian, as I said, your role is to work with the interfaith organizations. And of course, interfaith work is something that has been going on for 20, 30 years in some countries. What difference do you think the climate change debate has made to those interfaith relationships? Has it had an impact, do you think?
Thank you, Philippa, for your question, and really very grateful for this platform. To the organizers, really amazing work you're doing, and to welcome all of these different groups, and it's showing the spirit that you have. I feel that, yes, definitely the climate change has brought to the interfaith work a very clear path of work, because we are all aware that it's going to be something detrimental for the whole humanity and Mother Nature. And in all different faiths, whether people consider that we are trustees, we would use in one word, in one language, or we are responsible for our actions, we would say in others, or that we are custodians of our planet. It's a moral and ethical call. And also, I think this moral and ethical call is to everyone. There is 80% of the population that feels they belong to a faith, but don't necessarily see the relationship between climate change and my own responsibility. So I think that the interface has brought this awareness very clearly to all the different religions, and I think that's a way forward. Amazing.
Thank you, Valerian. We'll be talking to you more about that shortly. Sister Genti, we're going to just open with a little meditation in a moment, but before we do, we've been hearing people say about this journey of waking up and of beginning to see our place in the environment and our relationship with nature in a new way. Can you think back to a time when those considerations weren't really foremost in your mind?
In the 80s, I really hadn't thought that there was a connection with consciousness inside and what was happening out there. And it was only at the end of the 80s when I was involved in the Earth Charter that was being created in preparation for the Rio Summit that I realized that there's a whole subject of values and ethics, and so many of those ideas were incorporated within the Earth Charter. And that's when I realized, well, where do values lie? They lie within the being inside. And so being aware of that consciousness and the values that I carry has a direct impact on what I'm doing out here, and that's impacting nature itself and the earth, the planet. And so that was a turning point for me.
And so really it's a spiritual journey, this waking up process to our relationship with nature and with the environment, and also waking up to our role as individual human beings and how we can impact the world around us and impact our future. That's what we're going to be talking with you about.
Sure.
Fantastic. So as I said, let's just begin with a meditation. And we actually invited one of our sisters from Glasgow, as that is where we've been, and she was one of those who hosted us, Sister Marilyn from Inner Space in Glasgow. And she has put together a few ideas on this subject of spirituality and our relationship with nature. So let's just take a few moments to be together, take a breath, sit comfortably in your chair as we follow the thoughts of Sister Marilyn.
Can I create a consciousness that is selfless? I take so much from nature, and yet I forget to give back. I am able to give back to nature through peaceful thoughts and subtle vibrations. Do I use everything in a worthwhile way? My thoughts, words, actions, time, all my energies? The body is lifeless without the soul. The soul uses the body to play its part in the physical world. Am I creating peaceful thoughts? Peaceful thoughts bring me into a state of relaxation. Beautiful, elevated thoughts help nature ascend. They help nature to return to her original balance. Let's take everything to the smallest unit and build from there. The smallest unit of time is 1 second. The smallest unit of consciousness is one thought. The smallest unit that keeps the body alive is one breath and one heartbeat. One second of peace. One breath of peace. One thought of peace. One heartbeat of peace. I relax. One second, one breath, one thought, one heartbeat, peace. 1 second, one breath, one thought, one heartbeat, peace. Relaxing my body and breath depends on my thoughts. What are my thoughts? And what effect do they have on the body? Things will not just happen. Nothing happens unless I do something. The soul is in the body. The mind is in the soul. I feel the connectedness. I am able to give back to nature through peaceful thoughts and subtle vibrations. Om Shanti.
Lovely. Our thanks there to Sister Marilyn, and a lovely idea there that we can give something back to nature through our thoughts and through our vibrations. And you can find that meditation and many others on a new website that has actually been put together by the Brahma Kumaris Environment Initiative. It's called Yogis for Future. And it's not just meditations, there's all sorts of material on there that's really worth checking out. So do look that up. Each of our guests today, we've put together a video of their time in Glasgow. We wanted to share something of what each of them have been doing whilst they were at the COP26. And Shantanu, we're going to begin with you and your experience, because you've been very involved with the youth contingent within the conference. Just before we see your video, give us a sense of where in the world the young people had come from, and whether there were any stories of how people had managed to get there despite the odds.
So I think we can all together agree to change the question, where from not have the youth come from?
Really?
Because there was no country, no piece of land left represented. And I was so happy to see the amount of willpower it took within every youth who have managed to come there. Because unlike many others, these young people are students. Unlike many others, these young people are saving their pocket money to come to these conferences. Unlike many, these young people do not have proper sponsorship, and they manage to save their pocket money, save their hard work earnings to make sure that they have a place in Glasgow or in the COP to share their voice and the voices of their community and other youth that they represent. One such story is of a youth that I met in Glasgow who was voluntarily taking delegates from the Queen Street railway station to the COP zone on ecology rickshaw. And he was unemployed, but he was that was his way of living, that was his way of earning lifestyle by pulling a rickshaw. But during the COP, the 14 days, he decided to do it as a voluntary work to support COP. And when I asked him, are you not about not making any money? What he said was, money I'll make other times. This is my time to work for the planet. And that shows how much everyone is interested to do their part in making a big, massive, positive change.
That's a lovely story, and I think there's actually a photo of them in our video that we're going to see now. And really, I think what comes across very much is just the passion that the young people have for this. So let us now enjoy a few of your highlights and best moments from the youth contingent within COP26.
We need to bring the world together in a way that we can begin to have a conversation about what the future should be. And that led to the Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment in June of 1972. And believe it or not, that journey of 50 years, yes, I know you're impatient, and yes, I understand that you're pushing, but you must know that you're standing on the shoulders of giants and that there are others before you who have pushed. And part of why we have somewhat cleaner, somewhat more awareness around this is because of that 50-year journey.
So we have really high expectations from ourselves, but also from you, from youth representatives, to aid us and help us and work together with us on this process. So for me, it's extremely important to have an integrated process where voices of young people from all over the world is involved in every step leading up to the Stockholm Plus 50 conference, in every meeting room and in every conference leading up to there. I want voices of young people to be at the table, to be heard as loud as possible, but not only in the process, but also at the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting in itself. We are working hard to find the ways to have an arena that is open to young people from all over the world to participate actively and to make sure that it's not just old folks like me sitting around the table. We've had too many of those meetings. We should have a meeting where actually people of all ages can sit together and make the decisions that are necessary.
Thank you, Inga, and thank you, Mr. Purr. It was a privilege to see you both in person, and I welcome you all in this launch event for Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force. Just to make this more youthful, I would like everyone to introduce themselves with their name and from which country they are coming, and please share the power word for the day. I can start to give you an example. My name is Shantanu and I come from India. The word for me is collaboration.
Wonderful. And many of those photos Shantanu took himself. So thank you so much for sharing those with us. It was great to see. As has been said already, the young very often have a lot of anger. They certainly have a lot of passion. And I'm just wondering how you go about channeling that energy into something positive, how you deal with their frustration. I saw there quite a few craft and art workshops that you had laid on, which must be a great way of expressing yourself. But I wonder as well what forums you had for young people to really feel that their voice had been heard and that they weren't just there as passive observers, but they were actively engaging and getting their point across. How do you work with that energy and bring it together?
Thank you, Philip, and thank you wonderfully for putting up all those pictures and memories. It felt like I'm back in the COP days. It's interesting if you just think about the idea of anger translating into some kind of action. It's very hard to believe that wise people, intellectual people, people with great experience, when they start saying that anger is useful and you just stay angry, probably they are looking for a right word, which probably means that stay passionate, stay focused, stay encouraged, and they're not getting the right word. So they use a word like anger. Because sometimes I feel like if I am going to stay angry, imagine everybody who are here and who are listening, they have an experience of anger and what that feeling is like. We don't feel comfortable when we are angry even for 5 minutes. We regret that 5 minutes so much more. And when you say stay angry, it means I'm being asked to stay regretful. All my experience would be regretful. So is there a way for me to really come out of that regret zone later and exhaustion right now, and to channelize that I want to do something kind of energy into what can I do? So I found that asking the right questions always gives you the right answers. So instead of asking why, if I start asking what now, that starts to shift my perspective and that starts to help me focus on what I can do. And it all begins with awareness. In the pictures gallery, when we were watching, I would like to bring to your notice that there was a word written in big red. It was called change. But if you remember the word change, there is a letter C and E at the end of it. But if you take out the C and E, the word just spells as hang. So which means what? If we do not have the consciousness, the C or the awareness, then we will be hanging. And even if we have the consciousness and awareness, but we are not doing anything, there is no action, there's no engagement, we'll still be hanging. So both awareness and actions is important. To know something is very good, but after knowing what am I using my information into is also very important. So the youth that have come in Glasgow or was participating virtually as well, they had a lot of information now, thanks to the science, thanks to media, and thanks to different sources that has helped us to learn more about what kind of world we are living in. But there has to be more input in what can we do now. And when you are lacking these resources to come from outside, you have to come together to find out new ways. And that was what youth was very busy with this time. This time, many of my young colleagues, we were all busy in figuring out many different ways, many different networking and pathways to collaborate, to see what small, big, medium, large, what steps can we take together that bring about a change that is necessary for this time.
It's always a good idea to take appropriate action when you're feeling this strong emotion. You know, what is it that I can practically do? And we saw you in the video chairing a debate where it seemed like the adults were very much welcoming the input from the young people. Can you tell us about that session? And also, I think there was another session where you did almost like a virtual conference, but with young people as the speakers. Give us a little bit of an insight into that.
So the first conference that you are mentioning was the international launch for the Youth Task Force for Stockholm Plus 50. As many of us know that 50 years back from today, in the year 1972, in Stockholm, the world came together and many world leaders were there, and they agreed that the world is facing a situation where environmental crisis is going to be one of the biggest challenges. And so it's been 50 years, and it's been a long time for us to have faced so many different kinds of problems, which are Anthropocene, which have been human-induced situations. And also we saw how we have really worked together to make it more cleaner and greener. It could have been worse. So we had Inger Anderson, who was the Executive Director for United Nations Environment Program. And also we have Deputy Prime Minister from Sweden, Mr. Per Bolin. And they had really made sure that they attend this launch event. They cancelled all their engagement just to come and support the youth. This in itself says that young people and their voices and their opinion is being really respected right now. But even though they have come together, they also do not have the answers. And that's why if you see the entire event, it's available online to watch as well. They all are asking the same thing, that what is that we can do for you? Let us know and we are ready to do. So the word collaboration or co-creation, this meeting point is now ever more realistically being talked about or thought about. Everybody, if comes together and works together, the result that we all are visioning would come easy and faster. And the second event that I was part of was an event where it was the side event by the UNFCCC, and it's called the Raising Voices. And we had different young speakers. Someone was from Jordan, someone was from UK, someone was from Poland. So it was a nice group where the entire global youth was represented. And we looked into different aspects of what different countries, what different communities and the youth especially there are looking forward as a solution, or what are their suggestions like. So the idea is, when you have an open dialogue where nobody is a leader and nobody is a listener, it's a circle. It's more like the culture of equality. A new culture of communication has to be created. And that event was a good example for that, where the youth and the audience, some of them were present in person, but also virtual audience, was allowed to speak. There was no hierarchy that they are speakers, they will speak, we are listeners, we have to listen. It was a culture of equity, and it was a culture of harmony. And that is what was an example that as youth we presented to the UNFCCC, saying that this is what is more needed. Harmony and more of a consciousness where we see each other as equal. Most of us, we have been thinking that humans are a superior species than any other living species. And that is ego consciousness. And what eco consciousness is, to know that I am also a fellow species living with a different species, and we all are family. So this shift from ego consciousness to eco consciousness needs awareness. And that has been one of our prime action areas.
Fantastic. I mean, it's such a huge topic. We could literally spend hours looking at, I think, the contribution of young people. And I think for those of us, I was there for the last part of the COP, but for those of us observing the first part, one of the strong messages that came out was that it's within youth that the real passion for action lies, and the vision for change. And if we look at the changes that have already happened, like the huge movement towards plant-based eating, by and large, that has been driven by young people because it is their future. And so therefore, of course, they're motivated to make a difference. You know, most of us on this call, we grew up with a childhood and a young adult life, not carefree, but certainly not with these cares on our shoulders, and they're having to grow up into this world. So we look to them for courage, and we look to them for inspiration. Shantanu, we'll leave it there for now, but we'll hear more from you before our session closes. But thank you so much for that sharing. We move from youth now to Interfaith, and the work that Valerian does as the co-chair of the Interfaith Liaison Committee. And Valerian, we've got some of your photos and clips from your experience at COP, and we will be seeing people from different faith organizations coming together. To pull off an event like that, is it a huge amount of work from one year to the next? And is it just one or two individuals within those religious groups that you're dealing with who happen to be aware? Or do you get a sense that actually the different faith communities are really on board with this now?
Thank you for your question, Philippa. It was actually a group of us that has been working for 2 years, because there was 2 years before the next COP. But also we connected with the local interfaith communities. And so I can't really say, but it was, maybe there is a group of 10 of us who are extra active, or 6 or whatever, but there was the collaboration, the very needed collaboration of at least 20 or 30 people. We managed to get a wonderful synagogue in the midst of Glasgow. And I won't tell you all the details, it would take too long, but yes, fantastic collaboration.
That's great to hear. Well, let's enjoy now some of the scenes from the Interfaith events that you were part of organising and that you certainly enjoyed during the COP26.
Within the COP, with the climate change or with the environment, faith people are looking together at environment, at climate. So we are looking at something, trying to bring solutions, a positive vision, a visionary way out. So then it means we can really easily agree on everything. It's a lot easier than if we start talking about God or theology or the differences that divide us. We think about the vision that unites us, because we all basically understand that souls are God's children and we have love for them, just as we understand that nature is everybody's and it's a mother of all of us. And we understand that it is sacred. As Brahma Kumaris, that's our language. So maybe there is a slight different language in each religion, but the heart is the same. The vision is the same. And so it's very nice to be able to work together in that direction. that we have learned to work together as an interfaith movement better and better, because originally the people who were the most present at the COP were the Protestant and Catholic religions, because they are very hierarchic. So it's easy for them to make a decision and to have someone follow up the decision. But if you look at the Hindus or the Muslims, you know, whoever can be an imam, you don't not have a hierarchy. And same with Hinduism. So what happens is that they're very interested within the UNFCCC to have more voices from the South, to have more voices from women, to have more voices from grassroots, to have more variety, youth. So it is a big change. I've seen that the people from Christianity are more and more happy to work hand in hand with different faiths, with the Buddhists, with the Hindus, with the Brahma Kumaris, with, and they see the value, the added value of it. People don't see the results that not only they are hoping for, but the results they know would actually help us in the process of next year's survival for humankind. So these decisions are not being made at the COP. And if you work closely with the COP and the climate change, it's very distressing. So of course people want to have hope, and in a usual fashion, faith is what gives hope to people. So that's why faith people are very important within the climate change, in the sense that we can bring a real sense of what next and how to get there, and that there is a future, but that we can act towards the future we want. And what I have noticed is that people who get really very sorry and desperate and anxious, if you just allow them to have a meditation, to have a space where they can speak openly and honestly when they're heard, and you can take them into a space of the difference they can make, then their hope is restored.
I love that final photo of people sat in meditation with a picture of the earth hanging around their neck, literally carrying the earth as they meditate. Some really interesting points there, Valerian, and so inspiring to see the different faith traditions working together collaboratively. And as you said in that piece, realizing that we are all brothers and sisters, we are all one family. But I want to kind of really get to the nub of the faith-based contribution, because for many people, climate change is about technology, it's about finding practical solutions, it's about changing habits and lifestyles. And for you, obviously, because you spend so much of your time working in this field of interfaith, for you, the faith communities clearly have a huge contribution to make. Why for you is it so important that people from faith backgrounds are included in these events?
Thank you. I think the first thing I would like to say is that most people who represent a faith, they also have a connection with a huge audience of people for whom they are teachers or guides or priests or sisters, and so I think that there is a need for a global wake-up call for all humanity, and also for all the politicians and the businessmen of this planet. And what I see is that people who are very active in this movement, in the interfaith movement, they're moving from a heart space, and this is terribly needed. Of course, I was saying earlier on to you that I think the voice of ethics and the voice of morals is also something that people haven't identified. Like, what I do in my life is my business and I'm allowed. And if I buy what I've been told I could buy, it's fine. And suddenly we are coming into a space of reflection where it's not about doing things without thinking. We are a spiritual being. We have an awareness. We understand we are part of nature. We understand that everything we consume comes from the inside of Mother Earth. It's her body, it's her strengths. And so when we have a faith and we look at it like that, and we look at our brothers and sisters who are vulnerable at the forefront of the problematic of climate change, then you really want to be able to make a difference for yourself, for your family, for your community, and also inspire others to create a difference.
And that's so interesting, because within religion, there is this conversation around right action, around taking responsibility, around looking at yourself. So this sort of self-reflection that naturally happens is part of what now needs to happen globally and focused on the environment. So I really see that. And you made the point in the film that the role of faith is to keep hope alive. And I think, you know, that is also a real contribution that leaders from faith communities can give. What happens after an event like COP26? Are there ongoing activities, or does it all kind of go into hibernation until the next COP event?
We've already started to work quite a lot. So many webinars are happening, and we're organizing the next COP, who's going to happen in Egypt. It's going to be a whole different world. We're looking at organizing the work at the level of the human rights planet of it, because you know, the intergenerational right, you know, why is youth so important? Because tomorrow the planet is their heritage. So we are already working towards the next COP. We've already met, and we are also trying to bring to life the different analysis and the different needs that we feel are terrible, because we managed to have some words included in the text in Glasgow, like loss and damage, or human rights, or Indigenous, or finance, but it is very poor. It doesn't have a context. So now it needs very powerful people to do the advocacy part. in their own countries, but also globally. Like one of the very important bases of this agreement we've had just now in Glasgow, but the Paris Agreement, is the contributions from countries, because that's the fundamental pillars of the text. But at the moment, they only contribute, what they are contributing will still get to 2.5 or 3 degrees. And we know already at this temperature today, it is a dangerous thing to do, to allow to just be like today. But if we go hotter, it's going to be more and more disasters. So there is lots of work to do at the level of the community, awareness, lifestyle changes, meditation, my awareness of our planet, my awareness of my own spiritual beauty, because only then will I respect matter, will I love others properly. So lots of work.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think the world can no longer live without wisdom. Yeah. And of course, the faith leaders are the wisdom keepers going back for centuries. And so it's a very deep taproot that we need to be drawing on at this hour. And so I thank you for the work that you're doing in bringing this wisdom to the climate change debate. Thank you for letting us see those lovely scenes that took place in Glasgow.
Thank you for Martin for creating this video, to those who did it, because you really brought a beautiful feeling.
That's so sweet of you to say. We're going to move now from looking at interfaith and faith-based communities to looking at some technological solutions. And here we're going to bring Golo into the conversation. We mentioned earlier this journey that you've been on with renewable energy and the Brahma Kumaris. And it was really only recently when I began to look at in quite some detail at what you have pulled off. It is quite magnificent and such an achievement, where you have been fabricating these beautiful solar discs in India. You have been beating your brains to work on the engineering, the technology, the logistics of how to do this. And your video begins with some scenes of the Solar One plant that you have masterminded in Mount Abu at our headquarters. Can you just give us some kind of flavor of really what effort that has taken and the collaboration that has been necessary to pull that off?
Well, of course, it is also a tremendous personal journey when you come as a foreigner to another country, especially from Germany, you come to India. It's quite diametral opposite working, understanding how to work things and how to do things. So it was a big adaptation and transformation for myself. And I can admit and thoroughly say that I'm now fully Indianized, which is quite okay. It is a personal journey, but it is also a collective effort, because you have to work with everybody locally available, with the people here in the institution, but also with the community to introduce technology, to create the awareness and the acceptance, you know. So you have to also have good results and sort of engage the people in bringing up some new ideas and some new technology. To bring newness is always a challenge. And it was a wonderful journey. And yes, we were very lucky that we were at the right time, at the right spot, and we had the blessings from above. So something nice came out.
Well, let's watch now some footage from this achievement in India. And am I right in thinking that it's now the largest provider of renewable energy in India?
No. We are one of the biggest institutions in the field using renewable energies, and we are networking with many others. We do seminars, trainings. We do a lot of research. We are recognized research centers. So we're networking a lot, and we're trying to share this technology, and we're trying to do a good job.
You certainly are, and you're making your findings freely available to other organizations to follow on. So now let's take a look at this India One plant that you've created in India, and also see some of your moments from COP26.
Well, we are basically a spiritual organization and teach Raja Yoga, meditation, and we inspire people to imbibe ethics and values. And we have also many other activities. For example, we have a radio station, we have a rural wing, we have a doctor's wing, and so on. And we have also a hospital which we are running. We also work with local farmers and teach them organic farming and so on. And we're also very active last 25 years in the area of renewable energies. We are a recognized research organization with the Indian government, and we carry out research projects on photovoltaic systems, but also solar thermal power stations and solar cooking and so on. The transition to clean technology is not free. I just had a very interesting discussion with the director of the Potsdam Climate Research Institute, and the transition to clean technology costs a lot of money because we have invested in the wrong infrastructure the last 50 to 100 years. And of course, now to change everything costs money. So the big question is who's paying the bill? And for example, the European Union is now having the discussion to subsidize this transition and give back some incentives to ordinary people, which will have problems paying for higher energy bills. But for sure, we have to put a tax on carbon, and we have to put more taxes on fossil fuels, that's for sure, in order to accelerate the transition. That's for 100% sure. And people have to change and adapt a little bit. That's also what's in the pipeline. A good person acts good, basically. That's the equation. And if you love something, you don't destroy it. So it's important to inform them about climate change and the negative consequences, and inform them about renewable energies, have education there, have the information material there, subsidize renewable energy so they become affordable for everybody, especially for the third world, but also teach them about ethics and values, which is very important. After all, we need a peaceful society to become prosperous. well, I meditate since 37 years and I'm trying not to worry about anything, which is very, very helpful because there are a lot of facts to be worried. This is my 10th climate conference, and what I can see is that slowly, there is a shift in awareness, there is a shift in consciousness. Our politicians could be a bit more bold. Big business should understand if they not be part of that, they destroy their own foundation because there won't be any people to buy their products. So they should embrace actually this transition which has to come and which is coming right now. So I actually have no worries because things are going as they should go.
Finishing there with some of the many wind turbines that you can see if you travel around Scotland these days. Golo, what is interesting for me about your video there is that clearly you have spent a big chunk of the last 25, 30 years thinking about technological solutions for the climate change imperative, and yet you're still very much into the human values that if you love something you won't destroy it, that if the heart is connected then everything will be okay. I wonder where you go from here in terms of what you see as being the most important thing for you to put your energies into. Is it the next technological breakthrough, or at the end of the day is it really about the human heart? And that's where we should be focusing.
Well, that's a very interesting question because it's my 12th climate conference, and initially everybody came and thought we need technology, strategy and funding, and we solve all the problems. However, slowly we recognize that's only a very small part of the equation, because the emissions are constantly going up, and the CO2 parts per million is rising all the time, despite we have this technology. So indeed, we have to bring in the heart, we have to bring in the values, and important is we have to bring in love, and I always see it like that. What you love, you don't destroy it, you take care about that. And if you love the planet, you take care. If you love nature, the trees, the oceans, you take care. If you love other people, you take care. And so if you love animals, you take care of them. So it all comes together, and it melts down to that big feeling for everything, that you have to take care, and that you're a caretaker actually of the environment and of the world. And technology, clean technology, is a means for us to manage our life in a holistic, in a harmonious way with the environment. That's how I see it. And in order to use all this properly, of course, I have to change, and I have to be fit to take the right decision, to select the right technology, to have the right economic model also, for example, and there's a lot of things where we have to grow into, where we have to transform, and where we have to learn. Yeah, indeed. So the heart is should be the big motivator for the transformation. The technology is already out since quite a long time. All the concepts have been also developed for sustainable economic models, for energy grids, sustainable energy grids, how we should organize the farming sector, how we should transform the farming sector in a sustainable manner. So all these ideas are out. We just have to bring in the heart and the love, and then make it.
It was lovely to see those photos of the farmers meditating with their crops and putting their love into the plants that they're growing, because that also is taking care of the farmers and the farmers' hearts. So both the crops and the people get to benefit from that. But I wonder what you feel about the way in which people like yourself who are thinking about these new technologies and how that message is being communicated to the people, because as a layperson, it can feel confusing and overwhelming if you look at how you heat your home, for instance. Air source heat pumps, they get a mixed review, they're very expensive. Everyone's moving to electric vehicles, and yet you've got the problem with the batteries for the electric cars. Even for someone who really is prepared to do the right thing, it's not always clear what that next technological thing you should be embracing actually is. Do you feel that there's a way to go yet in terms of communicating the message to people in terms of how to use these technologies?
Well, there's also a lot of greenwashing, means a lot of companies are promoting their products as super green and environmental friendly. And I think green is one of the most used colors nowadays in advertisements. Everything is green, green, green. But if you really look, very, very helpful on a personal level, if you look into your personal consume and you reduce a little bit your consume, you just do that what is really necessary, and you reduce the temperature in the room slightly. You buy good cloth and you use them for 10 years, for example, and you reduce the cycles of buying things tremendously, because it's quite obvious we all have to bring down our carbon footprint, especially we in the developed West. One big topic is about the whole topic about climate justice, and it is also obvious that 80% of the emissions which are causing climate change have been caused by the developed Western nations, and we have the money and the technology, and so we have to go ahead. We cannot expect India, for example, now to stop everything in their tracks and say you save the planet. It is the West which has to do the first steps. And so it's a learning curve also for all of us on an individual level, what I can do. And of course, we have the 5 R's. I hope I get them all. Reduce your consumption, recycle, rethink before you buy, and have a simple lifestyle, really go back to basics, what I really need. We have to stop excessive consumerism. That's quite clear. The planet doesn't have that resources much longer. We're simply too many people. So we have to become smart. And that means also that we find fun not in buying things, but in meeting people and doing a bit garden work and nice things like that, So there's a lot of change for our life in the pipeline, especially for us in the West. And the concept and the ideas, they're all out there. So those who want, they will find in the internet all these ideas, all the concepts. We have also a webpage, ecobrahmakumaris.org. You will find a lot of ideas for a green lifestyle, what you could do, vegetarian lifestyle, avoid plastic, avoid packing material, share things with others, buy secondhand. There's so many concepts and ideas for cyclic economy also. And I think I mentioned it in the interviews. Of course, there is a big push required on the political front. A lot of legislation is required. In Germany now, a Green Party came into power. And we have to see how much they can push their agenda through, because lifestyle change means always also change of behavior and awareness, So it starts with us individual. And I feel it's always important to become an example of that, what you expect other people to do. We call it walk the talk, and imbibe that lifestyle yourself as much as possible. Look what you can do on a personal level. And of course, the heart, the values, the love play a major role. And personally, I'm very, very happy I made it back in time, despite all the corona restrictions and problems to India. I sort of sneaked in last week, and I'm happy here in Mount Abu, and I can go a bit and meditate a bit more intensively, because I feel it's also important that we create peace and stillness and resilience within us, so we can face all the challenges which lie ahead of us, and we can inspire people for change. That's for sure, and that's a bit my personal pathway I'm following right now, that I dive a bit into meditation and recharge myself, because the climate conference, 39,000 people meeting with a lot of ambitions, outside protests going on, it was quite a challenge for all of us to stay calm, to stay peaceful, focused, and positive also. So meditation helps a lot there.
Well, you paint a lovely picture of being in Mount Abu and having that life of meditation to support the work that you're doing. And you truly are an inspiration, Golo. And I love the way I ask a question about the complications of technology, and you answer with such a simple statement of, before you buy something, just ask yourself, do I really need this? Very often the solutions are so simple, and we don't have to worry too much about the technology. Just, do I need to buy this? As simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite, if you look into the cycle of products they have constantly became shorter and shorter and shorter, the life cycles of products, and we are being told we have to buy new things and new things and new things. And I actually, one of my hobbies is I'm trying to repair stuff. That's also one of the ways you can help nature. I try to use everything which is with me, repair everything, and before I buy something, I ask a lot of people, do you have something, is this there or this or there? And I try to make use of old stuff, and I try, whatever I have in my hands, if it's not working, I try to repair it. It's a hobby, and it's very satisfying also. And I think the whole industry is popping up now everywhere, which is quite good, recycle things, use them. There are many, many steps and many ideas what we can do. It starts from small garden, using a photovoltaic system at your house, putting a solar hot water plant on your rooftop, reducing your consumption, water, electricity, wherever possible. Look into your travel patterns, share transportation with others, There are tons, look into your food, plant-based diet is one of the big contributors. In your cloth purchasings, there are many, many things what we can do, and many, many small steps, they actually add up, and they create a momentum. And if we all join hands in this momentum of changing our habits, changing our consumeristic pattern, we have a big power, and we apply pressure also to the big companies and and we can also change the political agenda, then also influence it. And it is said that only 2% of the people are required to bring a paradigm shift in a society. So I hope that this 2% are there, and they're dedicated, and they go in the right direction. And Absolutely. They bring this combination of science and spirituality, because both have to merge. Science needs guidance to be applied in the proper way, and spirituality is important to go deep into the values and the ethics, which is the foundation, of the future world also.
Well, you've queued us up very nicely for our next topic, which is the consciousness element of the climate debate. And Sister Jenti, you've been listening to 1, 2, 3, 4 of your colleagues who were with you in Glasgow, and you really do have quite a special team now within the Brahma Kumaris who are so skilled and so knowledgeable in this area. What do you feel listening to what everyone has had to say and seeing what the Brahma Kumaris contribution has become?
It's amazing to see how different people are, and yet how each one of them has a special passion to be able to do something for their own spiritual development, but also to do something for people and the planet. And so if you think what links us all together is that vision of a brighter future for all, because we all come from so different backgrounds. So it's beautiful when a team is multi-talented, multicultural, multiracial, multi-everything, multi-generational. So it's really lovely to see how over the 10 years we've been participating in COP, 11 years, the team has gradually come together. And so Shantanu was one of our latest additions, but Golo, Valerian, myself, and others have been together since 2009 on this particular journey. I've known them longer, but on this journey since that time. And I see that that contribution essentially of spirituality is something that touches every aspect of life. Of course, if technology is only technology without the motivation and the guidance of spirituality, then I think Mahatma Gandhi said that was lame. If you have just spirituality, it can't function in the world, but it needs technology also. And so technology without spirituality is without values. And so you see how both working together can actually create a future, which is a beautiful future for all of us.
Now, you had quite a busy COP this year. I think you went to 30 plus events, and you were speaking at many of them. And as an outsider, it seems that your gentle presence over the years is getting more and more noticed and acknowledged. Do you feel that the voice of people of spirit is slowly getting across and having an impact?
It's getting across in a big way. I remember that environmental activists weren't so interested to listen to people from a spiritual or faith-based background. And yet they understood through the years that the contribution that faith-based organizations and spirituality can make is absolutely critical to bringing about change, because A, it touches 80% of the world's population, but B, nature is sacred. And so how are you going to help people look after nature and care for nature unless you bring in that spiritual element? And so I think that the voice of spirituality has been given more and more credibility and prominence, certainly in the last, well, I can date it probably since 2014. And from that time on, I see how there's been a very deep involvement in many, many different panels and organizations that 10 years ago would have said, you know, we'll get on with our work, you get on with yours. But now there's this wonderful combination that works together.
It is interesting watching how things begin in a way on the fringe and move to the mainstream, because the whole climate agenda was being talked about in, you know, so-called hippie circles and fringe circles for many years, and they were seen as being slightly crazy people. And now, of course, it's become so mainstream. And in the way the same is happening with meditation and spirituality. It started off as being seen as something a bit different, and now it's being seen as, well, we can't actually make progress without it.
Exactly. We heard in one of the, I think it was in the youth conference, about Stockholm 1972, and then you had Rio 1992, and things have escalated, and people have seen what's going on in the world around them. They felt the climate change, they felt the fires, they've seen the floods happening in either on our doorsteps in England or maybe in other parts of the world on the other side of the planet. And so climate change has become a very real thing. And people are now understanding that it's our personal responsibility, my responsibility to be able to contribute in a better way, to make things change for the better. And so this idea of changing consciousness and not climate, which was our slogan right from 2009, what does it mean to change consciousness? It means to move away from that limited identity of the physical I and come to the inner spiritual identity of the being that is eternal within. And so when I'm in this consciousness, then I see the earth as my home. I see the human family, all people of all backgrounds as my family. And I realize that it's only together that we can do something to bring about change. And of course, spirituality also brings in that element that although humans can create a mess, we do have a parent who can help us sort out that mess. And I think that understanding who that divine being is, whose power we can draw within, and bring about firstly change within ourselves and then change within the world is the right way forward. When people talk about lifestyle change, it doesn't happen quickly. To change your life, to change your habits of a lifetime, how to do that? Anybody who's tried giving up anything knows that it's not easy. So how do you manage it? It's only when you're able to take power from the divine that you then have the capacity to be able to bring about change in the way that's needed. And so I think people also over the years have been recognizing that prayer, meditation is a very important part of the transition that we all wish to bring about.
And of course, people of spirit have for many millennia been looking at the process of change, how to bring about personal change. So there's a fair amount of expertise that you have from having worked with so many thousands of individuals in changing their lives that can now be of use to people who are being asked to change.
Right. And also I see how dealing with a situation like the pandemic and the fear that still is being generated in a big, big way, and also the concern there might be more pandemics, there might be big time climate change happening right where I live. All those questions actually can only be resolved if I remove the fear and prepare myself for whatever the future holds. And so spirituality means there's a huge resilience that you're able to develop within yourself to be able to make that difference. So spirituality works in many, many different ways.
Well, let's take a look now at some of your standout moments from this year's COP event and see how that message of consciousness is getting across.
Spiritual awareness of my own inner identity means that I have respect for myself because I'm in touch with my own inner core values. I'm able to respect others around me. There can be peace, non-violence. I'm able to respect all forms of life, and I'm able to respect nature. And when I can respect nature, yes, then we're going to be able to live in harmony, not just with people and other beings that inhabit the planet, but the planet itself. And so I see that it requires just this very small shift of consciousness, coming back to the awareness of our spiritual identity, and through that, the inner values that I hold.
So we've covered an awful lot of ground here, from the spiritual and the personal to the personal decisions we make, to our agency to be able to influence wider as well. Maybe we could take a step back and say, what do you see are some of the big opportunities that are unfolding? We've got an incredible wealth of experience here that have been working and advocating, encouraging on climate change, encouraging us to look in the mirror to ourselves as well. What are the personal opportunities or the big kind of timeline opportunities this week, next week, and in the next few months that you see? Would anyone like to reflect on that question?
I'm seeing that all the things that have happened through this year in terms of the fires, the floods, etc., it seems to be a big shake-up and a wake-up call for humanity. And so I think people are now asking governments to do something about this. And they might not always understand between biodiversity and climate change. I think that's another step in education and raising awareness. But certainly they see the impact of what we've done to the climate and the whole cycle of nature being disrupted. And so I see this as actually a big opportunity for coming to a consensus and a decision about what steps we need to take.
Thank you. So would anyone like to reflect a little bit on what we can all learn from your daily work and your daily life in your faiths? What lessons can we pull out to connect with people in a very different kind of a way, so that we can persuade more quickly than perhaps we have been doing so far? Sister Jayanti, please.
I think the word love has been overused, abused, misused. And I think within spiritual awareness, and every tradition has at its heart spirituality. So within that spiritual consciousness, there's a much bigger understanding of love. And I think this is something that can be shared in a very positive way with the world, especially to make real what is going on. And the whole subject of values, and love is one of those values. But if we touch human hearts, whether it's love or compassion, as Deborah said, or even respect, then as people become aware that these are the things which are very simple, things that we can do in a very practical way in our lives, and it'll make a big difference, not just to us, but to all living creatures and the globe, the whole world. But we've forgotten about this, and we've really made that word love into a very narrow definition. But to open it up and just feel the love that exists in our hearts already, but to extend it to many others and make it more inclusive to all the creatures of the world and the planet, all the elements, and the flowers and the trees and the mountains and the seas, it can make such a huge difference.
Great, thank you.
Some very inspiring visions there. I have a question for you, Sister Genti, in your capacity as a professional change maker, which is how I see you. You've spent more than 50 years inspiring people to make changes in their lives. And very often people have either a carrot or a stick to get them to move. And it's often a pain that someone is experiencing in their life that becomes the pinch point that catalyzes them on a journey of transformation and a spiritual journey. But very often, in order for people to change, they need to feel safe, they need to feel secure, they need to feel held. And yet we're asking people to change when they're feeling the opposite. They're feeling scared, they're feeling uncertain, they're feeling unsure of their future. How can we support people when they're feeling all those negative emotions to bring about that spirit of change within them? What would you advise?
Things that are very real are actually intangible. And it sounds a contradiction, but peace. How can you measure peace? How can you measure beauty? How can you measure truth or love, happiness? You can't. And so these are very real things, but they're not physical. And so that's telling me that there's something to do with the inner being that is within. And so when you yourself are in that awareness of that connection with peace and truth, and those vibrations reach others, and people open up in a very short space of time. They're able to share what's going on in their hearts and from your spiritual understanding. And of course, we study spiritual teachings every single day. We practice meditation every day. And so the power of that experience seems to reach them and touch them. And they feel safe, and they feel that they've tried many other things, and maybe this is something that can work because they're feeling your presence. And presence comes across even on cyberspace. I've seen that so many people have come to learn Raj Yoga and meditation over the last couple of years, just simply through the internet. But vibrations reach out and touch souls. And so this is what helps them understand that what you're saying is not with a motive, it's not selfish. What you're sharing with them is something that is of value for them to be able to benefit from.
Beautiful. Well, let us now just create a moment of that safety and that stillness that we've been talking about as we bring our discussion to a close, at least from the Brahma Kumaris input. And it would be lovely, Sister Genti, if I could invite you just to lead us in a few closing moments and give us a taste of that feeling of being held, and that everything is unfolding in the way that it should, and that we will be okay.
Surely. I'm sure everybody's sitting comfortably. And now just for a moment, go inside. Take a deep breath and go within. And connect with that being of light that I am. The light that shines in the forehead. And in this awareness of the inner being, I connect with my own original qualities of beauty, of goodness, of truth. And as I feel these, I share these with my human family. I share these with all creatures, big and small. And I share these with nature itself. And these vibrations multiplied through the collective energy of all of us together transform this world of ours and bring light and truth back into this world. Thank you to you all, and Om Shanti and a global namaste to everyone on the team and the audience, and especially our dear brother Neil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Genti. So from everyone at the Brahma Kumaris, whether in India, in London, in Switzerland, a global namaste. And I think we're going now to a completely other part of the world. So we pass the baton over and keep our heart open and connected with all of you as we together continue on this journey towards peace. Thank you.
Global namaste to you all. What a beautiful interview, as always. Sister Jayanti, we are so grateful, and Philippa, we are so grateful to the wisdom that you bring to Healing Our Earth and to the world. Thank you so much. So everyone, here we are in Crestone, Colorado. Global namaste to you all. It is our 106th episode of Healing Our Earth. And we have, from the USA today and abroad, we have some very interesting and insightful guests who have been working in this area of the environment and climate change for many, many years. I am honored, so honored to have my dear friend, Hannah Strong, who really has spent how many, 50 years now, at least?
51.
51 years. She said she met Sister Jayanti about 50 years ago. Right?
Wow.
Yes. Hannah has been a leader, really leader in the environmental movement, climate change, and working with Indigenous communities throughout the world to learn their ways and bring their ways and their teachings to us all. She was, her and her husband, Maurice Strong, were instrumental in creating the Rio Summit in '92. And she has done Stockholm. And she has done so many projects, so many, never stopping, like Sister Jayanti. So it is a real privilege to have Hannah here today. And I'd like to begin by asking you, you were there in that beginning, in that Rio conference, where it really was, to me, the beginning of this phase.
No, it started in 72.
72, wow.
In Stockholm, the first huge UN conference on the environment.
Wow. And what was the motivation, and what did you learn, and how did that create this whirlwind that we've come to of caring, really caring about the earth?
Well, you look at it. I mean, this is the days when you had rivers that were burning. In Tokyo, you couldn't see 2 feet ahead of yourself. The air was so dirty. This is in 72. So the UN wanted to bring together all the world governments to see what we could do through the whole political process. So Stockholm, was chosen to be the place where this would happen. And, the third world didn't want to come because they thought we would stop them from developing. And the first world didn't want to come because they were afraid that they couldn't blow all the gas and oil and coal, and that would be stopped. So nobody really wanted to come to this conference. So Maurice, my husband, figured, okay, I'm going to have to get somebody major on the planet to attend this conference, to give the confidence to the third world that they should come. And, we need to come up with a world plan to stop, what's going on in the atmosphere and in the waters and the toxicity of the land. I mean, the earth was really toxic. So he decided that he would invite Mrs. Gandhi, who was Prime Minister of India, and that would sway the third world to come. And if the third world decided to come, the first world had to come too. So he and I went off to India And first of all, his friends in the Indian government, wouldn't set it up. So anyway, he went around them, and we had this appointment with Mrs. Gandhi in her small little office. She only had 3 books there, and they were all on Aurobindo and the mother. So anyway, he asks her to come, and she had a very interesting technique to have, get diplomats to talk. She would be completely silent. And, then everybody would start feeling ill at ease and start blabbering, whatever. So anyway, but Maurice, he spent all this time in the Arctic with the Inuits, so he knew how to be quiet. So she was quiet for 10 minutes. And then she looked at Maurice and she said, okay, I'll come. So that turned around the whole thing. Then the whole world, the third world got behind it. And then, America realized they would have to kind of come in on it too. So the first world came behind it. But obviously, the governments had no real intention, at least the Western governments, of making this a success. So a group of 18 Western governments, wealthy countries, would meet secretly before every preparatory meeting to see how they could obstruct any agreement from happening. And of course, that's been going on for 50 years. And you look at it, I mean, beautiful agreements have been made. In 92, the Earth Charter and Agenda 21, which is a plan where the world will scale down, become more aware of what we're doing to nature. I mean, first of all, what kind of civilization do we have that is so unconscious that they're willing to kill the elements that are giving life? From the beginning of time, the air, the water, the fire, and earth have been supporting human life. So how off is it that we're killing these elements? We're killing the waters, we're killing the soils, we're killing, they want to dim the sun, and the air is totally polluted in most places on the earth. And who is really taking the responsibility to leave a world that is habitable for our children, grandchildren, the next generations? What are we leaving them? And, I have to agree with our Swedish friend. It's blah, blah, blah still, and, all these agreements that they're agreeing to, in 5 years, these guys are not going to be in power. The UN doesn't have a police force or an army to enforce any agreement. So, it is going to be up to the people. The people are going to have to really unite. And if, I have to come up with what are the solutions. Sister Junkie, said, okay, consciousness. Well, of course, that is the biggest solution. But it's going to take more than that. That's why we started here in Colorado, the Earth Restoration Corps, training the next generation to restore ecological systems, clean up the waters, clean up the soils, the air, and not to do any damage to the sun. So, but even if we trained hundreds of millions, maybe even 1 billion young unemployed people, and we have all the curriculum material to train them to work within nature's laws, because you're not going to restore nature with huge bulldozers and other incredible blasting material that have brought nature to this point where she can regenerate herself. So we're going to have to, I mean, if somebody would say, okay, what is it we can do? It's going to take the military worldwide. They have the facilities, they have the training facilities, they have the trainers. I mean, they have to be, retrained a bit because they're trained to kill, bomb, and blast each other. So it would be a national service worldwide where young people, instead of being taught how to kill, bomb, and blast each other, would learn how to restore Mother Earth and green livelihoods, where you don't disturb nature, you don't disturb your own spirit. So green livelihoods, so you can at least survive. But with the droughts that are here and the droughts that are coming, it's going to be more and more difficult. So there is a huge urgency. You look at it, one of the professors from Harvard, he said that the chemistry of the atmosphere now is exactly the same composition that the atmosphere had 12 million years ago. And 12 million years ago, because of the chemical composition of the universe and the atmosphere, there was no ice in the North Pole, and the temperature in the North Pole was the same as it is in the middle of the hottest. So, we're in for something so incredible. And I think it's going to take something extraordinary for governments to wake up how serious it is, and that they're really going to have to do something about it. Because, you can demonstrate, you can force them to write these agreements that they don't really want to sign. And like I said, 5 years later, they're not in power. Somebody else is going to be holding the bag. So we need to get the military of this planet to open up their facilities to train. And it's going to take a lot of young people to reforest the planet, clean up the soils, clean up the waters. So we're in for a ride. We're in for a huge ride, because if we have no ice in the North Pole, no ice in the South Pole, can you imagine what the water levels are going to be like? And that's what's happening.
Well, it's fascinating that you bring up the military. My husband, Jay, and I have been talking about this situation. And he said if the military ended their wars and their fighting and all of that, that the level of pollution would go down so deeply. And I want to read this quote that I found from Rabindranath Tagore. And this was from his book of essays on nationalism in 1917. And it's so prescient. He said, before this political civilization came into power and opened its hungry jaws wide enough to gulp down great continents of the earth, we had wars, pillages, changes of monarchy, and consequent miseries, but never such a sight of fearful and hopeless voracity, such wholesale feeding of nation upon nation, such huge machines for turning great portions of the earth into mincemeat, never such terrible jealousies with all their ugly teeth and claws, ready for tearing open each other's vitals.
Ooh. Wow.
Yes.
Anyway, I want to give a quote too. Mahatma Gandhi, when India got independence, was asked by this journalist, so tell me, Mahatma Gandhi, is India now going to develop the same way that Britain did? You know, so he said, well, it took Britain half of the world's resources to get where they're at. Can you imagine if a country like India would develop the same way?
Yeah, India, from my perspective, being deep into the Indian culture, has the potential, because of the spiritual connection that has never faded, that continues from parent to student, from guru to disciple. India I really feel, has the potential to lead. I want to finish this quote.
Oh.
He says, if this persists indefinitely and armaments go on exaggerating themselves to unimaginable absurdities, and machines and storehouses envelop this fair earth with their dirt and smoke and ugliness, then it will end in the conflagration of suicide. Now, is this what we want for our children? No. And as you all know, on Healing Our Earth, I'm always talking about the young people and making that reconnection with the earth. I'm always encouraging you to have your children, like if you're in an apartment, even get a pot, put some dirt in it, have your child plant the seed, have the child water it. I just had a beautiful experience where I got a video from my brother who has listened to me, and they have a 2-year-old and 8-year-old, and he was going, they have all kinds of plants, and the little 2-year-old was naming every plant as he watered it.
Wow.
I'm asking them to make a video that I'll show on another episode, but to see that connection, that's what we need. And I know that Hona has been really working with the Earth Restoration Corps.
Well, the first thing we did with the kids, and we had kids from all over the world come in to get the training. And so the first thing we did was take them on a traditional Native American vision quest, where you sit alone in the mountains and no food, no water. We didn't dare do it for more than 24 hours, where you connect to the elements. You connect to Mother Earth, you connect to the sun, you connect to the waters, and you connect to the air. So the vision quest, where you sit alone in nature and you connect to Mother Nature and the other elements, then you have a chance to really do something about restoration, because you can't just go in, like I said, with huge bulldozers and move some dirt around and whatever. You have to be gentle. She has fed humanity forever. So we have to now pay back. And when I say pay back, we're working with a very, very interesting spiritual group in Colombia called the Kogis. And I first met the Kogis in, just before the conference in 92. They had sent out a warning through BBC, Alan Herrera, for him to tell the world, you are killing the great mother. You're killing the earth. So, I mean, it's so simple. If you kill the earth, of course there's going to be no food. Of course there's going to be no water. Of course so these people are deeply, deeply spiritual and spend 9 years just learning how to communicate with the spirit of the earth. So during that 9 years, they, come out of the cave. They don't see the daylight for 9 years. They just learn how to communicate cosmos, with the earth. And when they come out, they are so finely tuned to the energy of Mother Earth, the energy of the water, the energy of the air, and the sun. So these are the people that have techniques to regenerate. And, they want to go around the world and regenerate. They call it pagamento, payback to Mother Earth, where they leave these incredible gifts of powerful stones and crystals and gold and, very precious, precious things, giving it back to Mother Earth so she can get back in balance. Because right now, and we haven't seen anything yet. We haven't seen anything yet. So put on your seatbelts.
What do you think about the emotional aspect? John Milton, who's going to join us, our dear friend, he often speaks about nature as inner nature, outer nature, and true nature. And returning to that real pure, true nature. And I like to bring forth the idea of emotional climate change, that our emotions keep us, and the fear being projected on us these days, keep us so locked down, so confused that it's hard to see the false from the true. It's hard to we're so caught up in just trying to live in a decent way that it's hard to make that connection. So to me, if we could, like Sister Jayanti says, and we speak about often, because you've been with so many spiritual leaders around the world and have brought them into these big political meetings. If we could, it seems to me, if we could really start to work on that inner level, that emotional level, that could help with the outer level as well.
Well, of course. I mean, that's just a natural. But let me just tell you a little story that explains, in, let's see, 84, 85, there was a huge famine in Ethiopia. And it had killed 2 million people already. So my husband was in charge of the famine relief, and he raised $5 billion in 1 week from donor governments and fed 200 million people over the next few years. Ships and, airdrops, trucks, anyway, he managed to do it. So while I'm in Ethiopia, I figure, well, I should go and ask the patriarch of the Orthodox Church what he thinks is the reason for this famine. So anyway, we have a meeting and I ask him that question. And he says, well, we've known about this for, it's in our text. And he said, when brother fights brother, the land dries up. And then you see in this country, everybody is fighting against each other. The right wing, the left wing, the socialists, this, that, Proud Boys, you name it. Everybody is fighting. So already there is no rain coming in a lot of places, or too much rain. It's either or, no rain or too much. So, and of course, that is the inner, the hatred, the resentment, the violence that comes out from your inner that reflects on the earth. And that's what he was saying, that all this inner turmoil, all this hatred, resentment, fighting, shooting, killing, that's why the earth, or one of the reasons why the earth is drying up.
It reminds me of Wilhelm Reich. who was a contemporary of Freud and wrote many books on psychology and sexuality and all of that. And he said that the reason for desertification was the lack of love and affection.
Right.
And that's what we see happening, as Hannah's saying, in this country, the way that people are, it's almost like victimhood, they're glorifying victimhood.
Right. No, I mean, where is the gratitude? Everything we eat, every bit of medicine, everything that keeps us alive comes from Mother Earth. And if she dries up, what's going to happen to us? And you look at it, a lot of waters around the world are just, a lot of the groundwater is gone. A lot of the rivers are drying up. Glaciers are drying up or vanishing. So, we have a lot of work to do.
Yes, we do.
A lot.
Yes, we do. I'd like to bring in Dr. Wai Ching and our dear friend Beth Quist, who was with us last week with one of the most talented singers and musicians I have ever met. Beth lived here in Crestone. Both of Hannah and Beth know Amalia and Beth know Hannah very well. And I'm wondering if you have any questions. Amalia?
Oh, well, I'm just so grateful to be with you, Hannah and Sharon, and to converge and to do this. I had a vision, Hannah, of the army, like an army of people doing this. I truly did. And because in Singapore, the army was often called to do things like plan the national parade, and they would plan everything to specific timing, right? They're so well organized, and that's what is needed. It's besides the grassroots movement, which we've been involved in for years, like 30, 40 years on my part as in food, by permaculture, bionics, biodynamics, and going to Bioneers conferences and all that. So that's my way of working with ecology, is that we really need to get the military, I so agree with you, and transform this energy, right? We talk about this energy, we are, all this yang energy into doing something good. And how do we do that then? That's my question to you. You talk about military, and I see that as well. And there are lots of visions that I have with regard to the police force, the military, and this kind of organized energy, that we can do. But how do we do it, Hannah? How do we do it?
Well, I think we have to start with NATO.
Can you do something?
Yeah, so, we're working on it. We're working on putting together a viable packet. And, it has, you look at it, it has been tried, and we know it's possible. In the 70s, when Robert McNamara was head of defense, the Army, the Pentagon, he started a movement that everybody was laughing at, and they called it McNamara's Morons. He took 100,000 young people that didn't even have high school, so they couldn't get into the Army because you have to have a high school degree. So he recruited 100,000 inner city kids without any high school degrees, nothing. Brought them into the Army and trained them, in the medical corps. First of all, he got them a GED. So then he trained them, not in combat, but in the medical corps, the kitchen, benign aspects of what's going on in the Army. And it was a 94% success rate. So we know it's doable. And then another example, this was also a board member of Earth Restoration Corps. He was a Nigerian general, and he was in charge of the Biafran War. So when that war was over, he was left with 250,000 young gun-toting soldiers. What do you do with 250,000 killers that have weapons? So it was brilliant. He took all the weapons away. And then he gave them very simple training where they could make a living, like chicken farming, bakery, how to make breaks, how to do this, simple livelihoods. And then he got them back to their villages with enough money to start a business. So 250,000 young people were reintegrated into their villages and society. So we know it is possible. We know the army can do it. We know they have the money. We know they have the facilities.
So what happened to those initiatives?
What?
The initiative.
The initiatives.
Which one?
What happened? Both of them. Both in Ethiopia and in.
Well, the thing is,
where did it come out? But again, momentum.
Well, the thing is, with McNamara, it's in the archives of the Ford Foundation, the whole initiative. The name of the initiative was McNamara's Morons. I know. It's like, but anyway, he did it. So we know it's doable. The French army has an environmental corps. We got the Earth Restoration Corps into the military or the army in the Philippines. So, it's doable, but you need to get to the right people that can actually see the vision. And I think for, the military to see this, something huge has to happen. It's not enough, all the fires, all of this, all of that. It's not enough. Something bigger has to happen for them to see the light.
And to see each other and to come together rather than be, they always say, oh, there's going to be this alien invasion and it will bring humanity together.
Yeah, but the thing is, you look at Russia now, they're going to have, 170,000 soldiers on the border of Ukraine. You look at China militarizing. Wow. Yeah. And see, the Chinese are absolutely masters of tree planting and restoration. They are brilliant at it. Yes. China has at least 11,000 solar villages where people farm in greenhouses, they farm organic, their eggs are organic, it's solarized.
Yes, I'm aware of that, been following that, amazing. They're leading the way, and when I was in Shenyang, it's like that, it was like what you described in Tokyo. You couldn't see beyond, I was in the, what do you call these revolving restaurants, right? Up above the city.
Oh, yeah. Right.
There's absolutely no point in being there because you can't see beyond to the city.
Right. No, see, that's what it was with Japan in 1972. We went to the top of the Tokyo Tower and you could see this far. You couldn't see anything 2 feet ahead of yourself. And in 2 years, they cleaned it up. In 2 years. And Japan, you look at Kissinger and Cheney and so on in that first conference, the American lifestyle is not up for negotiation. Mm. So Japan, Germany took a hit on appropriate technologies, but America was left behind. And now they're waking up to the fact that we have to have appropriate, benign technologies. But they took action immediately.
I'd like to bring in Beth, and we all met her with her amazing voice and talent last week. She's a multi-instrumentalist, vocalist, and composer. She began playing piano and keyboards and hammered dulcimer. She began this whole career when she was 2. And she has studied every kind, so many different traditions around the world. But in addition, she's a president of Prairie Protection Colorado, a grassroots nonprofit organization working to protect native Colorado species, biotic communities, and habitat, focusing on the most endangered ecosystem on the planet, temperate grasslands. She received her permaculture design certification from Central Rocky Mountain Permaculture Institute with the Peter Bain and Jerome Osentowski as the lead instructors. So welcome, Beth. It's a pleasure to have you.
Oh, it's great to be here. And Hannah, it's so wonderful to hear your stories. And I mean, when Sharon told me that both you and John were going to be on this one, I said, oh, I've got to listen to this. You two, between the both of you, I mean, the experience, the wisdom, the joining of spirit and ecology is, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. It's really, your work has been so brilliant over the years. So it's an honor. Yeah. I'm so happy to hear, the success stories. It's difficult. I've had a real challenge working with, especially on the grassroots level, trying to do things like, well, for example, I wasn't with them at the beginning, but the organization that I work with began with prairie dogs. And growing up on the Front Range of Colorado, I had just always loved those little ground squirrels. And it's incredible what I've learned about them. You may have heard some of, Hannah, you might have heard it. It's the Navajo legend of, the colonizing people came in and heard this and thought they were nuts. But the Navajo said, if you kill the prairie dog, who will be left to cry for the rain? And then Bill Mollison, co-founder of permaculture, came over to
who was here a long time ago, and said,
was he in Crestone?
Yeah, and he said that we had the best garden he's ever seen.
Yes. Yeah.
And we could use this entire world network for Earth Restoration Corps.
Oh, that's fabulous.
I met him in San Francisco at the Pioneer. It was amazing to listen to him.
I bet. Yeah, my teachers, both of them, studied very closely with both Bill and David Holmgren, and then I also live with shared on a farm with somebody who studied very seriously with David Holmgren, but also Jeff Lawton as well. So, and anyway, back to the prairie dog idea.
The ants are good at it too.
Yes. Mollison checked out the prairie dog towns, and there's also a person named Gerardo Ceballos. He works out of Mexico. He's done a lot of prairie dog study, but Bill was the first person of European descent to recognize that actually the prairie dogs do create rain. There's with the underground aquifer system, with the burrowing action, the deep burrows that can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay. With the deep burrows, there's a tidal system underground with the underground aquifers, and it brings up the moisture into the burrow then gets out into the air and actually literally creates rain. Plus their burrowing recharges the aquifers, the underground aquifers as well, in addition to the beavers.
Fish and wildlife is busy killing them all.
Exactly. And we're, we constantly feel like we're up against not only things like fish and wildlife, but also Colorado Parks and Wildlife, USDA Wildlife Services, and people like Gerardo Ceballos are trying to get people, even ranchers, to he's found these great ways to actually incorporate prairie dogs and ungulates, even the non-native ungulates, together. And the grasslands are, he did a study where in Chihuahua, Mexico, where he put radio collars on free-ranging cattle, and they 85% of the time chose to graze in the prairie dog colonies because the grass was better. Plus, and they never broke their legs. So there's this mythology around it. And also in the West, I live over on the Western Slope, Hotchkiss, Colorado. And right now I'm in Ridgeway. Cattle is king out here, and they're constantly killing prairie dogs. And we're in a massive drought out here, and they're killing the very animal that knows, like they know how to create. Yes. So how do we deal with the property rights issue? You mentioned that, China, for example, they did one of the biggest restoration projects on the planet, I think, the Loess Plateau.
Yeah.
Incredible work. But right. How do we do that in a culture like we have here that is so divided, and that fighting, it's like there's this fighting mentality. We're fighting each other, but we're also fighting the non-humans. They're fighting the wolves. They're wiping out wolves right now. It's heartbreaking. And then the prairie dogs, the keystone species, how do we, oh man, it's just so hard to figure out how to deal with that mentality.
Right.
Ooh. Yeah, we keep on pushing on. One prairie dog colony at a time, one wolf at a time.
Education of the ecosystem. How do we educate these people on just simple ecology principles?
That's part of it, I think. But there's a I don't know if it's a sickness. Some there's the idea of Wetiko or Wendigo. You can spout all the science in the world, all the ecosystem study, they won't listen.
Well, I think that one of the big problems too is that these people are toxic themselves. Yes. They have eaten so much toxic food. They've been breathing so much toxic air. They've been drinking so much toxic water that their brain chemistry is completely off.
Absolutely.
Totally disconnected.
Yes. I've actually talked about that very issue. Say that again?
I said people are chemicalized worldwide.
Yes, yeah.
And the brain chemistry is off.
Yeah.
God, the master himself.
John is just John
Hi.
Milton.
John.
And we so that we can all sit here. Let's see. I'll move this
you
back.
sit in the middle.
Okay.
So I'm always coming back to the grand scale, right? John, also, like, what can we do about the chemtrails, the contaminants in the water, the land?
No, we're getting it from above. We're getting it from below.
Runoffs.
And now
there's
with
plastic 5G, in the water.
We're all going to get microwaved.
Yes, the 5G. Well, that's why I'm wearing this. You see, that's why I'm looking forward to Matthew's discussion about AI, because that's AI, that's frequency, that's an EMF calibrated 5G.
Yes, I use things along those lines as well. That's great to hear, Emily.
We have to use the right technology, don't we, Beth, to balance? We're talking about balance of the planet, balance of the earth, and balance in ourselves. You know,
Yes.
in ourselves, and we have to use the new technology because we're going into the future. You know, we have to bring the wisdom of the past into the future, and using technology like this, you know, we have to do it. And so, and yeah, we that's the path of the future, really. I'm just like buying time until John gets in there to talk.
Well, no, I'm curious
Like,
too.
oh,
See,
you
I
know,
mean,
we're just talking about different things as yay, the spiritual activists, the I hear. So
Yeah. The Three Musketeers.
Oh, what a beautiful picture. I
In the
love it.
Crestone studio, and with my wonderful friends. And I want to introduce for those of you that don't know about John, we're going to be talking with him about a subject that I think is really important, the art of bioregionalism. John's vision quest and shamanic work began in the mid-1940s. After experiencing his first vision quest at the age of 7, a pioneer in the environmental movement since the 1950s, John has guided thousands of people into the wilderness, sharing with them experiences and practices that cultivate a profound connection with nature, with a capital N, nature, and ultimately source awareness. Over the years, many have sought his profound transmissions and powerful yet gentle Qigong teaching. So we've been talking, we're all here, Hannah, John, myself, Amalia, Beth. We have all experienced the power of Qigong and the Taoist teachings and the relationship with nature. And as we were talking about the military, my dream has always been to bring these teachings.
Well, actually, the Korean Qigong movement actually took the teachings into the Korean army.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So many have sought John's profound transmissions and powerful yet gentle Qigong teachings, Tai Chi Chuan training, and sacred passage program. John's teachings draw upon many decades of practice in various styles of meditation, Tai Chi, Qigong, shamanic practices, and extensive personal vision questing. So John leads so many people, has led so many people from all walks of life, from the very poor to the billionaire class, to discover that inner nature, that true nature, that source awareness.
That really changes your consciousness.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, global namaste to you, John.
Namaste.
Yes, yes. So here we are. We've been discussing so many things. Beth was with us, she'll be back, and Amalia. And I want to bring in Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, of course.
Sharon, may I signal? I see Effie Chow coming in.
Dr. Effie Chow is joining us. That's fantastic. Dr. Effie Chow is also a master of Qigong. She's really responsible for bringing traditional Chinese medicine to the West and has worked ceaselessly for so many years to assist humanity. She's going to be joining us next week when we are speaking about universal healthcare coverage for all, which really comes into this whole equation with climate change and the future of humanity. So it's an honor that she will be joining us next week for this healing presentation for us all and this discussion moving forward from today into how do we help people take care of their health, the health of themselves, the health of the earth. So John,
Yes.
Nice to see you. Global Namaste.
Good to see you.
So explain to us, what is bioregionalism?
It's really something that's been around for a long time, but it became a movement back in the 70s and 80s. So the bioregional movement. We held a series of bioregional congresses all over the United States. And the idea was to, instead of having artificial boundaries, which are drawing lines across maps, that you would use nature's boundaries. And so you use predominantly things like watersheds, airsheds, the natural distribution of cultures, the natural distribution of species, plants and animals. And so you look to nature for how you draw the boundary to your home area. And in that way, because you set the boundaries according to how nature sets the boundaries, you can begin to develop an ecoregional planning process, which is in harmony with nature, because you're working with nature's patterns and forms. That makes sense?
That makes total sense. During this COVID era, what I was always curious about was, why is there a one size fits all? Why do people like out here, people that have fresh air, that have space, that are small rural communities, why should we have the same ways of dealing with things as people who are living in the heart of New York?
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at a map of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, and I think this would be true really all over the world. When I was working in the Himalayas for some 10, 15 years, I was amazed at all the local cultures of the Himalayas. Are literally a huge number of cultures and languages, but most of them fit within some kind of a regional unit. It's based on nature. And the same thing was true here in the Americas, that one size didn't fit all. Each region adapted to and became enmeshed in as part of the ecosystem of that particular region they were inhabiting. And then their territory, they didn't own territory. It's Spirit Mother Earth on the territory. They were there as custodians, caretakers, and hopefully good partners in the system. But they lived in, if you look at a map of the ecosystem types of North America, you overlay that with a map of the of the indigenous peoples of North America, it's almost the same.
Right.
Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing.
They were in perfect balance and harmony with nature. And one of the reasons they came into balance was that they had as a rite of passage as their core process for every young person and for people going through different stages in life.
Right.
Where you would go to nature, you would drop off human culture for a little while, and you would bond very deeply with nature and spirit.
Right.
And then you would ask for instructions about what is your purpose for this lifetime, what's your role in helping nature and the community, and how do you come back into better balance with all of life. And so those instructions that they received during the vision quest, or in our time we've created the sacred passage, the nature quest, the renewable, and do the same thing in a contemporary way. They received the operating instructions for how you come into balance and harmony with your natural system and your big family of nature.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, for example, the Hopi tribe. The Hopi tribe, since the beginning of time, have had the birth rate and the death rate in perfect balance. And, you know, what's happening in humanity is the birth rate and death rate is completely gone off the chart.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of balance that the indigenous peoples, you know, have brought forth for us to learn from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so
and every child was sacred.
Yes.
Well, every child that was born was a sacred child. And the whole act of producing a child was a sacred act.
Yeah.
Now it's
well, that was the beauty when I went to live with my Guruji, Sitara Devi, in India, and my son was 3. And it was extraordinary how it was in the Hindu culture itself, this seeing the divine in every child and nurturing that quality, that essence, that spiritual essence, and seeing them as direct emanations from the divine was so special. And I believe that that has really influenced my son in his passage through life. He's a very compassionate, loving human being because of that upbringing. So, John, I think what would be really amazing is that if the work of the Earth Restoration Corps would be complemented by the sacred passage, so that young people could work on every level. And really, we need to, everybody in the cities, and even here, you know, the cell phone has become your friend. I mean, that's it. I see kids all over the villa, in the airports, everywhere. They're not interacting with each other. If they are, they're doing it through the cell phone. And it's getting with this augmented reality, with these new metaverses that they're trying to bring upon us. It seems more and more that the powers that be want to take us away from the natural world into some kind of
artificial intelligence world.
Yes, well, we're going to be speaking about that in a bit. So to me, to really help Mother Earth and Mother Earth within ourselves, then these kinds of solutions that Hannah and John have been bringing forth are really what's necessary. And I'd like to bring in Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who is head of the Hindu Forum of Europe, who was actually at the conference. And I'm wondering, Lakshmi ji, namaste, global namaste.
Namaste, Sharon. How are you?
Well, look, I have my.
Yes, you are, you know, three of you look really good. Three musketeers.
Well, we live in a comparatively pure place way up in the mountains. We have, our water is more pure. We eat organic. We research and take care of ourselves on so many levels. I'd like to do a little introduction to Dr. Vyas. She's the chair of the Hindu Forum of Europe. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, chair of Hindu Forum of Europe and European Women's Faith Leader with Religions for Peace. Yes, peace within, peace without. She works with European Council of Religious Leaders and several prestigious organizations in the UK and Europe. She is a visiting professor at American University of Sovereign Nations and former principal of Elphinstone College, Mumbai, one of my favorite places. She has authored 3 books and several research papers in reputed magazines and journals. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Sharon, for that wonderful introduction. Actually, I was just listening to the previous speakers. So the COP26 by Healing Our Earth is doing very well. A little while ago, we got a spiritual flavor with Brahma Kumari, Sister Jayanti, and her 4 team. And just now with you and John and Hannah, we get an American flavor. We got a little bit. And I think the next one will be a UK flavor. I think most of the next 4 participants are from UK. So I will just give an introduction about what is COP26. Maybe if I may sound a little academic, pardon me for that. So COP20, what is COP? COP means Conference of the Parties. So Conference of the Parties, and this is the 26th year that they are having this event. So it is called as COP26. In the run to COP26, UK is working with every nation to reach agreement on how to tackle the climate change. world leaders arrived in Scotland alongside of tens of thousands of negotiators, government representatives, businesses, and citizens for 12 days of talks. Not only it is a huge task, but it was also not just another international summit. Most experts believe COP26 has a unique urgency. So let's see what is that urgency is. It is the Paris Agreement. For the first time ever, something momentous happened. Every country agreed to work together to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees and aim for 1.5 degrees. So the 1.5 degree temperature of the earth, that is the most important part of COP26. So if we have a 1.5 degree temperature, we can adapt to impacts of changing climate and to make money available to deliver on these aims. Under the Paris Agreement, countries committed to bring forward national plans setting out how much they could reduce their emissions, known as nationally determined contributions, that is NDCs. Everybody agreed that every 5 years they would come back with an updated plan that would reflect their highest possible ambition at that time. However, the commitments laid out in the Paris Agreement, that is 1.5, was not reached, and it was not even closer to anywhere near 1.5. It was around 2.4 degrees. So the earth is still very much warm. So coal, for example, many countries still use coal. Coal, for the first time at COP conference, there was an explicit plan to reduce the use of coal, which is responsible for 40% of annual carbon dioxide emissions. However, countries only agreed a weaker commitment to phase down rather than phase out. So, I mean, this is how what happened in the COP26. I'm not going into much more details. I shall take one example of the Saudi Arabian countries, how they have mismanaged and misused the water that is available to them. Over the past 3 decades, Saudi Arabia has been drilling for a resource more precious than oil. What is that? That is water. Engineers and farmers have tapped hidden reserves of water to grow grains, fruits, and vegetables in the desert. When the intensive modern farming started, there was a staggering 120 cubic miles of water beneath Saudi Arabia, 120 cubic miles of water below Saudi deserts. But continuous extraction of underground water from the aquifers has emptied the underground water. Virtually none of it is replaced by the rains because there is no rain there. The Saudis overused their aquifers in producing wheat and supplying to other countries. Experts estimate that 4/5 of the Saudis' fossil water is now gone. That means one of the planet's greatest and the oldest freshwater resources in one of the hottest and the most parched places has been all emptied in a little more than by 1 generation. I mean, this water is supposed to go for several generations, but 1 generation has emptied that water. Saudi Arabia is particularly a glaring example of water mismanagement. I mean, what water mismanagement can do, but hardly an isolated case. Earlier this year, researchers from the University of California used data from NASA satellites to measure the rate of groundwater depletion around the world. And I have this, I'll just try to, yeah. Can you see this diagram? Yeah, this is the map which shows the aquifers around the world. And you can see that all these are the areas where the underground water, we are not talking about the groundwater, it is the aquifers, underground water, they are all getting emptied one by one. The darkest ones are the maroon and the red patches, and the blues are the, they are much, they are the recent ones which have been, which have started exploiting. So they found that number of freshwater aquifers were drained between 2003 and 2013 faster than that they could be recharged. And all the names of these countries are given below, 1 to 37. So you can quite imagine at the rate at which they are exploiting the underground water. So if all the water, underground water, is removed, and if it cannot be replaced, how can you do farming? And what can you do without water? So this is one of the biggest problem that I have in my mind, that and what happens is the water finds its own level. So if one country or two countries, or look at these, all these countries, if they start drilling water from underground, the water finds its own level. So the water will, from other countries or other areas, will flow into those areas, and there'll be an unequitable balance of water, underground water and aquifers all over the world. So with this, I will just come to a stop point. What can you do without water? Water is one of the most precious resources. Thank you. So, so with this, I will pass it on to Sharon.
Yes, so on that note, I've often heard that water is going to be the biggest issue that we have. And before we introduce our next guest, I'd like for John and Hannah to speak about, she had mentioned the Kogis coming, and they came here, and we were in a drought. So tell us what happened.
Yeah, it was quite the visit. We've had them come several times now. And one of the things that's unique about this area is that it's both a sacred area that's been used by traditional peoples for thousands of years. So the Kogi coming here was part of a long-term cycle of that kind of visit from traditional people. But they came here in particular to honor the water element and to do what's called the pagamento, where you pay respects and you apologize for any damage that you've caused to the water element, and you commit yourself to treating the water element responsibly and from an ecological coherent standpoint. So they did a number of pagamento ceremonies here, which kind of established a spiritual pattern of harmonious relationship to the water element. We should say that the Santos Valley, where Hannah and I and Sharon live, has an aquifer that goes 30,000 feet down. And so it's one of the largest water body aquifers in
Left
North
in America.
Yeah, and it's still relatively healthy condition compared to most areas, like the Oglala aquifer, which has been largely drained just to our east.
And totally polluted.
Yes, through fracking, especially.
Yeah, I would also, mention here that in our ancient history, or if you go to the forefathers, they used to do water harvesting. That is, whatever available water they get from the rains, or they used to make holes and they used to harvest it. There are buildings, and there are natural features where you can find the water harvesting even today in many parts of the world. So that was a natural way of storing water, besides whatever existed in the aquifers.
Yes. So thank you, Dr. Bias. And we have another participant in this amazing day, David Earle, Director of the Universal Peace Federation. David is very much concerned about the state of the family in our society, something that we are all concerned about, and about helping young people to become citizens of good character. Yes. For the last 25 years, since 1993, he is working for UPF from street level to government level on interreligious and intercultural projects and conferences which bring people together to serve the public good. David graduated from Leeds, Bachelor's in Science, and Aberdeen, Master's in Science, PhD, universities in biochemistry and nutrition in agriculture. Global namaste to you, David. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Namaste. Namaste.
So you've been hearing about the work of these two fantastic people whose hearts and life has been spent working in this field with children, with adults, with leaders of the world. Tell us a little about your work.
Okay. Greetings, brothers and sisters, globally. I'm very happy to meet you all. I spent 7 years in America, 7 years of my life there, 3 children born in America. So I was intoxicated by Yosemite and Yellowstone and tent rocks in New Mexico and so on. I wanted to make 3 points really. And if I could share a few slides in a minute, that would be good. The first point is that I feel we need to engage and involve young people more in our efforts. I feel that we need to try to do more together across racial, ethnic, national, religious lines in working together to gain more power. And then we need to try to speak truth to power. We need to try together to influence, the decision makers who maybe often, Beth was talking about people not wanting to listen. We have to try to get people to listen at all levels, but especially at the upper levels. So my work has been with a lot with young people, but also with the decision makers in Parliament and so on. And maybe if I could just share a few images with you to illustrate my 3 points. If you could tell me if you can see my slide.
Yes, we can.
And if I go to the next slide, can you see the next slide?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just enlarge that. So just the way forward, which I feel is, as I mentioned, together. Then in terms of young people, I've done a lot of work with young people in environmental projects. And as John was saying, to try to connect people, in this case, young people, with the heart and soul of nature and to imbue them with that feeling of sacredness and the sanctity of nature. So and then we find that the young people then tend to want to multiply what they've learned on these kind of projects. This is just in Kerala, in southern India, right out in the coconut plantations. I've done projects in the city. This is the east part of my city of Birmingham. Young people from all over the world coming together, doing something for the public good. In this case, environmental work, creating a nature trail, a recycling center, and a tree nursery, just transforming a jungle that had been abandoned into an orchard that a local school could use, but doing it together. And then the young people making friends for life and feeling empowered to go back to their neck of the woods, go back to their community and do something similar on a smaller scale or whatever. That feeling of empowerment, transforming a piece of derelict land into a park. You've got young people here from Singapore, China, Slovenia, America, all over the place. And it's a very empowering experience. Even in this case, this young man standing, he was de-radicalized through meeting the other. Coming from a particular background, he met people of other faiths and so on, and he was de-radicalized, something we never expected. This is just an example of young people, getting young people together in my city, doing some street cleaning, and then they could meet their member of parliament. he thought he was just coming for a photo op, but actually they engaged him in conversation, and it was very, very good. So getting young people to engage together in practice, that young people like to do things. So getting them into action and then empowering them into believing what they can do for the public good. And I like to take people into the mountains myself and experience the beauty of nature. And again, give them some leadership training. I've done this a number of times in Wales. This is just a little example of my work with young people. And it empowers me as well, keeps me young in heart and spirit, I have to say. But this is, my second point is bringing people together. This was probably the largest gathering that UPF ever had a couple of years ago, just before COVID hit. And we brought, it was almost 6,000 people came together, and there were people at the top end, almost 100 current and former heads of state, but we had the opportunity to engage them. Like people like myself from street level could actually engage with those people. My wife and I brought people from the Hindu, Muslim, Christian background, but we could meet these people. On the bottom right, you can see Ban Ki-moon. He's heading up some of our projects in the Far East, former Secretary General, but we could meet him and talk to him. That was the beauty of this gathering. My wife there with the former First Lady of Ireland, some of them very good people, but the point is to actually meet them, talk to them, engage with them, and hopefully move the agenda forward. But I feel in COP26, although I did.
David, if you can hear me, you are not changing the slide. So we are still looking at the first slide. Over to you again, David. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe you can share. Maybe you can share again and see the slide needs to change from the left as you move on. Over.
Let me try again. Can you see that slide? Or?
No, you need to share the screen and then propagate that PowerPoint. Please share the screen again, please.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yes, the screen is being shared now. Now you need to bring your PowerPoint. Yes, the PowerPoint is there. And we are on the screen called Jungle. Yeah. Okay, we are Birmingham. Okay.
Yes.
Is that changed?
Yeah, the magic of youth service, 200 young people in Kerala.
Okay, that was the experience in Kerala. This was the project in East Birmingham, young people from all over the world. Just transforming jungle into an orchard for a local school, a piece of derelict land into a park for mothers and children. And the young people getting de-radicalized, young guy being de-radicalized through meeting the other, so-called other. And this is street cleaning at the bottom end, but having the chance to meet with their member of parliament and engage him in dialogue. And even though he thought he was just coming to take a photograph. Taking people into the mountains, into the Welsh mountains, the beauty of Snowdonia, and having them feel and breathe the air and touch the ground and putting something into their heart and soul. But this is the conference that took place at the beginning of last year, just before COVID. The opportunity to meet with people at the top end, people like myself at street level. We could actually meet with the bottom there, Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the UN, who got an award there, meeting with them, talking to them, and them having the possibility to listen to people like me, or my wife there meeting with former First Lady of Ireland. Some of these people are very responsive. They're not necessarily stiff, but what I understand from COP26, from the people who went there, who spoke on a webinar a week or so ago with Dr. Lakshmi, there were two different realities. There was the reality inside, and there was the reality that you can see outside. And often those two maybe don't necessarily meet. So we have to find ways to speak truth to power. And one of the ways is we can do it together. So one of the young people who went to COP26 spoke on our webinar, and these were his reflections. We need more communication between one another to know what we're doing. Sometimes there are things going on in our city or, that we're not aware of, but we need to communicate more with each other, get more young people involved, help people to know what they can do individually. And then this fifth point, look at ways of working together to impact on the political process and the decision makers. So I'll just give you two examples before I finish then of how that can work. This one might seem a little abstract, but it's taking people to the Holy Land. And you can see a lot of people there, predominantly from the Abrahamic faiths. And we wanted to walk from the Christian holy site to the Jewish holy site to the Muslim holy site. And the Israeli security said, you can't do that. But actually our rabbis came forward and negotiated with their own people, and we were allowed to march. We were allowed to go on this peace march. It was electrifying. So we went for the Church of Holy Sepulchre to the Western Wall, and then we went up onto Al-Aqsa together. And we had men, women, Christian, Muslims, Jewish inside Al-Aqsa together. It was absolutely electrifying. People were weeping, but the point is we can do together what we can't do separately. But more relevant to our discussion today, I'll just give you one example from conflict minerals, which I think many people are concerned about. If you have one of these, then it's big business. In your mobile phone, you've got coltan, tantalum, which is part of the electrical circuitry. So mining coltan in DRC is big business. You've got multinationals involved, all kinds of factions involved, and thousands of women and girls have been raped to destroy communities and control the land where the minerals are found. And nobody wanted to talk about it for many years. People wouldn't touch it. The media wouldn't touch it. It was such a hot potato, but also because of the different forces and levels of people involved. So this lady had to escape from the Congo, and she met my wife, and my wife's women's peace group gave her the possibility to speak. Again, women of all races and nationalities and so on. We heard her voice, and then we were able to take her into the UK Parliament, and she could speak in the UK Parliament about her concerns. And MPs were so moved that somehow we managed then to take her into the European Parliament, where she could speak together with a BBC correspondent there, Humphrey Hawksley, and her message started to get out. But we could do this because of working together and having that foundation of working together. And then something began to change. The MEP, the member of the European Parliament there, Dr. Charles Tannock, he heard her voice. He was so moved, he said, I have to bring a motion in front of the European Parliament about this issue. And so something started to change. And it started to come into the media. William Hague, Angelina Jolie, they went to Congo and Africa. So it is possible to engage with and influence, our decision makers when we work together for the common good. That's my main point today, I would say. So those 3 points: youth engagement and activity, working together, and then together speaking truth to power, which I feel is so much needed in this, endeavor, which you're all so heavily involved in. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, David. I'd like John, who has also worked with the youth a lot, bringing them into nature. Tell us the transformational quality of the work that you've done. So you bring, they would be like from a city on their phones all the time and all that. And what happens when you work your magic and teach them about nature?
I think probably the most important thing to mention is that we have a little group called the Way of Nature Fellowship. And through that, what I've been doing is bringing different kinds of young people together. And I've modified the ancient vision quest process, which my own ancestors and many lineages of traditional people who were ecologically very tuned in used as a means for coming into balance with nature. So I've created a process that we call the Renewable Program, or the Nature Quest, or the Sacred Passage, which takes people through an introduction to a preparatory training, and then we take them out into nature, and they spend anywhere from 3 or 4 days to up to 3 months alone in nature in a sacred way. Now, when you spend even 3 days alone in nature and you make a deep connection, human culture drops away, and what is left is you and nature, the plants, the animals, the trees, the earth, the skies, the heavens, and you are in a state of potential deep connection to the truth of nature as it has been for going back into ancient times. So what happens is there's no need to even brand trees or plants or animals or the things of nature. You drop into a very pure kind of connection through the senses, through sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, and through movement and dance and learning how to make a connection without analyzing, just direct experience and then refining that experience. So you go through a stage of first making a connection before you might have been disconnected, but then you connect, then you enter a period of very powerful connection, which we call the stage of communion. Then you go deep into the communion experience, and you begin to have often unitive experiences where you and the beings of nature are one. Then you go deep into that with many things within your sacred circle, your mandala in nature. And then you begin to feel like you're completely connected to the entire ecosystem. And then you follow all of this perception, sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, balance, movement, flow of emotions and thoughts and energy. And you follow all that back into where it arises at the deepest level of your being internally. And we call that making a connection to your true nature, to the source nature of yourself. And at that level, the practice becomes very, very liberating. And very often, fresh and new insights arise from that level of connection to the depth of your being and the depth of your deep connection to outer nature. So inner nature, outer nature, and true nature are all brought together. And we've kind of mastered doing that for kids, for young people, as well as for many leaders. I've worked with people like Peter Senge and Joseph Jaworski in trying to bring these programs to many leaders in different parts of the world as well. And it's, the magic works equally well among leaders as well as among young people. We are currently developing programs for pre-kindergarten and then bringing it into a teenage level where the rite of passage is introduced, so that the rite of passage becomes a means of getting the answer of who am I, where did I come from, what am I doing here, what's my purpose in this life, what's going on. Basically, the Vision Quest provided those answers, and it provided you the answer of your relationship to the family of life, an experience, not an idea. So that experience is the basis for the entire thing that we do. Then the rationality, the thoughts, the conversations can flow afterwards, but they come from a level of deep connectivity and experience. So, and it happens at young people level, at leadership level, top leaders, both political and organizational. It works the same way for all peoples in all cultures. And we've developed an awareness training component to prepare people for this experience, which is based upon many world cultures. So I've tried to distill the pathways that many cultures have followed in providing these kinds of rites of passage for their leaders and their young people, and distill that into a kind of common ground approach, which any culture can easily embrace without much difficulty, and it's easy to comprehend. And then that prepares them to take the deep dive into solitude. And so the first part is the awareness training. The second part is the dive into solitude. Could be short, even as short as a single day, or it could be long, in our case, of a number of months, where you do solitude with nature, and you're receiving that tremendous initiation to being part of the family of life. And then you come out, and of course you have to reintegrate that experience with your normal life flow. And then we go through a period of helping people to integrate what they received and be able to bring it back into the outside world and make it effective in a creative part of their life.
Amazing, amazing.
So this is kind of the foundation of how we work not just with young people, but also with many top leaders from organizations and political leaders on occasion.
What if we could be bringing this, rather than all this divisiveness? In the US, there's a lot of divisiveness in the schools. Children they're so confused. They're being told that, you know, if you look like John and I, you're a horrible person, you have, you know, etc. And if you look like something else and you're a victim, what if we could all work together? And that's to bring a sense of Shanti, a sense of peace. And that's what Healing Our Earth is all about. You know, we bring free online events every Sunday to spread love, bring unity, create harmony, joy, music, dance, all of those wonders of life. And so we're thrilled to have you with us, David. You've done really significant work. Is there a way that we can, you know, really integrate these kinds of deep spiritual teachings that John, Sister Jayanti, Hannah, and Healing Our Earth are all about? You know, how do we bring these into the schools, into every aspect of life?
The answer here is in the UK is I'm not sure, because there's a system and you can't somehow deal or do that with the system as a whole. You have to do it with, I think, concerned and people who are motivated and connected to that way of thinking, I think. But possibly in some of the schools where, like some of the faith schools, for example, they still have a certain amount of autonomy to bring this kind of material into their schools. But by and large, it's not an easy matter anymore, because I'd like to do what you're talking about, both that aspect and in terms of character education, but it's just not possible because you can't break into the system. There's a stranglehold. So you have to work with individuals that you can connect to, whether it's the chief master or the head of the school or a particular teacher, and do it that way. So I'm trying myself that way, but it's not easy. And also we tend to find here that children are being made very individualistic. That's why my concern is for the family, you know, not just the individual family, but our family of humanity. Children are becoming more and more concerned about their individual rights for this, that, and the other at the expense of our togetherness. That's another battle. It's a very kind of almost secretive, hidden battle which needs to be tackled. So the answer is I just don't know in our particular situation, but my personal way is to try to connect with individual people who are on the same wavelength as people like yourself. Yeah.
Do you have an option like we have here in the States of charter schools? We've been able to work with charter schools who have a much greater degree of flexibility. They can bring in things like a Vision Quest program as part of the spectrum of opportunities that are provided to their students.
Sorry, which schools?
Charter schools.
Charter schools. Charter schools are very unique in that there's more, they're outside the box. They're not like under the dogma of the general public schools.
Yeah, I don't know if we have that here, but that there are schools, as I've said, faith schools, independent schools. There are such examples, but they're not that many to be able to work with, yeah, that have that flexibility.
The other thing that I would be curious about is we've been developing a membership program which allows many of our families to participate in this program through the Way of Nature Fellowship. In fact, we have a Way of Nature UK branch. I know they've been working with the public school system to some degree, as well as some of the private schools. One of the things that is possible is to set up an organization whose goal is supplemental education. And through that supplemental education process, you can provide these amazing experiential tools. Of course, when a young person goes through this, it's profoundly life-changing. They get in touch with the essence of themselves. They're here in this lifetime, but the purpose of their life is, and they come naturally into a passion for providing ecological balance and harmony to their family, to their culture, to their society.
sorry, one thing that's happening in the UK is that there's a dramatic rise in homeschooling.
Here too.
So I think that's another area to be explored, to disseminate this kind of material and make it available for people who are homeschooling. Yeah.
Some of the tools to the homeschooling community could be very, very helpful. Maybe we should talk some more about that sometime.
Just one very last point. I feel actually more hopeful in a way. I do some work in Africa. I attended a big program in Africa a couple of years ago, and we disseminated our character education material, made it available online for all African governments, and a lot of them are taking it up. And I spoke together with, say, the State Minister for Education for Nigeria. And Nigeria is actually starting to roll out a program which could reach the national levels. And also people there are far more in touch with nature, I feel, from my experience, than over here in our so-called developed world. So I feel a lot of hope over there as well. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also possible. I've been working with a group here in the US called Full Sail University. They're leaders in digital technology. They train many of the people that then go on to support digital creation in media, in music, in film, and things like that. Part of my job with them is to bring in a perspective of how to use these powerful digital tools to refine perception, to refine connectivity to nature, and to begin to open up a whole new kind of connection to the rest of life, which technology has the ability to do if we simply point it in that direction. Of course, we have a little saying we use in the way of nature, why settle for virtual reality? Because of course the real thing is far more refined, powerful, intricate, exciting when you really learn how to enter it and get some simple tools about how to refine your senses, refine your perceptions, refine your experience of life.
Heart.
And open heart, yes, absolutely.
Well, it's fascinating that you are bringing this up, because our next guest is Puneet Dwivedi, climate activist. Puneet is an IT consultant, data and analytics, Hindu volunteer, social activist, and diversity campaigner in Scotland. Puneet is vice president of Hindu organizations in Scotland. He participated in the COP26 meeting, all of the 12 days. A global namaste to you, Puneet.
Thank you.
We've just transitioned into your area of expertise.
Thank you. Namaste, Healing Our Earth, and thank you, Lakshmi Vyasji, for this opportunity. Sorry, I didn't attend all the 12 days, but I was there for a few days. And as you mentioned, I'm more of a diversity campaigner. So I've been committed in tackling all forms of discrimination and promoting multi-faith, multicultural society. Sorry, I lost my voice last night. So so it all based on mutual trust, respect of understanding, and things like that. So I work full time. I've got young children, but I try my best to give at least 10% of average 10% of my time for community work. So especially during start of pandemic, I was heavily involved in organizing more than 60 events, mostly webinars, hosting MPs, MSPs, my member of Scottish Parliament, faith leaders, police, armed forces, and other speakers to raise awareness on various things. Climate is one of those things as well. So yeah, I truly believe in inclusive and peaceful society, and due to my IT expertise, I help these organizations achieve those things however I can. So coming back to my climate action and the things I do for climate, as you know, I live in Scotland. I live in Edinburgh, which is just 45 miles away from Glasgow, where the COP26 happened. So Scotland was super busy during those 2 weeks, where the world leaders, diplomats, scientists, artists, activists, they were all gathered, and they were. This was the first time Scotland has seen such a big conference, and it was really how would I say, sort of failure from many aspects, because because of COVID and other reason, they were not the conference was a failure. I'm saying the the organization of this, because there was a demand of polices, transport, volunteers. So there was a huge demand, and they didn't get much time maybe to prepare for this. So there was some lacking in organization of the event. But putting all the flaws aside, I think it was an historic and very vital event where the world leaders committed to reduce the carbon emission and decreasing the global climate of 1.5 degree. So I work for a client, banking client called NatWest. Formerly it is known as Royal Bank of Scotland. So they were one of the big sponsors for the COP26. They committed £100 billion of climate and sustainable funding till 2025 for the whole of the UK to support this climate change. So I think the role of corporate is very important in achieving this climate change, and government. So despite the enormous challenge we have of COVID pandemic, the global climate change is really an emergency, and we have to deal with it. As David and others mentioned, the best way is to engage with the youths. That's what I believe as well. So we have to raise awareness about these climate emergency, especially for our youngsters. I've got 2 daughters, and I always talk to them about what is happening in the world. And we also talked about virtual reality, virtual augmentation, and things like that. Our computers are becoming more smarter than humans, which is a shame. So we may have to make more people smarter. I see during Christmas and other festival, we buy things which we don't need it. And especially I really dislike these Black Friday and all those sales where people just consume and buy things. I know many of my friends, just because it is on sale, they will just buy it, and they'll never use it, just lying there in their garage or some room. So I think one of the, I just want to talk 3 points about how we can tackle climate emergency. Is first is definitely engaging with young children and youths and raising awareness about that. And second is somehow practicing minimalism, or encouraging people to only produce and consume things what they need, not more than that. So even for producing a thing, you create an artificial demand for things which is not required. So I believe that's the second most important thing, to balance how we can balance out production sorry production and consumption of those things which we don't need. And the third thing is, which I think the previous speakers have mentioned, is just going natural. In the Eastern philosophies, for example, I'm a Hindu, and I know that Hindu philosophy consists of so many eco-friendly principles and practices which has been passed through generations. So as growing up as a Hindu youth, I can now relate that all the things which we used to do as a child or even now are so connected to the nature. So as you know that we call Earth Prithvi or Bhumi Mata, and so when we do any rituals or puja, we keep water in a color spot. So that's, we call him Varun Devta. We worship Tulsi plant and other plants, animals. So what we believe is in Vasudev Kutumbakam. Everything is just part of that interconnected global family. And the ancient scriptures talked about the 3 principles, which I think is more apt for climate change. Is first is the Dharma, the eternal responsibility to uphold and sustain the natural powers. Second is Ahimsa. So so this current climate change is nothing but a result of Himsa, which is violence, causing harm to our planet, our animals. So I think one of the thing is going vegetarian or vegan to start up with. Going vegetarian is one of the important aspect. You can eliminate carbon emission. And the third point, one second, sorry. And the third principle from our scripture, which I can relate, is Samadarsana, which means treating everyone equally, no matter what. Just because we are human, it doesn't give us the authority that we are superior to other things and we can keep destroying planet, destroying anything what we like. So treating everyone equal. So these three principles, if we follow Dharma, Ahimsa, and Samadarsana, so this concept we can recognize that environment is not just individual's responsibility, it's a duty and responsibility of everyone. So yeah, with that note, I would just like to end and say thank you to everyone, and you all are doing an amazing job, and I would be delighted to be part of any initiative you want to do in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's interesting because I was going to ask you about the Hindu perspective and what these teachings that are so deep and so profound that have been with us for so many centuries, nurtured and nurtured and nurtured. I was going to ask you, so thank you so much for bringing those principles and for all the work that you do. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And now, before we go to our next guest, I'd like to mention the upcoming shows on Healing Our Earth. So next week, we're going to have, I think it kind of rides on this. Next week, we're going to have Universal Health Coverage Day, Health for All. So that is going to be amazing because we're going to be talking with people not only who are practitioners of different traditions, but also people who have spent many years, like John, in the environment, and John in the healthcare too, who have spent many years working within the system to bring their vision of healthcare for all, of reimbursement to Ayurvedic practitioners or to traditional Chinese medicine. Or I even know Dr. Effie Chow will be joining us, and she's been working with a man in Hawaii who has gotten the Hawaiian government to accept the ancient Hawaiian traditions as a medical alternative. And then after that, we have our vegetarian cooking show, Festive Vegetarian Kitchen, on the 19th of December, which is always a big treat for everyone because we're really talking not only about amazing recipes, but about what are the foods that can really bring health and happiness to us. And then the next 2 weeks, it is Christmas and joy, holiday time. So we're going to have Festivity 2021. We're going to celebrate Christmas and Bollywood. We're bringing lots of singers and dancers and people reciting poems and bhajans and all kinds of wonderful things. And the same Festivity 2022 as we walk into the new year. What is it? What is our vision as Healing Our Earth and as a global community to bring to the earth our own and to the world? And we'll be discussing that through joy, through music, through dance, through discussion like today. So please join us. And now I'd like to bring in our next guest, Pravinat Amin, charter civil engineer. This is very exciting to bring you. A global namaste to you. Pravin has worked for a total of 40 years on civil engineering projects with John Motem and Company, London Borough of Croydon and Royal Borough of Kingston upon Thames. Pravin is involved in social and community work since 1972. Presently, he is the president of National Association of Patidar Samaj. He's also the chairman of Ashram Asian Elderly Day Center. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Namaste. I can see that quite a lot has been covered. I would just say that if I say a few things about environment, and then say the civil engineering aspects where the environment is affected. And one of the projects that I was involved in with Hindu Forum, where there was an exercise about looking into the environmental issues for various premises of temples and community centers. Of course, we got to recognize that the environment has always looked at the surrounding that we live in, and that determines the future of the form of living, including the trees. And that's very important to consider, that we respect our environment. Secondly, territory. We think that it is our territory. No, we need to share. Every animal also thinks very possessive and starts to fight for its own territory. But we have to consider that Earth is for everyone and we have to respect it. In terms of circumstances, we can see that we have a relevant action, but we need to make sure that if our action is going to harm somebody, we have to introspect these things. Now we got to see how the environment helps the humans. We got to it's of course a global knowledge that we have to reduce footprint. My daughter, who is a teacher, or she's a vice principal in one of the schools, she tells me, Dad, you must make sure you travel less by airplane. Go for local holidays. And she says the amount of carbon dioxide is created by flying is tremendous. So reduce flight and make sure that the holidays, you take local holidays. And of course, the other items which use engines like cars and items which use engines, we got to avoid burning, say, wood, coal, and we have to use diesel. I mean, we have to stop using items which are using diesel or use gas, or they are run on different things, but we should go on to electrics, wind run items, and then we go to sun energy, running water or falling water. These are just examples. In terms of, we got such a threat from all these things, the wrong energy that we can use, that there is a lasting damage. And this is the lasting damage. Of course, everybody is talking about how to reduce and how to make sure that we don't let the temperature rise that high. Desperate efforts, of course, all of you mentioned, are being made, and they are in various quarters. The cutting down of forests and other things are also affecting. So we need to be part of a solution. How do we get involved? In my part, where I do run some of the organizations, we make sure that we try and tell people, even little thing you cut down, like plastic plates and so many other things, you take actions by stacking the plates rather than just throwing and overusing the refuge collection and whatever. All that also helps. In terms of civil engineering, I'll say that civil engineering has a lot to do in terms of reducing carbon footprint. There are so many complaints. A simple complaint is that, oh, all the civil engineering work is very noisy. You will, first thing will get the complaint is the noise. Of course, it's not only noise. There are several aspects. You can see that you have energy, wastage of energy at civil engineering projects. And they are in a different way. You'll find that you need proactive strategies to make sure that during planning process, you work out how you save energy. The construction phase of civil engineering work results in noise, results in air and water pollution, results in landscape impacts, and also outreach that is limited to adjacent landowners. That means landowners are robbed of their land and they are cut off from the communication. And if they have got farms, and they could be road cut through their farm. We have stakeholders who are taking every opportunity to find out the way how to save energy and how to make sure civil engineering projects are useful. You need transparency, appropriateness, credibility, and clarity for all the projects that one runs. We have seen innovative approaches, and these are that you abet environment issues associated with construction projects, such as noise and dust, heavy vehicle movement, road disruptions, and wildlife disturbances. For example, recycling use of concrete and making new concrete on site during an airport runway expansion project. There was an effect where what happened was on the airport, grazing of sheep was used to make sure that rather than using lawnmowers and other things, they had used natural solution. In 1976, I was in charge of one of the road projects in Kingston upon Thames, and we had a big basement on Kingston Hotel, which was to be filled in because to make a way for the road. So what happened was we had a choice. We could either use gravel, dug out gravel, put in concrete or whatever. We came up with a solution of using pulverized ash. This ash came from a what you call the power station. So it was already, its use had been done. It needed to be discarded. Rather than that, we used it to fill this very, very large basement. So solutions like those are required. And as I said before, grazing of goats on airport property manages vegetation, etc. I'll be very quick and say that civil engineers and then clients are tasked with planning, designing, building, and commissioning projects, and that support a climate adapted sustainable future. And I think we need to work a lot on this. You'll find that so many solutions are being found, like void formers. Rather than using mass concrete, use void formers. So the concrete, which is not required for the use, like you only need tension in the top and the compression in the bottom flange. So the middle portion can be void formed to just get rid of it. We also, sorry, have I lost?
You're still here.
Yeah. Okay. We also had on Hindu Forum a project which is environmental risk assessment and management plan. So this was being given to all the temples and the community centers. And there lots of things came up, like how to dispose of flowers, how to dispose of, how to wear gloves or wash hands. And so many aspects came up, which improves, and also the solution of you must have double glazed windows. And these are minor things, but by focusing your mind on it, how to use the fuel and all those things, by focusing your mind on it, you come to solutions and draw attention to it. And then the result is at least saving of energy, saving of environment. Thank you very much. Sorry, I went on and on.
Oh, it was wonderful to have you. And thank you so much for your contribution. It really, I'm getting messages saying how much they're enjoying what you have to say and how many people agree with you. So global namaste, and thank you very much. And all of you stick around, because we're bringing on my dear friend Matthew Bailey, and this is going to be a very intriguing portion of our show. But I want to go back, before he comes on, I want to go back to the issue we spoke about earlier with Hannah, about the fact that, yes, we are being asked to do a lot of things personally, but if we could use this principle of ahimsa, and if we could go to, inner peace, outer peace, and the military could, in a certain sense, stand down and stop toxifying, a new word, the whole world, that would go so far in helping to restore the earth. In Hannah's plan, where the military would learn earth restoration, that would be extraordinary, and it would just be an amazing thing to be able to do, to bring that kind of message into the schools. Dr. Lakshmi, how do you feel about that? Dr. Lakshmi Vyas.
Thank you, Sharon, for conducting this session. It was wonderful. Everybody spoke very naturally, and they brought in what exactly was necessary to be done during this COP26 time, and further for our future. So, I would like to thank David for this wonderful presentation. Puneet, for being here, and he's a very busy person and he has 2 children. He's not well yet. He made it, and thank you very much, Praveen ji, for coming and doing this wonderful presentation. This was supposed to be a panel discussion sort of a thing, but I'm sure all of you enjoyed the discussion with Sharon, John, and Hannah, and that was also very much useful to everybody. Thank you, Sharon.
Always a pleasure to be with you, my dear Lakshmi. You are an inspiration. You are an inspiration. Yes. Oh, look. Who is this?
Wow, that is Puneet's younger daughter.
Namaste. So beautiful. This is our future. We have to, we really need to feel the earth and each other so that this beautiful child can flourish and grow and have a wonderful, peaceful life. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
So now I'd like to we're moving into a whole other realm with my friend here in Crestone, Matthew Bailey. We're going to talk about how human-centric artificial intelligence can assist in restoring balance to our earth. Hannah, John, Matthew, and myself, my husband, Jay Widener, we've had many talks about these issues and the weaving of the AI aspect, the artificial intelligence aspect, with the ethical, heartfelt, spiritual aspect is what we have been focusing on. Matthew James Bailey is an internationally recognized pioneer and authority in the global phenomena of innovation, artificial intelligence, global AI ethics, smart cities, the Internet of Things, and large-scale transformation. Matthew's life purpose is driven by a profound love for all peoples to thrive and for a nourishing partnership with our environment. As such, his career has been dedicated to liberating, flourishing futures for humankind through partnership with the digital world. His reach is global and is a sought-after advisor and keynote speaker. Bailey has been privileged to meet famous global leaders such as Steve Wozniak, Sir David Attenborough, and Professor Stephen Hawking, in addition to leaders of nations. Wow. Matthew published a book on artificial intelligence, outlining a new world vision for the human species, our planet, through an ethical partnership with machines. That's very interesting. Inventing World 3.0, evolutionary ethics for artificial intelligence. He is CEO of AI Ethics World, sits on a number of boards, is a visiting scholar to universities and private sector initiatives. Matthew is currently planning the launch of a new global ethical AI foundation, which he will discuss during this session. Global namaste to you, Matthew.
Namaste, it's great to be here. It's great to meet your community of folks that you talk about all the time, because Sharon's always talking really positive about this wonderful community. So thank you for having me here today, Sharon. It's wonderful.
Well, we're coming out of the UK, and you came out of the UK too.
That's right, yeah. Actually, I was born in Birmingham, about 5 miles away from where Ozzy Osbourne was born, and then spent most of my time in Cambridge and then moved to the US. I was called here to assist the US in its progression into new paradigms, but now I'm looking elsewhere.
Yes, yes. So you often talk about restoring balance. And you all also talk when in restoring balance that it should be human-centered.
Absolutely.
What do you mean by that?
That's a great question. So here's my view, and hopefully people will be okay with this, is that we're children of the earth. We're made of the very essence of the earth. And so we're earth children. And so part of our humanity is our relationship with the earth. We also are a universal energy force. The quantum field holds our consciousness. So we're also children of the universe. And so for me, human-centered, Sharon, is about absolutely being integrated with a balance with our environment and where we came from, which is the earth, but also being part of a universal community that is working together to bring out the best in our humanity. Someone talked about community recently, right? And that's really important. And so really human-centered is about us being empowered to create a foundation for our world that is in line and in partnership and in harmony with the environment, in order for the generations of tomorrow to have a platform where they can keep on innovating and keep on developing, maybe in their spirituality, certainly in self-actualized lifestyles, but into new paradigms that I believe we now need. I believe the industrial mindset is now a dead duck, and I think we need to move into people, planet, and profit paradigms. And I'll be speaking about this a little bit later. So for me, human-centered is all about us being integrated with our environment and being together in community. And even though we're different, we come from different backgrounds, we have different lineages, that's okay. Because, you know, if we look at the Vedas, they say we're all one family, right? And we are all one family. So let's embrace that and enjoy our individuality as well.
Well, I believe that if we do that, we really can heal the earth.
Absolutely.
We really can. So we all hear AI, you know, computers, robots. This week I was reading about how now they're becoming sentient, the robots, and they're reproducing and all that. But explain for our audience, what is, in your definition, artificial intelligence?
Well, first of all, artificial intelligence it means different things to different people. The first point is this, is that I believe that we're being given the privilege and also a test in, will we create a new intelligence to assist the benefits for humanity? Will it assist humanity for us to move forward in beneficial paradigms for everybody? Or will we create artificial intelligence, a new intelligence that literally reinforces the current paradigms that are destroying the very fabric of society and destroying the very fabric of our environment? And so I think we're under a trust. We've been given trust in whether we will innovate well or whether we will innovate poorly. So first of all, let me just remove any kind of sci-fi notions that people might have on this call. Artificial intelligence is not sentient. It feels no love. It can't feel compassion. It has no feelings. It can't fall in love. It's simply a set of algorithms that can operate 1,000 times faster than our right brain in terms of automation, decision-making, and logical sequencing. You will be experiencing artificial intelligence or machine learning in your lives already today. You may have spoken to Siri or Alexa to play your favorite song or your favorite chant or something, or maybe some kirtan. That is natural language processing, where it takes the tones of your voice and converts it into digital format to play that right song. Artificial intelligence is in these chatbots, right? These annoying chatbots. You know, when you go online, you need to speak to someone, right? We used to talk to humans. Well, actually, you now have to speak to a chatbot, or it can assist in our DNA research for genetics to cure particular illnesses. It makes our telecommunication networks resilient. It protects us in the cyber world. Artificial intelligence is probably in your cars to make sure that you're driving safely and giving you information like that. Basically, there is a whole field of machine learning or artificial intelligence that is really, it's computing, Sharon, that is able to do automative tasks much faster and better than humans. So it brings efficiency, it brings performance, and it also enables us to move forward quickly into new experiences within society and within industry, and also within our personal lives. So it's here already, it's already active in your lives, but we've got some huge conversations, which we'll get into in a moment, where we need to guide artificial intelligence mindfully and ethically to honor our cultures and our spiritual traditions, to honor our values, to honor us and protect our sovereignty, and also to be a partner to assist us to restoring balance to our environment, and also to create flourishing societies where we start to see people being supported at every level to discover their gifts and to thrive in the human experience.
So what are you doing to make this happen?
A
You're
lot.
doing lots of things, I know, advising and coming up with and speaking with Hannah and John, and now our audience out here.
Well, I've recently turned down an invitation to go to Necker Island, but because of travel issues, to meet with the global leaders in artificial intelligence. The guys are the pioneers. So people like Elon Musk, people like Andrew Ng, who invented the Google brain, the guys who've done GPT-3, which is the biggest artificial brain in the world. But because of travel plans, I couldn't make it. And also, I believe we need a new heart-centered paradigm to innovate the future of the human experience. We need a new heart-centered paradigm to innovate machines that support our humanity and we thrive in our humanity. And also we have a creative force running through us from the universe. The universe is naturally creative. And so we want to equip as many people as possible, the people, to have access to AI and to innovate solutions for their communities, for their spiritual traditions, maybe, for their nations, to create new businesses, new experiences where people are being allowed and supported to innovate these new paradigms that we need as a human species to move forward. Now, if I can just share a quick story with you, it's in the Crestone Eagle.
That's our newspaper.
That's
here.
I write for the Crestone Eagle about AI because I'm a great believer that the general public should have a voice and also should steer the future of artificial intelligence. And if you don't mind me saying this, in the book, Inventing World 3.0, I actually take artificial intelligence into a brand new set of paradigms that includes the general public and gives them frameworks and a voice on how to actually guide artificial intelligence to honor our spiritual traditions, to honor our cultures, to honor our values. So just briefly, if I can share this, because I think you might like this. The biggest artificial brain in the world is called GPT-3, and it's in Silicon Valley, and Microsoft are behind this. And GPT-3, you can ask questions to it. And there's a wonderful individual on YouTube that's been asking all sorts of philosophical questions to this GPT-3 model. And let me share with you a couple of questions he asked. This is an artificial intelligence. Now, it's been trained on all the World Wide Web. It's been trained on Wikipedia and literally hundreds of thousands of libraries and books. So it contains and has learned the voice of the collective human kind of dialogue. And it was asked this question: what is the first thing that you would do to support humankind? The answer was, I would feed everybody. Now that's interesting. The second question was, what do you think is the next spiritual evolution of humankind? And the AI answered this, said, the universe is made of energy and humanity is made of energy, and we are all one. Now, I find that fascinating. And this is an artificial brain that has basically learned to some kind of cognition, simple reasoning, to come to these conclusions. Now, just those statements in themselves are very powerful. What it means is that the human voice across our world is saying, let's feed everybody. The human voice across our world is saying, we are all one. Even though we're different, which is groovy, we are all one, and we're in this together. And it's only together that we can innovate solutions. Now, just briefly, the reason why I believe that artificial intelligence is imperative to the future of the human species is because human innovation itself is too sluggish in solving these big macro and micro problems. We can task machines to assist us to move faster, to create solutions that can start to bring significant balance to our environment, both at a global level and also at a local level. And this is an important intelligence that we should embrace, but it's important that its mindset is aligned with our cultures, our values, and our beliefs. And I'll get on to something that is a world first for the human species and how we can do this.
So what is that?
Oh my goodness. Okay, fair enough. Right. Okay. So my personal calling, I use the word source. My personal purpose, if you like, my gift to humanity, my service to humanity is how do we liberate the digital world to become a powerful ally, a partner, if you will, to assist the human species to move into leap beyond the SDGs and move into flourishing new futures, what I probably would call a self-actualized future, where we're starting to flourish in the very essence of our humanity, and we're moving into a new experience of what humanity truly is. Now, the spirituality and traditions are fundamental to this because we are spiritual creatures, aren't we? And so we shouldn't avoid that question. We should ensure that spirituality is very much part of our innovation, right? So what I'm doing is, this is kind of a plan that I've been doing, is the first of all, it was to bring the Internet of Things into a reality globally. And that is where the digital world is starting to understand the physical world. So we can optimize our cyber grids, we can optimize our energy generation, we can optimize the efficiency of buildings, we can ensure that public safety works better. And that's where the digital world touches the physical world. Then I moved into smart cities, which is where the digital world touches society, and where we have better services that deliver equality and deliver all sorts of efficiencies in our cities, okay? But the goal was always to move into artificial intelligence. So what I've found is that Source, the universe, has taken me through 3 steps. The first step was to write the book, Inventing World 3.0, okay? And these are new paradigms, new choice points for us to move into these people, planet, profit paradigms, okay? We absolutely need to have a different mindset, what I call an evolutionary or a purpose-driven mindset, one that understands that we are eternal and one that is not fearful of change, okay? We're moving from the industrial mindset. Okay?
We are. There's more and more I'm reading about this future that is being created all around us, and the speed of change that the human society is going to be. Well, we already are. Think of how it was before COVID, and now everything is constantly changing. That's why I like the Taoist concept, where you're just standing in the center and being very centered and strong within. And so all that swirling and change around you isn't throwing you off
No, I believe that that we'll have a choice point. I'll get onto the second and third points in a minute. Is that the digital world is putting us out of rest. We're always getting attention from our mobile phones, all the applications, from our emails. The digital world is trying to distract us too much. And one of the wonderful things that I admire about many people here, but John Milton in particular, is that when we turn off that digital world, I mean, John was uncontactable for 10 days and I wanted to talk to him, but that's all groovy. When we turn off the digital world and get back into literally an integration with our origins, which is nature itself, and into the frequencies of nature, then we're actually coming home. And so I believe that artificial intelligence can take away all these distractions that we have and manage it on our behalf as a personalized artificial intelligence. Now let me just say something first of all, before you all get scared about this, right? Yeah. Is that first of all, is that sovereignty is imperative. You can turn this thing off and you can never have it, and that's groovy. Or you can bring it in partly during your day. It's a long way off, but I believe that we need to consider about how do we put our humanity at rest in a vibrational activation while we're still innovating our future beautifully and mindfully. So the second thing that I found the universe asked me to do was to launch aiethics.world, and please do check it out. And this is literally rich in conversations, content, but also new innovations. And there's a couple of things on there that I'll mention to you. First of all is that there's a brand new global framework for our world called the Ethical AI Certification and Maturity Model. Now, this is literally a framework that unifies the world, but enables each civilization to design the ethics within their artificial intelligence that honors their cultures, their beliefs, and their values. So we enable diversity, but we enable unification. So we're all going in the same direction. Now, I can't say too much, but we have lined up and we're in discussion with probably the most respected organization in the world as the first pilot. And also there's an early conversation with what I think is the most progressive nation in the world. So we are starting to test this, and we're going to make this accessible. So the UNESCO announcement of AI ethics standards, or rather guidelines for its 193 member civilizations, this framework goes from the talk into empowering innovation and allowing equipping each civilization to innovate AI on their terms, so they're not importing values from other civilizations, but they can create AI based on their civilization values. And I think that's important. We must honor and support diversity going forward. Okay. Now, so that was the second thing. And then I've just announced a new leadership course in AI and AI ethics, extraordinary leadership, about how do we enable leaders to become literally empowered for these AI ethic-centric futures, right? And there's a module in there called empowerment. And this is about bringing forth the genius of the individual in empowered leadership. And, you know, we should probably put John Milton's course in this, actually.
I'd like to bring John back too, because and bring a bunch of you in. So
let me mention the third thing,
yes,
because this hasn't been announced yet, and I wanted to do it on this show. And I asked Sharon first, and she said that's okay. So this week we're going to announce a new global foundation called the Worldwide Ethical AI Institute. And this is an alternate, independent global organization, and we would love your support to literally equip every civilization to be empowered with new choice points, new models, new ways of innovating artificial intelligence for them to create their destiny and their vision for artificial intelligence for their communities, for their regions, for their civilizations, to allow them to define how they want a partnership with the environment. How do they want to create equity within society? How do they want machines to be a partner with the human experience, always honoring, Sharon, our sovereignty, and always supporting our personal and spiritual development, always supporting us, never controlling us. So that's something we'll be announcing this week. And just one last point is there's a new field that I've proposed in artificial intelligence based on the human genome base pairs, where we put culture and ethics within the base pairs of artificial intelligence itself. And let me explain why ethics are really important at the moment. Unless we get the foundation of the digital mindset of artificial intelligence ethically embodied, then every single AI, if we do this ethical embodiment, will basically be based on that foundation. So AI continues to be ethical centric. If we do not put ethics within inside artificial intelligence now, Sharon, then it's going to go off into what would be horrid, in my opinion, the technology singularity, which I don't think is positive for the human species whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to bring in Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, Wai Ching, who else is here? I think Mita's here.
Oh, there's one other thing I'll mention.
Yes.
Have you guys watched Thrive 1 and Thrive 2, the movie?
Yes.
Okay, so Foster Gamble is a big supporter of this, and we're going to be pushing this to the Thrive Network. He's offered to support this. He's great. John P. Milton is also a supporter. So is Sharon. And we've got a guy called Rajiv Malhotra, who you may have heard of. He's also a supporter. Big author, former Indian tech billionaire, great cultural leader. So we have quite a few supporters we're starting to bring around this. And the reason why we're doing this differently, rather than doing the big tech route or some of these big organizations you're aware of that you might feel positive or negative about, is we believe that the future of humanity should be innovated in a different way from the industrial mindset. We believe that the new paradigms we need to build need to come from the heart and need to come from inclusivity of those that have wisdom that must be part of these new paradigms that we're bringing. And you're all part of this.
Yes.
So I'll stop there.
We're here healing our earth. We're here to come together to listen to all opinions, all perspectives, and bring them into the heart, and then bring them out to the world for all people of all ages, of all cultures, of all traditions. This is our mission statement here: to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. So we go from these kinds of very, very fascinating and important discussions into the world of health, into the world of meditation and spirituality, into how to eat well, and music and dance and all of the wonderful things in the human world that bring us joy. And I think the joy is what we need right now in this world. And I find this fascinating to be speaking with Matthew, because we really are, no matter how much we say no, 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 we really are moving into a world that artificial intelligence will be our partner. And I believe that we have potentials to work in a way that we bring the best of who we are into that world, and also in partnership find innovative ways to heal the earth, to deal with these issues that we're dealing with in the world, and move beyond, as you say, the industrial paradigm. I'm disturbed about the fact that here we are talking about coal and it's how it's disturbing the environment, and China is now building at least 43, I've heard 43 to 73 new coal plants, and people are accepting that. So that's a confusing thing to me, but there are new ways. I've heard for years and years, and Wai Ching, I'm sure, can speak about this, that there are devices that could give us free energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And one last thing, the other two co-founders with me are both females, one from the European civilization and one from South Africa. And what I'm finding is that the Gen Z, the 20s and also through to the 40s, they're holding a deep wisdom, Sharon. They know that we need to do things differently. And my job is to empower them to flourish and shine and create these new paradigms. It is about empowering this next generation of innovators.
Yes. Wai Ching, I see Beth is with us. Beth
Yes,
Quist and
good.
Dr. Lakshmi. So we'll start with Amalia. Wai
All
Ching.
right, I will. It's such a pleasure to meet you, Matthew. And Sharon has spoken a lot about you, and I'm just glad we're having our first conversation in public. So I am a very strong advocate of futuristic technology for the benefit of humanity. So very much that. Actually, I just came off a launch of something called Hyperverse. And it is a cryptocurrency platform. And what's interesting is that all those beautiful young people who are in it and creating wealth through cryptocurrencies, and you know what they're doing? They're buying land and they're growing food and they're creating conscious communities. So I thought that was so beautiful that they're actually aligning, using the technology to their benefit and really being so open to it. And I've always been open to technologies because once in my meditation, I heard a voice, the same voice that told me other things about my cancer and guidance and healing work. The voice told me God is a computer. So
Wow.
I went like, what? I went like, what? You know? And then I was like, I have to pay attention because I know this voice is telling me. And that was it. You know how these voices are? They'll tell you something. It's fascinating. And then you have to find out. You have to investigate it. So then I paid more attention to the computer and the binary code and how it links up to our ancient codes, the hexagrams in us, you know, the on off, the 1010. And then I was like, I sort of got interested in coding and all that. Not that I'm good at it, but I started going into the quantum field, as Sharon knows, you know, with quantum chi and infinity quantum chi. So I started getting downloads about this, and I said, okay, I have to follow it, open to being a computer literate and all this. So my question in this is this, right? So now we have, I know it's as a mystic, right? I'm just like moving into the future self, and I have a platform called Ancient Future Academy. And that's what we're linking up with, the ethical aspects of using this technology. Now we know in order to go into this multiverses, we have to enter with a 5G, and that one is highly toxic. And I actually wear all these protective gear, my armor, besides the Qigong matrix, you know, and this is EMF, it's called an E-card, E-tag. It's EMF regulated, for calibrated for 5G plus an earthing. So I'm sitting on an earthing pad and all that. So my question is, I have a few actually with 5G, and how ethical is that? Because that's being put in place without the consent of people, and it's actually causing a lot of hurt. A lot of cancers will arise from it, as well as, may I broach it? Like some inoculation that has graphene oxide and bits of metals and things, aluminum. It has not been revealed that these, oh yes, I can be very shanti, and I can be very specific. So, I mean, these kind of things, you know, tracking and all that. I mean, how ethical is that, you know, the two things? I mean, since we are on this platform, but we can take it offline as well.
I fully agree with Wai Ching. My question is also the ethical. How can you ethically use the artificial intelligence? Because it is being misused also very badly.
Well, we have a choice, don't we? We either submit or we innovate and take control. And that's where I come in.
Not we, it is the vested interest people, they misuse it. That's what I mean.
Yeah, so absolutely. This is why the UNESCO mandate has been important. The problem they're going to have is implementation, and we're intercepting that to make sure the implementation is purely ethical. No one in the world is asking the question, how do we build the mindset of artificial intelligence so it's got ethics integrated throughout it, right? And we'll start off with ethical principles that will ensure that it behaves ethically, but later on we'll start putting cultures and ethics and maybe even the masculine and feminine essence into AI. So we have to intercept and empower civilizations to choose their future with artificial intelligence. They don't have that choice at the moment. And so we're giving them the choice and the frameworks that allow them to innovate new paradigms where there is no manipulation. Now, the UNESCO mandate basically says there'll be no social manipulation, right? Which is great. What this means in advertising.
We really believe that.
No
Present time. Look at the present time situation.
Right.
No
So we have a choice. We either surrender and be victims, or we stand up in our power and become victors. And that's where I stand. And, you know, big tech isn't all that bad. There's some wonderful people there. These guys actually want to come to the table. If we can create new paradigms of people, planet, and profit, where the businesses thrive themselves and achieve new longevity that's working for the benefit of humankind, that's good for their shareholder value, quite frankly. So, but to your point, there has been terrible manipulation, particularly in social media, in different civilizations in the US and also
look at the new version of Facebook, where he wants to really take us into a complete AI world.
Do you want my opinion on that?
Yes.
Irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. I think the metaverse is irrelevant. I think that it will be relevant when it comes to things like business meetings and to maybe augmented reality, where you kind of wear glasses and you can kind of see more information around you. That's really interesting for construction.
I love it. I love it. I used to be an event plan. I mean, I still am an event planner, and I use virtual reality in my events in 1990. Fantastic effects, amazing.
It is, but
it's another world. I love that.
Right, but my point is this: have you seen the Wall-E, the film, where everybody's kind of in chairs, they're overweight, and basically they're in their own virtual reality, right? That's not a destiny for the human spirit. The mind of the creator didn't have that, I don't think, in mind. So I personally think that the metaverse will become irrelevant. I think people will naturally say no to it because they'll start to feel differently and understand, to John's work, we need to be connected with nature. And we shouldn't lose that because we are natural beings.
Namaste,
the children are not already, the children are already, you can see that. You know, we can talk about it, but they're not educated to be that way already.
Lata has a question for you.
Great. Well, we've got other questions to answer as well, but good. Well, okay, sure. What's next?
Well, I mean, I just absolutely have to applaud everything that you said. It was so fast, I couldn't retain it. So just slow down a bit. Did I hear you say something about women in those two places? Did you say where you're going to work and support those?
Yes. So so at the moment, there's 3 founders. We're going to put the first web page up next week. We're developing it. There's a whole brochure on this. It speaks to cryptocurrency, but I don't want to give it away yet because there are people that are stealing some of our ideas. But the other 2 founders are women. A lady from France who's a brilliant human rights lawyer, and the other one is a lady that's Virginie, and then Maria, who co-edited the book. She's from South Africa, and she teaches personal empowerment. She adopts children. She helps families. She's a biologist. She's a wonderful individual. So what I'm finding is that the diversity is naturally coming around the message. Okay. Now, when it comes to female empowerment, I think that's important. Look, as a male, a white male, I haven't experienced the oppression that the female essence has experienced, and I can only say I'm sorry that I can't feel the pain that you felt. But what's important is for us to give a framework where women thrive, also other genders as well, if people are making different choice points. But it's about empowering everybody who chooses to get involved in this. I think that's really important. And one of the things
for this, thank you very much. is just striking chords with me. You know, I mean, it is so amazing. Thank you, Neil. Neil Kumar is the hero, and all you guys that are working with women, I just applaud you and celebrate you and honor you, because this is what the world really, really needs, and the creator of this of this earth really would love us all to work with the women, so that with the women and the children, to empower them so that they can bring this wonderful euphoria and this wonderful place we can call our home, you know, and respect it. And once we learn to respect women and respect children and have the support of the men, don't you think that's going to be the huge key, you know, that we're looking for?
Yeah, I think it's about celebrating the brilliance of the female essence and the brilliance of the male essence, and
yeah,
I think it's about both of them shining and finding a way for them to integrate where both flourish
together. Yeah,
and with the children when I talk, people are absolutely thankful that there's a new path for humanity that's positive with machines. There's lots of doomsayers out there and lots of negative stuff, and I just say that's really boring. I think that if we're working with the creator and we're working with the genius of our environment and our planet, then my goodness, we can do something brilliant for the human species. So my God, let's do it.
That's what we're here for. We're giving our Earth.
Yeah, because I mean, what I also like, Sharon, is the fact that GMT, Ben, she was amazing, wasn't she? I mean,
always is amazing.
She has been phenomenal I mean, she's like a Mother Teresa, isn't she, for Mother Earth? Yes. And you know how she's going very subtly and peacefully, creating this wonderful vibe and this excellence, and you know, and making a profound effect on these decision makers and influencers in our world. And we need to harness these guys, because they're the ones who are making all the decisions behind the closed doors, while we're doing all the good work and at a fraction of the cost, and they're getting all, and that's where the anger in society is rumbling away, you know, within the youngsters and within the poorer nations. They're feeling the rumble, you know, the mental health and all that come into play because of this anger, where you said the equality isn't there, the equity of the funds and the money and the quality of life and existence, healthcare isn't there. You know, it just seems to be denied to them and to all of us, really.
Yes, these are really good points, and I think this comes down to accessing our inner authority, and we can innovate past these big decision makers. Trust me, we can. And so
how? Oh yeah, well, no, it's okay. It's okay.
Being part of a global movement that's changed the entire world.
It's okay. Yeah, I believe you.
Right. So what I think is I think that everybody contains a spark of life, right? The divine spark. And we must give the big decision makers a choice to participate. And I think many of them do. However, we shouldn't be beholden to their control. We can determine the future. So we keep on innovating and we keep on creating paradigms. And then basically we either make them irrelevant and their mindset and their business models irrelevant, and we basically keep moving forward. This is the point, absolutely, Sharon, in our time where we absolutely need to say we have the authority and we innovate and we include the young ones, we include the different genders, we empower innovation of these new paradigms. And this is not a rebellion, this is simply us saying, we can do this, so let's do it.
Yes, and I really feel that India has a role to play.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, as a dancer, as a composer, the intricacies, the subtleties of the rhythms. Beth can speak to this as well. You know, I just got this little Taltarang little box. I think it has about 64 different rhythms. And so when I think about the IT revolution in India, that it's been encoded for centuries, generations through the music and through the intricacies of all the teachings. And so I really feel that India has a great role to play because there's still, as we all know, this spiritual calling and these teachings that have come thousands and thousands of years that are here to help us. What do you think, Beth?
Well, it's got me thinking, you know, the connection between music and mathematics is kind of profound. I mean, yeah, when I was a piano major, so many of the other music majors were also double degrees in like engineering or math. I work with some, what I call my math musician friends in Seattle, and they're all tech nerds.
Yeah.
You know, but they just love the wild time signatures, and you know, they're all studying with Robert Fripp. I don't know if you know who he is. He's a fabulous guitarist, and yeah, the combining of that is really a fascinating thing. And of course, India, my goodness, the rhythmic tradition, the tals, the incredible complexity that you have to learn to really practice over many lifetimes of learning that the depth of the math, and really kind of, you could take that even into sacred geometry. One of the things I'd really like to see AI tackle, because you were talking about how it can move more quickly, it can address things, is how to do all that without the extreme extraction industries that, for now, like you're talking about, yeah, they get past the industrial. Where does that lead us? Is it mycelia? What is it that you know, how do we get out of that? How do we stop the giant extraction, you know, big lithium open pit mines and all that's required for much of this technology? Because I would love to see it thrive. I think it's fascinating, especially as a sci-fi nerd, but I'm also a lover of, you know, extreme lover of the natural world and of all the other wild beings that we share this planet with. So how does AI, how does it work with that?
Yeah, so I think what you're asking is, how do we ensure that the environmental footprint of artificial intelligence is actually in harmony with our desires?
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay, great. So we can't do that today. It's going to take time. Okay. So for people, you're probably aware that we're mostly silicon at the moment, which requires certain types of minerals, as you're pointing out. Companies like Intel are absolutely brilliant. They have a whole conflict-free mineral value chain for their processes. They're a bloody good company. So what we are starting to see is that certain companies that have this understanding that we need to do things differently are making sure that the minerals that are being extracted are conflict-free. Now, minerals have to come out the earth at the moment. We haven't got access to asteroids where we can go and get other minerals at the moment, right? And, you know, why would we invest billions in trying to manipulate people on social media? Why wouldn't we invest that in something else that would benefit the human species? You know, this is something that this is the industrial mindset, right? Yeah. Which you understand, right? Which is, let's try and drive the profit bottom line. That is not a longevity paradigm for the human species, right? So what I would like to see is more investment into finding ways of accessing the minerals at the moment in Earth and maybe around asteroids, but ensuring that maybe we plant more trees and put more bacteria that's healthy into the environment. You know, as we don't just take, but we give back. And maybe there's something there. Now, the other thing is, you're probably aware of this, is that artificial intelligence itself and the whole data that's associated with it, you know, it requires data centers sometimes, and it requires a lot of computing power, right? Which you know, requires energy, right? So once again, and this is what I put in the ethical AI certification maturity model, which is a new Turing test. What is the environmental footprint of this artificial intelligence? Is it carbon net zero? Is it environmental friendly? And we have a measure from 25%, 50%, 75% to 100%, right? This is to put pressure on the industry and to give them a different choice point to say, well, if my AI from one company is 25% environmental friendly, right? And it does one thing, and another AI from a different company or country that has 75% environmental footprint, and I'm saying I want to support COP26, and I'm saying I want Green Nation, then I should be buying the 75% environmental footprint, right? And this is going to put in massive pressure on the industry. And trust me, the industry does not want this, but it is coming. And this is why we need people to stand up like ourselves to do something different. So to answer your question, there's work to do, but I think we can do something that will find some kind of balance with our environment.
Namaste, Seema.
Global Namaste. Thank you very much, Global Namaste. Very insightful conversation, I must say. When you speak about, you know, seeing that change that's going to happen with artificial intelligence, with the 25% and the 75%, how further a forecast do you see for that? I mean, how much time do we have to bring that into balance?
Well, we have to do something now, don't we? You know, COP26 is great. 30,000 people flying on private jets. Excuse me? Sorry to say that.
It's true.
So the time for talk's over, the time for action is, and this is why I've spent years moving towards this new paradigm shift to offer to the human species with innovators like yourselves to actually get on and do something and to hold the world to account. You know, we must hold the world to account and give them a measure that is indisputable, but also to give them a path where they can come and play in these new paradigms of environmental sustainability, right? We must offer solutions. Now, a lot of the professors, researchers, they don't like me very much because they like writing research. I offer solutions, and we're gifting this to the world, right? So, you know, I get told off for this.
He's here amidst some really people who have done years and years of contemplation and meditation and dialogue in these areas. I know, Wai Ching, you're raising your hand, and then
yes, I'm very excited.
Bring John back because he is going to do a meditation for us.
Okay, so I'll just be quick. I'll just be very quick. I'm so excited, very much excited, Matthew, because we're working on solutions, right? Innovation and solutions. So I just want to say straight off, I have access to a mineral compound that will eradicate all use of cyanide and toxic materials in mining. And not only that, bioremediate the water to being potable, and bioremediate the land so it's fertile for reforestation and replanting. So right now it's available. So let's talk about that and just get cracking on healing the earth. Healing our earth, Neil.
Absolutely.
We can heal the earth.
And one last thing before John comes in. So for the lady that asked the question, Seema, 5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
With lots of challenges.
Yes.
And with what we are doing here on this channel, the way we're coming together, without judgment, but welcome, open-hearted to everyone. And that's the beauty of what our dear Neil Kumar and the whole community here, all our hosts, Honey G, everybody, Seema and Lata and Dr. Lakshmi, all of us, Nita, everybody, Nishit. It's really such, as I always say, it's such an honor and joy to be with you. And before we bring John, I think Beth had another question.
Yeah, just you were mentioning, yeah, again, going past the big corporations, moving on despite them. How do we use the network, networks to get beyond that? Does it involve blockchain? Is that how we can kind of escape the overreaching control?
Okay, so right, so there's a couple of areas of control, just briefly. One is huge amounts of money that think that money controls the future, right? Now, that is true for a certain extent, right? But I think when the universe and the mind of God looks at what's going on, it's saying, really? You've got all these resources, you've got each other, right? That's pretty good resource, better than money. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think we're moving from a centralized into a decentralized society where innovation happens locally, regionally. And so blockchain is very much part of this, and it's very much part of our R&D. And I was speaking, let's just say, to someone recently about a new approach where the public can invest in artificial intelligence, but only ethical artificial intelligence. That would release so much power of finance into stewarding a new paradigm. It would be incredible. So blockchain, yes, centralized or decentralized. We should include these people still, because I love technology. I work with these big corporations. They're wonderful individuals. The problem is, I think what they need is assistance into new paradigms of choice, where they can incubate and trial new business models, incubate and trial new ways, and at least give them a chance to be involved. But we don't wait, we keep on innovating. Is that okay, Beth? Okay, great. Phew.
Yes, and we need to bring Beth here to Crestone again. She used to live here, just to have a really wonderful panel about all of this between us.
They're
and
all
really
welcome.
infuse Matthew.
You're all welcome.
Who's going out there in the AI world to really bring the heartfelt beauty and ancient wisdom into this new path that humanity is on. And I'd like to bring John back.
Do you want me to step out and let John come in so I can?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Matthew.
Thank you. Sharon, thank you.
Sharon, just before Matthew leaves, Matthew,
hello.
You're very keen on empowering women. So what we have decided on Sunday, 30th of January, we are bringing special women series just for the women, for the beauty, aesthetics, and women empowerment. Seema, who is here, is going to co-produce that for that, because Seema has started doing production of kitchen and things. So it will be very good to bring the women empowerment, but particularly focusing on the well-being, health, and beauty of the women. So together, if we keep them happy, I think the earth will also feel good, because we call earth she. Why we call her the mother? Because she personifies just like a mother. So Matthew, well done, and I hope to see you there. You can bring your skirt on. I'm going to put my Scottish kilt on. So it's going to be beautiful. And over to you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Can I just add one quote in there, Matthew, before you go? So this is a very powerful quote that says, women bring together the finest aspects of society, the ability to create, and the transformational ability to make a difference in society. By His Holiness, Sri Sri Ravi Shankarji. Thank you very, very much, Matthew. Very powerful.
And how do they find out about you?
Oh, aiethics.world, and we'll be announcing this new foundation this week. If it's possible, I'd like to invite the 2 other female co-founders to Neil's event on the 30th.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Would that be okay?
Yes, because this is a very important issue to discuss. This is happening. AI is here. So
Matthew, bring as many women as you like, because
okay,
they are going to make the difference on the earth. And we welcome them with open arms. Matthew, just before you go, you are going to launch, or I think you're about to launch, very exciting book. Before you go, can you just tell us about it, please?
Yes, so the book's been out for a year. We've just done a hardback version. It's called Inventing World 3.0, evolutionary ethics for artificial intelligence. If you go to aiethics.world, there's a little clip called the book, and people can find out there. And we'll let you know about this new Global AI Foundation that really is for everyone to get involved in inventing our future.
Thank you, Matthew. And for the people who are listening to us on the website, YouTube channel, Periscope, and Facebook, you can visit the Healing Our Earth website on the COP26, and you can see Matthew's website over there. Just click on it and go and pay him a visit. Thank you. Over to you, Sharon.
Thank you, Neil. Well,
And you're mentioned in the book, and so is John.
Yeah, we have a really beautiful community here in Crestone, and it was Hannah who really gave the grants so that all of these temples, like our Harikananda Lakshmi Temple and the Zen Center and different Tibetan temples, and we could all come together. And my prayer is that there will be one day where we have a big Healing Our Earth community here. And now I want to move us from all of this into the actual experiential. We are a group of meditators. And for many, how many years, John, you gonna come on this side? John has been, leading meditations for so many of us all over the world, from all ages and all traditions. And he has also partaken of so many world traditions. Are you okay? Yep. He has to get through the wires here. So I want to turn it over to him to lead us, as Haniji does mostly, as we come to the conclusion, to lead us through a meditation based upon his teachings. So I'm going to leave it. Well,
Careful.
And
very well done.
yes, well, it's a dancer. I just fell off the chair. So I'm going to leave it to John, and I'll be back to close when he's done.
Great.
Let me bring this microphone to you.
Yeah, I'm just coming back from 2 weeks in one of the wildest places in North America, with no AI, no internet, no telephone service, but lots of wild nature. Spectacular. So Sharon asked me to bring in a little short meditation today, and I thought it might be nice to share a simple visualization practice which goes through a couple of different stages. And the initial stage is to kind of help invoke the support of nature in a purification aspect, and then goes a little deeper into a regenerative aspect, and then it goes into honoring the interconnectivity of all life and all living beings, and the equality of all life, the equality of all species, which is very similar to the honoring of the feminine that is so important in this time. But this is honoring the equality of all living beings as a foundational principle. And so the meditation practice kind of enters into that realm after the purification and regeneration phase. And then we close the visualization practice with a really bonding with the earth in a visualization, and then having the earth bond with a vision of source itself, which opens up the meditation in the very beginning with a brilliant light hanging in space that we merge with. And that the conclusion of the meditation practice as we enter that phase. But we also enter by resting in an open, clear awareness state at the very end of the visualization practice. And hopefully the visualization will help to support being able to rest in that for a minute or so and just enjoy the common ground that we all share in arising from source, manifesting in the field of source, and returning to source moment by moment, or moment by moment, as I like to say. So get yourself nice and comfy. Hopefully you won't fall asleep. If you do, enjoy the rest. And if you're able to be in a meditative posture, that's very supportive. So having a nice sense of lifting from the byway point in the ground of the head, so the back of the top back center, lifting at the sky, the spirit lifting, and lifting the entire upper torso in a naturally erect posture without any tension. Shoulders relaxed, chest kind of relaxed also and very open. The diaphragm relaxed and with a kind of natural breathing, emphasizing a little bit more of an abdominal breath as the abdomen opens and sinks down into the lower belly, and actually helps to exercise the chi of the lower torso. And then a gentle sense of very smooth, relaxed, fine, even and regular breath through the nose. And an inner state of relaxation integrated with presence. So the yin and the yang of the union of relaxation and presence is very important in this visualization practice, provide a good foundation for the visualization. So we can close our eyes since it is a visualization practice, and that may help to support what you're visualizing. So in the beginning, I recommend visualizing a beautiful, clear, powerful white light in the sky above you, in space, hanging in space above all of us. And this brilliant light represents the light emanating from pure source, however you may like to name it. And that pure source aspect is boundless, infinitely conscious and aware. It radiates all the rainbow colors, and including the white light itself. And it's incredibly intense, kind of like millions of suns all together, radiating at the same time. And feel that light radiating out from itself and radiating to the crowns of our heads, and at the same time coming down and touching the crowns of all species, not just us humans, but really the entire family of life that we're part of. And this means the trees, the flowers, the animals, the birds, all the beings of nature are part of our big family that we're doing this together with. So this beautiful radiance of rainbow light comes down to the crown of ourselves and all the other living beings we share this with. And it comes down through the crown. And as it moves down, it begins to lift out any blockages, obscurations, tensions, tendencies to hold negativity. It helps to lift them out gently and begin to wash them down through the body, kind of like a liquid light, a liquid rainbow light, moving down through the crown, through the head, touching the internal aspect, the brain, and then also down through the face and facial muscles, front and back. This is a beautiful rainbow light moving again down through the lower part of the face, the cheek muscles, the mouth, the muscles of the eyes, and bring a little bit of a nice happy energy into the mouth. Just give a very gentle smile and let that go into the eyes, and let that happy energy of the gentle smile in the mouth and the eyes merge with the rainbow light that flows down through the entire body, bringing a kind of friendly honoring of this body that we inhabit and the gift of all the organs, the cells, all that makes up the nature that holds us in our consciousness. Bring that down through, after coming down through the head, down into the neck, lifting out any negativity, blockages, or obscurations as it goes, carrying it with it, helping to transform it, transmute it, coming down into the torso, moving down through the front part of the upper torso, down through the upper back and the back part of the torso, flowing out through the shoulders, down through the right and left arms, down into the biceps, elbows, forearms, hands, and fingers. And then moving back to the torso, flowing down through the middle part of the torso and the middle part of the back. All this rainbow light lifting out any obscuration, any kind of disease, any kind of negativity, any kind of contraction, any kind of tension. And this includes, of course, helping to purify the heart, the circulatory system, the lungs, moving on down into the spleen, pancreas, and stomach, and the liver, on the lower right side, and the gallbladder. Moving on down into the intestinal tract, small and large. Moving down through the lower back, kidneys, the adrenals. Moving down into the base of the torso and purifying the reproductive organs. And then very gently, in the bladder, of course. And then very gently moving out through the gua, the joints on either side of the pelvis. The entire pelvic girdle is really completely cleansed and purified. Then moving out through the thighs, out through the knees, and down through the lower legs, and finally down through the ankles, and out through the feet, the toes, and any kind of negativity is released through those points, as well as through the pores of the body, and is released to Mother Earth as a gift of fertilizer to support her growth and her well-being, and the support of the growth of all life as it manifests around the surface of this planet. And then you feel, once the release of that material has been accomplished and you've made a gift of fertilizer for Mother Earth, again, you feel another tremendous movement of rainbow light down through the entire body, and this time going into Mother Earth and providing a purifying and healing energy from all the abuses, the negativities that we've, especially as a human species, have brought to her, purifying, cleansing, and removing all the obscurations and contractions that we've brought to Mother Earth herself, and replacing it with a sense of real love and appreciation for being part of this immense family of life. And then feeling that go down right in through all the layers of the earth, right down into the warm, glowing, orange, glowing heart of Mother Earth, which you can visualize as a brilliant golden color with a bit of tinge of orange. And then feel, as that happens, Mother Earth herself, Gaia, just tremendously stimulated by this flow down through all of us that are participating in this practice together. And then this beautiful orange light flows back up through Mother Earth, through all her layers, and touches the feet that are in contact with Mother Earth, and then begins to lift up through our feet, through our legs, through our pelvis, and as it comes up as a beautiful golden glow, it brings the cleansing and the rejuvenation power of Mother Earth herself, flowing up through the torso, from the pelvis, lower torso, middle torso, upper torso, shoulders, arms, hands and fingers, up through the neck, up through the head, and then finally lifting up into the sky from the crown and rising up into the heavens to join that powerful radiant light in the sky above us, or in the space above us. As that light enters, that brilliant light in the space above us, it's even more empowered by the union with the energy arising from Mother Earth. And again, it comes down one more movement of brilliant rainbow and white light that flows down through our crown. This time it's helping to regenerate the entire body since it's been purified. It goes down through the brain, through the facial muscles, through the eyes, the mouth. And again, remember the friendly smile and the smiling eyes that are bringing kind of a friendly attitude to all parts of the body that are being touched by this flow of rainbow light. And feel it flowing down through the neck and down the entire nervous system, the spinal cord, honoring the huge gift of having a nervous system and feeling this beautiful rainbow and combined with the golden light, regenerating and rejuvenating the entire nervous system, radiating around the body to the solar plexus, the abdominal area, the central chest, the heart, and then radiating out through the entire upper torso with this beautiful set of rainbow lights and the golden light from Mother Earth, moving down through the middle torso, and again touching lungs, heart, circulatory system, liver, gallbladder, spleen, pancreas, and stomach, on down through the intestinal tract, the digestive system, and the bladder, the kidneys, the lower, in the middle section of the back, and moving on down into the pelvis, and completely rejuvenating wherever it's needed, complete rejuvenation of anything that may have been subjected to excessive stress or any kind of negativity in the past. Then moving out through the legs and the pelvis, and down through the knees, the lower legs, and down again into Mother Earth through the feet. And feeling this beautiful rainbow light going down through all the layers of Mother Earth, helping to rejuvenate and honor the gift of being part of this amazing planet, this Mother Gaia that supports us all and makes our existence possible in combination with Great Spirit. Feel this beautiful set of rainbow lights flowing down through all the layers of Mother Earth and extending out through the surface of Mother Earth at the same time, from where all species that are in contact with Mother Earth as we do this practice together. We begin to feel rainbow lights radiating out from each of us, interweaving us together into one great being that's participating in this practice together at the same time. Feel these beautiful rainbow lights going down through the layers of the earth to the very beautiful orange, glowing, golden heart of Mother Earth. And then feel as that light begins to radiate into the core of Mother Earth and bring a beautiful, heartwarming energy to the core of Gaia herself. She radiates back out again, this time a very rejuvenating energy that comes up through our legs, through our torso, through our upper bodies, through our head, and lifts into the sky again. And this time bringing a incredibly powerful rejuvenating capacity as a gift from Mother Earth to us and to all the beings that we're engaging in this practice together with. Now feel these beautiful rainbow colors and golden colors beginning to radiate from our bodies and connecting with those around us, our friends, our family, our loved ones, and our enemies too, and beginning to encircle the entire earth, touching all life, all living beings, helping to rejuvenate everything that the lights come into contact with. And again, all negativities, all pollution, all negativities from climate change impacts are resolved, removed, and replaced with a completely regenerative set of interconnectivities around the entire planet itself. In fact, all living beings become really one being in Mother Gaia herself. It's part of her body. Feel that rainbow light helping us to merge and interconnect into one great being as part of this body of Gaia that we're learning how to become decent caretakers of. Feel these rainbow lights completely unifying, bringing us together as one great being, like the cells and tissues and organs of Gaia herself. Functioning in a healthy and balanced fashion, harmonious, peaceful, loving. And feel as that happens that the entire body of Gaia herself now is rejuvenated, having been cleansed, is now fully rejuvenated and renewed. And begins to lift up into the sky, into the space above, as this immense rejuvenated being that we're all part of, and lifts into the space above us, radiant with that light from pure source, rises into that immensely powerful, profound light of pure source and merges with it. So the light of pure source, all the rainbow lights and the beautiful golden rays rising from Gaia herself merge, and then that brilliant light radiates pure rainbow and golden light throughout space. As it radiates throughout space, feel it touching many other heavenly bodies in space, other constellations, other planets, other star systems, other galaxies, moving throughout all the realms of this cosmos and beyond into the other universe realms that we can't even comprehend. And wherever these rainbow lights touch, the liberation and empowerment and a liberation from any kind of suffering is accomplished. And the perfection of the potential of those places throughout the cosmos is open. The perfection, natural perfection of those places is accomplished. Now, because of the power of this coming together is accomplished by all these rainbow and golden lights, we feel all these other beings, all these other forms of the cosmos beginning to come together and unify in this one great radiant light of rainbow and golden colors hanging in space. So feel all of these forms of the cosmos coming together in this one brilliant light hanging in space. As that takes place, enjoy that feeling of the coming together of all these different forms of the cosmos and the light. Enjoy that sense of immense radiance that we're all one with now. And feel that radiant light in the sky now concentrating. It's actually becoming smaller and smaller and more concentrated. So all the energy and all the light of that radiant being hanging in infinite space concentrates into a primordial atom, primordial point of pure energy, pure awareness, pure beingness, pure consciousness, pure radiance of loving heartedness. And then at the point of maximum concentration, experience that light suddenly exploding and radiating throughout all of space, all of infinite space, and expanding its radiance throughout all space, and all light moving out and dissolving the vastness of space. Just like a rainbow appears and then dissolves into the sky, leaving behind an experience of pure, open, clear awareness, formless, beyond any particular form, but encompassing and holding all forms that naturally manifest and arise from it, manifest in the field of it, and return to it moment by moment. And just to enjoy that sense of absolutely pure awareness that remains as the rainbow dissolves into the vastness of space. And for just a moment, rest in that open, clear, vast, infinite, spacious consciousness and pure awareness. pure source. That any tensions or sight, sound, taste, smells, touches, experiences of energy or motion or thought naturally arise and manifest and then dissolve back into that pure, open, clear awareness, just naturally. Natural expressions of that vastness and clarity. Just relax into it. In total presence. Now, very gently, as you begin to become aware of the sound of my voice and maybe other sounds surrounding you, or sights behind your closed eyes, or maybe the feeling of the floor under your feet or clothing on your body, or the sensations of touch within yourself. Just allow these experiences of sight and sound and touch, and maybe taste and smell as well. Let them naturally arise and begin to re-engage with the outer world. But bring to that re-engagement with the outer world realization that it is always continuously manifesting from the state of pure consciousness, pure awareness, this fundamental unity that underlies and is the basis for our entire experience of this lifetime. And maybe leave behind a little thought that asks the question, how can I receive the creative insight and wisdom of how to make this world that we live in on this planet, Mother Earth? How can we receive the creativity to make it a better place, to allow the unfoldment of our evolutionary process to occur in an even more creative and beneficial fashion, both individually and collectively? Let that insight naturally begin to flower inside of ourselves as we begin to re-engage with our lives in a more normal way. Let that integrate in our being. And then as we open our eyes and begin to move back into our more normal life, let that creativity begin to unfold and express itself in whatever unique way it would like to. Sure.
Everybody's glowing. That was so beautiful. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you to everyone, all of our Healing Our Earth family, to Neil Kumar, Nishit Gotak, Seema, Meeta, Lakshmi, everyone, Lata, Beth has just come into our family, Wai Ching with her radiance and beauty and grace. Thank you all for being a part of this, and please join us. Next week's going to be just as fascinating as this week as we move into the area of healthcare for all of us. And let's see, is Lakshmi still with us? Yes, this is next week. We have some wonderful programs coming up in the future. We have the Vegetarian Kitchen on the 19th, and there'll be, as I said before, recipes, but also very healthful oriented recipes from ancient Ayurveda, from other traditions as well. Then we have the Festivity 2021. Let us celebrate Christmas and Bollywood style. All of these events are free and they go all over the world. It's the beauty of the internet these days. Then Festivity 2022, let us celebrate the new year and sing and dance and play together and envision what we will bring in our own selves and out to the world in 2022. I have the feeling it's going to be a really miraculous year, especially with this energy of us coming together, the level of meditative bliss that we achieve through John. And I would like to, here's our mission statement, yes, to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. And we generally close with a mantra. Would you like to give us a mantra, John? You know lots of mantras.
How about one that came up with a friend of mine recently? It's kind of a variation on a Tibetan mantra that's quite powerful, which is Om Ahum.
Oh.
But we've been doing a little variation on it recently, which is Om Ma Hum.
Yes, Sima.
So let's give that a try.
Okay.
So we can just do 9 repetitions of this. Oh. Ma